Lu Zhou showed no remorse when he looked at the charred ground. He nodded inwardly. Now that Yi Luyun had been reduced to ashes, even if the ancestor of witchcraft came, he would not be able to resurrect Yi Luyun. Following that, he turned and walked toward Ying Zhao. When he came to a stop in front of Ying Zhao, he sized it up for a moment. Based on his previous plan, he would kill it and be done with it. However, his interest had been piqued by Ying Zhao's high intelligence. If he could make it into his mount, it would be great. However, the problem was Ying Zhao was too recognizable and would inspire covetous thoughts and greed in others. It would not be a problem if he used it, but it would be troublesome if his disciples were to use it. Ying Zhao looked at Lu Zhou warily and took a few steps back. Lu Zhou nodded. He would subdue it first. Perhaps, he could change its appearance by cutting its hair and dyeing it a different color. Lu Zhou moved closer to Ying Zhao before he said, "Did you intentionally sow discord among the cultivators?" Ying Zhao cried out. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou did not understand it. "Forget it. I'll give you a chance to live. If you're willing, submit to me and become my mount. When the time is right, I'll return your life heart to you." While Lu Zhou was speaking to Ying Zhao, he had erected an energy barrier to prevent others from listening. Since he was going to change Ying Zhao's appearance, he could not let others hear his words. Ying Zhao understood Lu Zhou's words. However, it only looked at Lu Zhou skeptically. It knew that cultivators coveted its life heart. Not only was its life heart suitable for those with 12 or more birth charts, but its life heart could also increase the limit of the number of birth charts a cultivator could activate. In the many years that beasts and humans coexisted, there were a few compassionate humans who would rather sacrifice their lifespan and return the life hearts, but these people were truly rare. Moreover, there was the risk of the fierce beasts seeking revenge after they regained their life hearts. For all these reasons, it did not believe Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said, "You're no longer of any use. Your life heart is in my hand. Since you're intelligent, think carefully. What benefits would I get from lying to you?" Ying Zhao let out a cry. Lu Zhou shook his head, still not understanding what it was saying. He said, "If you agree, come with me. If you don't, you can leave now. Your life and death depend on fate." Lu Zhou frowned. "Bastard. I'm giving you a chance to leave, but you're being stubborn." Ying Zhao continued to shake its head vehemently. "What do you mean?" Lu Zhou was confused by Ying Zhao's constant head shaking. He was considering whether he should contact Si Wuya to let Conk communicate with Ying Zhao. However, this would waste too much time. If he did not leave soon, he would be in trouble if Ning Wanqing, King Chun of Wu, and Luo Huan returned. Just as he was about to give up and leave, Ying Zhao took a few steps forward, but it did not move to Lu Zhou's side. Instead, it stopped halfway. With this, Lu Zhou could vaguely guess its meaning. "You want to think about it?" Ying Zhao nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you. When you've made up your mind, follow the life heart and come to me. Let me give you a piece of advice. You better don't try to play tricks." Ying Zhao nodded. Naturally, it wanted its life heart. If he wanted to form another life heart, it would be too difficult, and it would take hundreds or thousands of years just to do so. Following that, it raised its head and let out a cry before it flapped its wings and flew away. The speed was clearly much slower than before. Lu Zhou no longer wasted time. With Ying Zhao's intelligence, it would be fine. Meanwhile, everyone was confused. Wuchao asked, "Senior Lu, why were you arguing with that beast?" It was shaking its head and nodding its head. Xiao Yunhe said, "It's probably trying to regain its life heart. However, how could Brother Lu return its life heart? This beast is really smart." Everyone was confused. "Brother Lu, why are you arguing with a beast?" That beast shook its head and nodded again. Wuchao asked. Xiao Yunhe said, "It's probably trying to get the heart of the life matrix back. With Brother Lu's cultivation, how can you give it to it?" Wuchao said, "This beast is really smart. Senior Lu, you're really too kind for letting it go. What if it seeks revenge in the future?" Kind? I can't relate this word with Brother Lu at all. Xiao Yunhe thought to himself. After gaining so much, Lu Zhou leaped into the air, ready to leave. However, Xiao Yunhe pointed at the distance at this moment. Brother Lu, behind you. They saw a figure flying back slowly. Lu Zhou turned around and looked over. Ning Wanqing. Ning Wanqing's white robe was dyed red. His face was also stained with blood. In fact, he was stained with blood from head to toe. At this moment, he was laughing maniacally as he rushed over in a frenzy. However, a hint of sorrow could be heard in his laughter. It was obvious that Ning Wanqing had a difficult battle with King Chan of Wu and Luo Huan. Although he had won, it seemed like it was a Pyrrhic victory. Although Ning Wanqing could barely endure 2 of Lu Zhou's palm strikes back then, Lu Zhou did not underestimate Ning Wanqing. After all, at that time, Ning Wanqing was standing still and letting the palm strikes hit him at that time. It was different from a real battle. Moreover, Ning Wanqing was capable of defeating both King Chan of Wu and Luo Huan. With this alone, one could see how terrifying his strength was. At this moment, Ying Zhao roared in a voice that could shake the heavens. Ying Zhao, come out. Xianxia commented. It seems like he has figured out the life heart is fake. Based on his appearance, it's obvious it wasn't an easy victory. Lu Zhou only glanced at Ning Wanqing before flying toward members of the humble white sect. At this moment, whoosh, a huge wave of energy pushed Xiao Yunhe, Xianxia, and the thousands of cultivators from the humble white sect back. They were sent flying 1,000 meters back. They cried out in surprise and scrambled to regain their footing. The huge wave of energy was so strong that even Xiao Yunhe was affected by it. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He blamed himself for being too greedy. He should have left Ying Zhao alone and left immediately. He sighed. Since things had come to this, he could only fight back. After the several thousand people were sent flying to the mountain range, a conical energy shot toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou waved his hand and formed a protective energy barrier. However, the force of the conical energy was so strong that it pushed him back. The strength of the conical energy exceeded his expectations. In just a blink of an eye, he was already pushed back to the mountain. Lu Zhou manifested his astrolabe at this moment. Boom! Lu Zhou crashed into the mountain, causing the rocks to fall. Senior Lu. Master. Brother Lu. Everyone looked in the direction of the mountain range in disbelief. Brother Lu is defeated with one move? Xiao Yunhe looked at his surroundings. On the left stood a black thousand realms whirling avatar with 10 birth charts on its astrolabe. On the right stood a white thousand realms whirling avatar with 10 birth charts on its astrolabe as well. The 2 avatars were 850 feet tall. Where are the disciples of the White Tower Council? The person on the right looked around before his gaze finally landed on Ning Wanqing. Ning Wanqing. When Ning Wanqing saw the White Thousand Realms whirling avatar, he suppressed his anger and grief. Ning Wanqing pays respect to the first elder. Xiao Yunhe frowned. It's Su Chun and Shi Yuran, the first elders of the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council. When Xiao Yunhe saw Shi Yuran, his eyes flashed with anger and hatred. That person who was once his right-hand man had become the most loyal dog to his enemy. Shi Yuran said, "The disciples from the Black Tower Council have disappeared as well. Su Chun, you and I have fought for so long, but we still haven't seen Ying Zhao." At this moment, a black-clad cultivator flew from a corner nearby and kneeled in front of Shi Yuran and Su Chun. He said something and pointed in the direction of the mountain range. Although Xiao Yunhe could not hear the black-clad cultivator's words, he could guess what was said. He began to think of countermeasures immediately. Meanwhile, after listening to the black-clad cultivator's report, Shi Yuran looked in the direction of the mountain range that Lu Zhou crashed into. Ying Zhao's life heart is with that person? That's right. My lord. I witnessed him killing Yi Luyun. He killed Yi Luyun? Su Chen chuckled. Interesting, interesting. Shi Yuran said, "Let's make it clear. No matter what we get today, we'll divide them equally. This applies to the life heart as well. All right." As the first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council, the two fought for a long time before coming to an agreement that led to the current situation. At this moment, Shi Yuran looked at the mountain range. Then, he raised his hand and sent a black wave of energy toward the mountain range. Boom! Stones began to roll off the mountain again. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai clenched his fists tightly as he watched this. He could not believe this. Was his master not invincible? Su Chan said indifferently. Since he's able to kill Yi Luyun, he has at least 8 birth charts. One palm strike won't be enough. Following that, Su Chun pushed his palm out, sending energy seals toward the mountain. Bang! 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 The energy seal pierced through the mountain that was thousands of feet thick. Su Chun nodded in satisfaction. He's dead now. Ning Wanqing, go and retrieve the life heart. This? Ning Wanqing hesitated for a moment before saying, Understood, Master. At this time, Yu Shangrong moved as fast as lightning as he flew toward Ning Wanqing. His speed was not inferior to Ning Wanqing at all. Su Chun looked at Yu Shangrong, who suddenly appeared, and thought Yu Shangrong must be not ordinary. His disciple? I wonder if he can withstand a palm strike from me. A palm seal flew out immediately toward Yu Shangrong's back. Second junior brother. Upon seeing this situation, Xiao Yunhe shook his head and sighed. Then, he pressed the restless Yu Zhenghai down before he said, Let me deal with it. A hexagonal weapon appeared in Xiao Yunhe's hand before he threw it out at lightning speed. Boom! The hexagonal weapon blocked the blow for Yu Shangrong. Another one? Xiao Yunhe flew toward Yu Shangrong and said, You have to insist you're a member of the humble white sect. They won't kill the innocent. After that, you can leave the rest to me. Tower Master Xiao Yu? In a rare moment, Yu Shangrong had lost his composure and panicked for a moment. I'm fine. But, how are you going to deal with it? Yu Shangrong frowned. It doesn't matter. We'll try anyway. Xiao Yunhe said. Brother Lu must have been injured by Yi Liyun. That's why this happened. Take him south. Remember, don't look back. Yu Shangrong nodded and flew toward Ning Wanqing. Xiao Yunhe no longer treated Yu Shangrong as a 10-leaf cultivator. He believed in Lu Zhou's disciple. Meanwhile, Shi Yuran had already seen Xiao Yunhe. He smiled and bowed. So it's the Tower Master. Su Qin was shocked. The Black Tower Master. You! Shi Yuran smiled mockingly as interjected. Ah, sorry. I meant to say former Tower Master. Former Tower Master? Su Chun looked at Xiao Yunhe carefully before he finally sighed in relief. Shi Yuran looked at Xiao Yunhe and asked, May I ask what the former Tower Master is doing here? Xiao Yunhe's expression was indifferent as he said, There's no need for you to be so formal, Shi Yuran. Back when I was still in the Black Tower Council, you were never this respectful. Tower Master, it's only right for me to show you respect. After all, you took care of me back then, Shi Yuran said. However, in the end, you still ended up becoming someone's lackey. Shi Yuran frowned and shook his head. I don't like your words very much. Then he struck with his palm. The speed of the palm seal stirred up violent winds, making it difficult to see the shape of the palm seal. Xiao Yunhe raised both his hands. Bang! Xiao Yunhe was sent flying back 100 meters before he stabilized his footing. Shi Yuran said, The hexagonal weapon? As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Yunhe's figure disappeared. Upon seeing this, Su Chun, the first elder of the White Tower Council, asked, Are you not going to chase after him? Why should I chase after him? He's nothing more than a stray dog who used his hexagonal weapon to escape. He's trying to distract me so that old thing has a chance to escape. How can I possibly fall for his trick? You have a point. Following that, the duo looked at the people from the humble white sect in unison before turning away, ignoring them. Then, they sped toward the mountain range. Whoosh! At this moment, a hexagonal energy fell from above. Shi Yuran came to a stop and raised his head. Tower Master Xiao, why must you do this? You can escape, but you want to seek death. Shi Yuran raised his hand with his palm facing upward, launching a long energy seal that resembled a rainbow. Bang! That hexagonal energy could not withstand Shi Yuran's strike and shattered immediately. Shi Yuran did not stop. He directed his hand in the direction where the wind was surging and launched another energy seal. Bang! The void rippled before Xiao Yunhe appeared in the sky. He flipped in the air a few times before he staggered backward. He held a hand to his chest, feeling suffocated and uncomfortable, as he looked at the calm Sure Yuran. He thought to himself self-deprecatingly, how can 7 birth charts withstand a strike like that? I addressed you as Tower Master Xiao out of respect. After all, you're once the glorious Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. However, the current you are worse than a dog in front of me, Sure Yuran said indifferently. Let me help you to reincarnate early. Don't be a human in your next life. Don't worry, I'll bring your head back with me to the Black Tower Council so I can receive the merit. Tower Master Xia would be very happy with me. These words enraged Xiao Yunhe, causing him to grunt and spit out a mouthful of blood. Sure Yuran slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, you dare to touch him? Sure Yuran and Su Chun instinctively turned to look in the direction of the voice in shock. Lu Zhou and Yu Shangrong flew over from the distance. Yu Zhenghai, Xin Shi, and the members of the humble white sect revealed happy expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Ning Wanqing's expression was rather unnatural. Su Chen frowned slightly and said reproachfully, Ning Wanqing, what's going on? Ning Wanqing stuttered. Fake. Fake. 10 leaves. What fake? What are you talking about? At this time, Lu Zhou and Yu Shangrong arrived at Xiao Yunhe's side. Xiao Yunhe was overjoyed. He recalled the blue palm seals. Seeing Lu Zhou was fine, he was even more certain Lu Zhou was a super big shot from the Blue Lotus domain. When Lu Zhou passed by Xiao Yunhe, he did not stop as he said, watch carefully. Following that, Lu Zhou rose higher into the air. A card appeared in his hand, and he exerted a slight force on it, causing it to shatter like ice crystals. Lu Zhou's Dantian Sea of Qi, 8 extraordinary meridians, and mind were instantly filled with a refreshing and cool sensation. His cultivation rose, and his senses were all heightened. The sound of the wind, breathing, primal qi, and even the bugs crawling in the grass did not escape Lu Zhou's senses. He continued to move forward, getting giddy with power with each step. A puzzled expression appeared on Su Chan and Sure Yuran's faces when they sensed the change in Lu Zhou's aura. Lu Zhou's aura was completely different from before. No matter how they looked at it, someone like Lu Zhou should have been killed with the palm strikes earlier. Su Chan shook his head and said, you don't know what's good for you. Following that, Su Chen flashed and appeared in front of Lu Zhou in just a blink of an eye. He struck with his palm immediately. He was so fast that the air seemed to distort and ripple. Lu Zhou raised his hand indifferently and grabbed Su Chen's hand. Everything froze at this moment. It was as though time had stood still. Even the primal qi seemed to be restrained. Lu Zhou looked at Su Chen coldly. Su Chen's eyelids kept twitching. He asked, perplexed, how did you do it? Lu Zhou ignored him. Then he clenched his hand. Crack. Su Chen's hand broke. He let out a miserable cry immediately. Su Chen, the first elder of the White Tower Council, felt his heart tremble. He tried his best to mobilize the primal qi in the surroundings to no avail. The surrounding primal qi was all under Lu Zhou's control after all. Lu Zhou lifted his other hand and smacked it on Su Chen's chest. Bang! Following that, a magnificent scene appeared. The moment Su Chen fell, Lu Zhou dove so quickly that he left a series of afterimages behind. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou launched 20 consecutive palm strikes in just an instant. Boom! The last palm strike struck Su Chen into the ground, creating a hole that was dozens of meters deep. A series of system notifications rang one after another in Lu Zhou's ears, but he was not very satisfied. The 20 palm strikes only managed to destroy 4 of Su Chen's birth charts. Nevertheless, Su Chen was no longer a threat now that he had lost 4 birth charts. Xiao Yunhe and Yu Shangrong. Yu Zhenghai and the members of the humble white sect were dumbfounded as well. Speed, strength, palm seals, and rhythm. Lu Zhou completely suppressed his opponent. Sure Yuran looked at the old man in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Just a moment ago, the old man's aura was incredibly weak. How did he become so strong in just a moment? Su Chun, who had 10 birth charts, was beaten to the point where he could not retaliate at all. With these thoughts in mind, his expression turned grimmer and grimmer. Bang! At this moment, Su Chun shot out of the pit that was dozens of meters deep. He wielded a huge sky-piercing sword and stabbed it at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at Su Chun indifferently as he turned his body slightly. Then he pressed his hand down. Bang! The tip of the sword was caught in between Zhou's fingers. Sure you ran? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. With this, Sure Yuran snapped back to his senses. He moved like the wind and shadows, leaving afterimages in his wake, as he flew toward Lu Zhou and attacked in a frenzy. Energy sabers and energy swords shot toward Lu Zhou endlessly and landed on his body. Scram! A strong gust of wind swept over immediately. It was an eye for an eye. Bang! Sure Yuran was blown away. His head buzzed as his eyes widened in disbelief. Following that, Lu Zhou exerted force in his other hand. Su Chen's huge sword began to break piece by piece. When Lu Zhou's hand finally reached the hilt of the sword, he had moved in front of Su Chen as well. He said indifferently, "Who gave you the courage to act like this?" Then Lu Zhou slammed his palm on Su Chen's chest again. Bang! Similar to before, Su Chen fell into the dozens of meters deep pit. Su Chen, who had lost another birth chart, became even weaker. For cultivators, especially experts who activated their birth charts, they had many life-saving techniques. For each birth chart they obtained, it was like they gained an extra life. Apart from that, their cultivation, strength, speed, and defenses would improve. It was incredibly difficult to destroy a birth chart. It was no different from taking a life. Only if one's strength was overwhelmingly strong would it be easy to destroy a birth chart, or perhaps if one was like Yi Luyun, who was a master assassin and skilled in sneak attacks. Su Chen and Sure Yuran had lived for a long time and managed to preserve their birth charts thus far. However, who knew today they would be so weak in front of Lu Zhou? This could only mean one thing. Lu Zhou's strength far surpassed theirs. Sure Yuran's expression was incredibly unsightly at this moment. He stepped forward as the 8 trigram seals appeared beneath his feet. One yin and one yang. The seal glowed brightly, forming a nest-like space and instantly covering Lu Zhou as well. Retreat! Xiao Yunhe and Yu Shangrong, who were standing closest to the battle, retreated. Yu Zhenghai and those from the humble white sect retreated as well. Within the illuminated space, Sure Yuran's strength had increased greatly. Following that, countless energy seals appeared in the sky and shot toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at Su Chen, who was lying in the pit that was dozens of meters deep. Upon sensing the change in the air, he raised his head and looked at Sure Yuran. Lu Zhou's deep gaze caused Sure Yuran's heart to tremble. He knew he had met a tough opponent today. He silently recited an incantation and vanished into thin air. In the next moment he appeared above, below, in front, at the back, and to the sides of Lu Zhou. It seemed like 6 figures had surrounded Lu Zhou from all sides, launching black energy seals at the same time. Bang! 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 The storm-like attacks continued to fall, but Lu Zhou stood unmoving and unharmed. A strange energy surged out of his body, easily neutralizing the attacks one after another. The attacks only left slight ripples near his body. That was it. Bang! 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 Sure Yuran continued to attack in a frenzy. The sounds of collision rang in his ears as the energy seals struck his opponent, but his attacks failed to do any damage at all. Wu Chao asked, dumbfounded, "How's he doing that?" "If I'm not mistaken, the Pavilion Master's birth charts are from the highest grade life hearts. The fierce beasts there from probably had incredibly high defenses." She speculated. After all, this was the only explanation he had for Lu Zhou being able to withstand the frenzied attacks of a 10-chart expert without suffering any injuries. Highest grade. Birth trial, She explained. After accumulating 6 birth charts and passing the birth trial, the first 6 birth charts would improve tremendously. Apart from that, one might also obtain a special ability after passing the birth trial. If I'm not mistaken, Sure Yuran's space is a special ability he obtained after passing the birth trial. Even then, they've both passed the birth trial. Even if Senior Lu is stronger, how's it that he's completely unaffected by the attacks? Wuchao was puzzled. I suspect that the Pavilion Master has already passed the second birth trial, she said. The second birth trial? Does this mean that Senior Lu has more than 12 birth charts? Wu Chao's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, she could sense something was amiss, so he quickly ordered, "Retreat again!" Xiao Yunhe and Yu Shangrong retreated 1,000 meters back. At this time, Xiao Yun and Yu Shangrong were the same. The two of them retreated quickly and retreated another 1,000 meters. At this time, it seemed like Sure Yuran's figures were everywhere in the dark space. All of a sudden, the 6 figures merged back into one and appeared above Lu Zhou. Following that, he held a sharp saber in each hand and brought them down. At the same time, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "Are you done playing? Huh. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Buzz. Lu Zhou manifested his golden avatar. The 1,000 realms whirling avatar pierced the sea of clouds and disappeared into the sky. Boom! A surging energy that seemed to hold all the power of the universe sent Sure Yuran flying immediately. Primal chi churned and spun out like a hurricane, and Sure Yuran, who was being carried away, was like a grain of sand. Everyone raised their heads. All of them, without fail, tacitly counted the height of the avatar. Half of the astrolabe was hidden by the clouds, making it impossible to see the number of birth charts. Moreover, those who passed the birth trial could hide their birth charts. Therefore, the most reliable way was to check the height of the avatar. They endured the dazzling light of the golden 1,000 realms whirling avatar as they silently counted. Even if they could usually tell the height of an avatar with just a glance, in this case they had to count. 500 feet, 550 feet, 800 feet, 850 feet, 900 feet, 950 feet, 1,050 feet, 1,050 feet, 12 birth charts. I was right. He has passed the second birth trial. Everyone looked at the golden avatar that towered into the clouds in awe and admiration. They had completely forgotten about Su Chun, who was lying in the pit, and Sure Yuran, who had been blown away. Astrolabe. The energy from the avatar pushed the clouds away at this moment, revealing the golden avatar in all its glory to everyone present on the scene. The avatar was 1,050 feet tall. Its body was completely gold, and there was a golden crown in its head. At this moment, it sat with its hands clasped together on a lotus that was burning with karmic fire. An indescribably huge golden astrolabe hung at its back. The 12 distinct patterns on the astrolabe were incredibly eye-catching. At the same time, the 36 triangles on the lotus seat were spinning at the same time. Similar to the astrolabe, 12 birth zones flashed brightly in unison. Amazing! You guessed correctly, Wu Chao said. However, how do you know Senior Lu has passed the second birth trial? One could tell the number of birth charts by looking at the flashing lights. However, it was impossible to tell if one had passed the birth trial. Based on his imposing air and absolute and crushing strength, she said, I can't think of another person who can deal with Sure Yuran in this manner. Perhaps even Tower Master Xia isn't capable of it. Wu Chao nodded and said, You're right. What are the 2 special abilities that Senior Lu obtained after passing the 2 birth trials? I really don't know. After all, those who pass the birth trial rarely use their special abilities. It's like their secret trump card. Moreover, there's no occasion for the Pavilion Master to use his special abilities. For example, although the Pavilion Master only has 2 more birth charts compared to Sure Yuran, look at how badly Sure Yuran is beaten. Meanwhile, Sure Yuran's eyes looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets as he looked at the golden 1,000 realms whirling avatar. He knew it was impossible for him to win now. Without saying anything, he turned tail and fled at lightning speed like a shooting star. Lu Zhou looked down and said, Xiao Yunhe, keep an eye on Su Chun. Xiao Yunhe smiled and said, Leave it to me, Brother Lu. Following that, Lu Zhou unleashed his grand technique. Everyone watched as Lu Zhou and his Thousand Realms whirling avatar left afterimages in their wake as they sped away. They rubbed their eyes, and when they removed their hands, Lu Zhou and his avatar were nowhere to be seen. The speed of the Thousand Realms whirling avatar was truly high above the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Back when Lu Zhou only had the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, he could barely keep up with Lu Li's Thousand Realms whirling avatar. With a 12-chart Thousand Realms whirling avatar, one could only imagine how fast Lu Zhou was. Shi Yuran fled at top speed. He sighed in relief when he looked back and saw that no one had chased after him. Alas, it did not take long before a voice rang from above him. "You like flying?" "You!" Shi Yuran trembled when he looked up and saw Lu Zhou. As it turned out, Lu Zhou had been chasing after him silently all this time. "I'll let you fly as long as you want." Lu Zhou pressed his hand down. "No!" Shi Yuran tried to flash away. Lu Zhou maintained the same speed as Shi Yuran and kept appearing in the same position so that it seemed like the two were not moving at all. At this time, he reached out with his hand that glowed with a golden light, easily breaching Shi Yuran's defenses before grabbing Shi Yuran by the scruff of his neck. Following that, the duo disappeared at the same time. The golden Thousand Realms whirling avatar flew horizontally as Lu Zhou reached out and clenched his hand tightly. In just a blink of an eye, Shi Yuran's avatar vanished. At this moment, he kept shaking his head as he said, Senior, I was blind before this. Please let me go." Lu Zhou removed his protective energy and looked at his golden Thousand Realms whirling avatar and the 12 birth charts that shone on the golden astrolabe. Then, he grabbed Shi Yuran and flew at top speed in the southern direction. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind blew against his face as he flew. He checked the remaining time to confirm he had enough time. Although Lu Zhou was a Thousand Realms whirling cultivator and his body had been tempered to where it far exceeded an ordinary person, they did nothing to help when the strong wind formed by his exaggerated speed blew against his face, distorting his face. However, he knew this was normal. As a transmigrator, he knew if the speed was fast enough, even a bird could take down an airplane. With this, he suddenly picked up speed. Lu Zhou continued to fly through the clouds, passing mountains after mountains. In the beginning, Shi Yuran's hair was in a mess, and his face was distorted by the strong wind. Not only that, but he was injured as well. However, after Lu Zhou picked up speed, the wind from the extreme speed cut his face, leaving wounds on his face. It happened so many times that he gradually grew numb to the pain. After a while he said, I can replace Xiao Yunhe." Lu Zhou's reply was curt. "Are you worthy? Why can't I? I have 10 birth charts." "He's a cripple with only 7 birth charts," Shi Yuran said with great difficulty. Lu Zhou suddenly came to a stop. Due to the extreme speed and inertia, Shi Yuran's legs were broken, and he let out a miserable cry. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings. It seemed like the further he traveled south, the darker it became. Although he had 12 birth charts now, he could still feel the pressure from heaven and earth pressing down on him. The shackles of heaven and earth? Lu Zhou looked down, but it was too dark to see anything. He checked the time again. He had 20 minutes left. He had enough time to return. "Let me go. If you kill me, Tower Master Xia will definitely avenge me. He has 12 birth charts as well. Let me go," Shi Yuran threatened. Since the soft approach did not work, he switched to using threats. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhou's eyes flashed. Then, he suddenly dropped a few thousand meters in the air before he rose up again. He repeated this until he grew bored and switched to flying from east to west and north to south, 10 times each. Lu Zhou, who looked completely unaffected, looked at Shi Yuran, who was in a miserable state from all the flying, and asked, "Do you still like flying?" Shi Yuran shook his head, unable to speak due to motion sickness. Following that, he could no longer hold back and vomited violently. When he was done, he panted as he asked, You're still holding back your strength." Lu Zhou smiled but did not say anything. He tightened his hold on Shi Yuran and continued flying south. After flying several thousand meters, he saw a group of fierce beasts in the darkness below. Shi Yuran, who was greatly weakened after being tortured by Lu Zhou, looked down in surprise. Then he chuckled. So why you're looking for the secrets of the heaven and earth shackles as well? Why you won't be able to find them? Shi Yuran was right. Lu Zhou had flown south because he wanted to take advantage of the effect of the peak trial card to see what was at the end of the Land of Chaos. That was right. He had used the enhanced peak trial card. Earlier, he had less than 100,000 merit points. To kill at 10 chart expert, he would need 2 normal deadly strike cards and 1 enhanced deadly strike card. Moreover, to be safe, he needed extra item cards as well. Since that was the case, he might as well use his enhanced peak trial card. Unfortunately, 12 birth charts were the limit. At this time, Lu Zhou had limitless vitality energy. Therefore, he could fly recklessly. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to do so. At this moment, roar! A fierce beast that resembled a pterosaur appeared in front of Lu Zhou. It did not take long before a group of fierce beasts came swarming out from the mountain range as well. Shi Yuran laughed maniacally as he said, "It's the Beast King! You've entered the territory of a Beast King. Good. Very good. It's not too bad if you die with me." The flying pterosaur flew toward the Thousand Realms whirling avatar at this moment, causing the air to distort and the ground to shake. Lu Zhou brought his avatar with him as he flew up. Shi Yuran struggled. "Let me go. Let me go. I'm willing to fight side by side with you. Senior. Let me." How noisy! Lu Zhou pressed his left hand on Shi Yuran's Dantian's Sea of Qi. Buzz. Shi Yuran's astrolabe was forcefully manifested. Lu Zhou moved at lightning speed as he smacked Shi Yuran's astrolabe. "My astrolabe!" Shi Yuran cried out. With his 10-chart astrolabe hanging on the line, he did not retreat. At the critical moment, he made the right decision by turning his astrolabe around and letting it expand before he released the power of his birth charts. With that, countless pillars of light shot up into the sky. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to Shi Yuran. Instead, he sent out palm seals after palm seals in the air, striking 20 times consecutively. Boom! 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 At the same time, Lu Zhou manifested the golden Buddha body before he unleashed the Dhyana Mudra and the 6 compatible Taoist seal to block the explosion of Shi Yuran's energy. Primal Qi rolled out in all directions in just an instant. The flying beasts in the air that covered the sky were blasted away and killed. What a pity! Lu Zhou looked at the fierce beasts. In fact, most of these fierce beasts were not too powerful. Apart from having superior physique, they had yet to step onto the cultivation path. Only a few of them were birth chart beasts. As silence returned, Lu Zhou received 4 system notifications. Su Chun and Shi Yuran's cultivation bases were the same. No wonder they were locked in a stalemate for so long. Lu Zhou continued holding on to Shi Yuran and used a powerful binding technique to suppress him. He had limitless primal qi for now anyway. On the other hand, Shi Yuran was driven to despair. He had been waiting for Lu Zhou to let down his guard so he could escape. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou showed no sign of relaxing. "You still have 6 birth charts," Lu Zhou suddenly said. Lu Zhou looked at the time. He had to return soon. Moreover, he knew he could not travel deeper without having more than 12 birth charts. He looked at the fierce beasts again. There were many low-level birth chart beasts and a small number of mid-level birth chart beasts. The others were only ordinary fierce beasts. At this moment, Shi Yuran spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he asked weakly, Are you even human?" Lu Zhou ignored him and continued to look at the fierce beasts. When he was about to kill them, he felt movements from the talisman in his pocket. With just a thought, he brought the talisman out and ignited it. Yan Zhenluo's image appeared immediately. Yan Zhenluo said as soon as he appeared, "Brother Lu, this is bad. The first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council have gone to the Red Lotus domain for a mission. I thought only the judges were sent there. The first elders' cultivation bases are very high. Please be careful. Are you talking about him?" Lu Zhou raised Shi Yuran by the scruff of his neck into the range of the formation circle created by the black talisman so Yan Zhenlua could have a look. Yan Zhenlua's eyes widened in shock. First Elder? When Shi Yuran saw Yan Zhenlua, he said with a voice laden with sorrow, "So there's a traitor. As it turns out, I didn't suffer a defeat for no reason. He's in such a wretched state. Are you sure this is the first Elder?" Yan Zhenlua asked skeptically. Shi Yuran's face was damaged beyond recognition from the cutting wind earlier. It was indeed rather difficult to identify him at this moment. Lu Zhou said, "I'll kill him later. You'll find out for yourself whether this person is your first Elder or not at that time." Yan Zhenlua. Lu Zhou said again, "I'm busy. What other matters do you have to report?" "A beast tide has appeared. Initially, we were supposed to send cultivators with more than 5 birth charts to stop the Beast King, but the radical faction in the Black Tower Council stopped this plan. If the Beast Tide approaches the southeast of Southern Kingdom, I'm afraid the Red Lotus domains will die," Yan Zhenlua said anxiously. The southeast was not far away from where Lu Zhou was now. It would not be a problem for him to rush there with his unlimited primal qi. Lu Zhou asked, "Is this mission similar to Lu Li's mission back then?" "That's right." "All right, leave it to me." Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and Yan Zhenlua's image disappeared. Then, he tightened his hold on Shi Yuran and said, "I know you didn't fly enough, so let's continue." Shi Yuran cried out miserable before he finally fainted. In Lu Zhou's opinion, with the peak trial card, he should be able to deal with the Beast King in this place within 5 minutes. Therefore, he decided to have a look at the Beast Tide in the southeast of the Southern Kingdom. Who knew he might even obtain a decent life heart? Lu Zhou held onto Shi Yuran and unleashed the grand technique as he flew forward, leaving a line of afterimages in his wake. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Shi Yuran jolted awake due to the constant buzzing of the energy. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the ground flashing past him at great speed. Then, he let his head fall limply to the side as he closed his eyes again. Inwardly, he thought this was not right. Even Tower Master Xia of the Black Tower Council was not so domineering even though he had 12 birth charts as well. How was it that Lu Zhou was able to ruthlessly destroy his understanding of a 12-chart expert every single time? Meanwhile, in the southern mountain city, a city east of the Southern Kingdom, many Red Lotus cultivators stood on the city walls as they looked ahead as though they were facing a great enemy. At this time, a cultivator flew in on a flying beast and hurriedly reported, "General, they're 2 kilometers away." The general of the city ordered, "All cultivators above the nascent divinity tribulation realm, prepare yourselves." Godly archers and cultivators above the nascent divinity tribulation realm lined the city walls immediately. Boom! 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 The sound of the beast's hooves thundering the ground rang from the southeastern direction. All sorts of roars and cries rang in the air at the same time. On the city walls, many city-guarding giant crossbows, divine archers, and essence soul cultivators were all prepared. The place beast, the flying fish, the black turtle, the flood dragon, the long shark, the manatee, the red moon jellyfish. This is insane. A sharp-eyed cultivator who was somewhat knowledgeable about fierce beasts muttered anxiously, "Don't shake the army's morale." Someone shushed him. "I'm not trying to shake the army's morale. I only want them to know what they're facing. Do you know the more types of fierce beasts there are in a beast tide, the greater the beast tide is? This has been the case for the beast tides in the past." Although it was not this person's intention to shake the army's morale, those who overheard his words instinctively took a step back as they shuddered. However, how could they leave the city at this time? Soon enough, countless fierce beasts appeared on the horizon. There were land beasts and flying beasts. The rumbling sounds grew louder and louder as the beast tide drew closer. There were so many fierce beasts that they covered the sky at this moment. "Get ready!" The city general's voice spread in all directions at this moment. "Those who abandon their posts will be sentenced to death. No matter the period, There would be soldiers who charged out valiantly at the front lines, and there would be those who abandoned their posts. Kill! With this order, a giant crossbow on the city wall was fired and hit the weak beasts in the sky. At the same time, the godly archers began to shoot their arrows in a frenzy as well. Roar! Alas, these attacks were ineffective against the fierce beasts with tough hide. At this time, a few powerful fierce beasts had already arrived at the city gates and were ramming against the gates. Boom! 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 Due to the gates that were 100 meters tall and the relative safety behind the walls, many tried to resist the fierce beasts from behind the gates. When there were flying beasts that flew up past the height of the gates, these people would withdraw and let the soldiers and experts deal with them. It could be seen that it was relatively easier to deal with the land beasts. On the other hand, the flying beasts were a source of headaches. Due to the sheer number of the fierce beasts, nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators began to fall one after another. Boom! At this moment, a group of beasts flew high up the city gates and rushed over. Even a large place-like beast could be seen. They easily repelled the humans' attacks. Some cultivators who could not react in time were devoured by the huge place-like beast. Apart from that, there was also a flying shark that was the size of a ship. It bared its fangs and charged past the city wall, destroying 2 avatars in the process. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The humans could hardly withstand a single attack from one fierce beast, let alone a beast tide. For a moment, fear and despair swept through everyone in the city. Cultivators retreated quickly like their lives depended on it. At the same time, the city wall finally crumbled. Beasts of shapes and sizes swarmed into the city immediately. It was a massacre, a one-sided battle. Humans died one after another. A loud horn rang in the air. It was a signal to retreat. Everyone ran north. The fierce beasts rampaged in the city. The buildings seemed as though they were made from paper in front of the beasts, unable to withstand even one blow. A formation barrier flashed for a moment before it was instantly destroyed by the stronger fierce beasts. The stench of fear and blood permeated the entire city at this moment. It's been 2,000 years. This is the biggest disaster to happen in 2,000 years. It's over. It's over. At the very least, 2,000 years ago there were birth chart experts to protect the Red Lotus domain. However, who could they count on to protect them at this moment? The Black Lotus cultivators? Rumble. At this time, the 100-meter-tall city gates finally fell. More and more fierce beasts swarmed into the city. They killed humans who were in the midst of fleeing in just an instant. At this moment, a beast hovered in the heart of the other fierce beasts. It constantly let out cries that sounded like that of a mandarin duck and a sheep, as though it was giving commands to the other fierce beasts. Despite the strange combination of the cries, it sounded deadly and threatening to the human ears. Pui! It's Pui! Run! Pui had 4 legs and a pair of wings. Its face was that of a human. Although it was not big, it was a beast king. If a beast king was not particularly big, it only meant one thing. The beast king was highly intelligent. Puyi's cries continued to sound in the air. It was as though it was urging the fierce beasts to eat all the delicious food in front of them. Just like how humans felt no sympathy when eating chickens or ducks, the fierce beasts devoured humans without any remorse. Suddenly, Puyi's cries rose in pitch. With this, the fierce beasts seemed to have gone mad. They leaped up at the nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators in the air in a frenzy. Blood fell from the sky like a torrential rain. In just a short time, half of the southern mountain city was occupied by the fierce beasts. It was as though hell had descended on earth. Many old, weak, and disabled people who were unable to escape sat on the ground limply in despair. An old man hugged his little grandson and could not stop the tears streaming down his face. "Grandpa! What's that? Don't look! Don't look!" The old man covered his grandson's eyes and pulled his grandson deeper into his embrace, waiting for death to claim them. "Grandpa, look!" The child pried his grandfather's hand away from his eyes and pointed at the sky. When the old man looked up, he saw a meteor-like figure flashing in the sky. 1 second it was still on the distant horizon, and the next second, it had already arrived in the heart of Southern Mountain City. At the same time, an avatar towered between heaven and earth. The 1,050 feet thousand realms whirling avatar easily caught the attention of the cultivators and common folks in Southern Mountain City. A thousand realms whirling expert. At this moment, the thousand realms whirling expert held a person who looked like he was on the verge of death in his hand. During the entire journey here, Sure Yuran had feigned unconsciousness. At this moment, he finally opened his eyes and looked at the beast tide. He shook his head and said, "If only you didn't destroy my birth charts, you would have been able to stop this beast tide." Lu Zhou slowly rose up until he drew level with the head of his thousand realms whirling avatar. He looked down at the beast tide. Then he said indifferently, "Is that so? What do you plan to do? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Before you die, let me open your eyes," Lu Zhou said before he extended his hand. The golden astrolabe at the back of his avatar flew to his hand immediately. Birth chart power? Sure Yuran wanted to laugh. Birth chart power had its limit after all. It would not be able to deal with a beast tide. However, at this moment, swoosh, 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 the golden astrolabe began to spin as 12 distinct patterns on the astrolabe lit up in unison. Infinite birth chart power. Countless pillars of light shot out and mercilessly pierced the fierce beasts in the sky. Weak beasts that were no different from ordinary goshawks were instantly reduced to ashes. Upon seeing this, the cultivators' morale was greatly boosted. They flew into the air and watched this scene, barely able to hold back their tears. They were saved. Everyone looked at the mighty figure of the thousand realms whirling expert reverently and gratefully. Under Lu Zhou's fierce attacks, the beasts fell one after another. In just an instant, hundreds of fierce beasts lost their lives. They were either reduced to ashes or pierced until they resembled a hornet's nest. The blood and severed limbs of the fierce beasts rained down from the sky. Their blood that was red like that of a human dyed the ground that they had trampled on earlier red. The beasts on land were quickly pierced and dismembered by the pillars of light. They did not even have a chance to struggle before they fell to the ground lifelessly. At this time, the despair and fear that overwhelmed the humans seemed to have been transferred to the fierce beasts. They trembled in fear as they struggled to escape. Sure Yuran trembled as he asked, "Why is your birth chart power infinite?" Lu Zhou did not bother to reply to Sure Yuran. At this time, a cultivator standing not far behind Lu Zhou mustered up his courage and said, "Senior, P26, kill P26." Lu Zhou turned around. P26. P26 is the beast king that commands the beast tide. It's there. It was there earlier? Where did it go? The cultivator said anxiously. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." The cultivator nodded vehemently. "All right." Lu Zhou's expression was calm as he looked at the beast tide again. Under the attacks of the infinite birth chart power, the fierce beasts were turning tail and fleeing. Lu Zhou said, "Tell everyone this place is now safe." Understood. The cultivator was so moved that tears began to stream down his face. Lu Zhou along with his thousand realms whirling avatar flashed toward the beast tide. At the same time, another wave of pillars of light appeared in the sky. It was like beacons of light in the sky. I feel so honored. That thousand realms whirling expert actually spoke to me. The cultivator was giddy with excitement. I couldn't see the number of birth charts clearly. Well, there's no doubt there are many. Just 1,000 realms whirling expert was enough to turn the tide. All the survivors of the beast tide in Southern Mountain City gathered and bowed in the direction of the thousand realms whirling avatar. Lu Zhou was relentless in his pursuit. With his heightened senses and powers, he killed all the fierce beasts, quickly obtaining merit points. Although more than half of the fierce beasts did not provide merit points, the ones that did reward him with an acceptable number of merit points. Apart from that, he also obtained 6 elementary life hearts. The 6 life hearts rewarded him with 36,000 merit points. He was also rewarded with merit points when 50,000 people worshipped him. The fierce beasts seemed quite smart. They all ran in different directions to avoid capture. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou did not give the fierce beasts a chance to flee very far. He continuously cast his grand technique, moving back and forth. He had to use his birth chart power a few more times to deal with powerful birth chart beasts. After a while, Lu Zhou checked the time and discovered he had 5 minutes left. At this time, most of the fierce beasts had been mercilessly killed by his birth chart power. Pui. Lu Zhou searched quickly. He spent a minute looking for it, but he could not find it at all. You want to find the Beast King? You won't be able to find it. Shi Yuran chuckled. At this time, he had already given up and accepted his imminent death. Lu Zhou glanced at Shi Yuran and said indifferently, "Initially, I planned to spare your life. However, I'm thinking I shouldn't now." Wait. Lu Zhou could not wait. He was running out of time. He tossed Shi Yuran up into the air before he flashed above Shi Yuran. Following that, he pressed his hand down. Buzz. The astrolabe that was now tens of thousands of feet wide covered the sky above the southern mountain city. An incredibly strong pillar of light shot down immediately. Bang! 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 With that, Shi Yuran's body was pierced by the pillar of light as he dropped from the sky. As he fell, he looked at the countless pillars of light shooting out from the astrolabe. He suddenly felt it was worth it to die in such a manner. At least, he saw the most magnificent sight in his life. Thousands upon thousands of meters were filled with pillars of light. He finally understood why Lu Zhou had done this. How could Pui hide or run in this situation? As expected, Pui suddenly jumped up from the ground and fled in fear. Lu Zhou chased after Pui and grabbed it with his hand. 2 minutes was enough for him. Bastard! Where are you going? Lu Zhou slapped Pui 10 times in a row before he smacked it down to the ground. The difference in their strength was unreasonably big. Are you Pui? Lu Zhou looked at the fierce beast in the deep pit. The fierce beast let out a strange cry and struggled for a moment. One could see the terror and unwillingness in its eyes. Kept shaking its head and looking at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was puzzled. After a moment he asked, "Life heart? Do you know Ying Zhao?" He could only think of Ying Zhao's life heart that could attract this fierce beast's attention. Following that, he brought Ying Zhao's heart out. Upon seeing Ying Zhao's life heart, Pui grew agitated and let out a strange cry. "Why are you making so much noise? It's not dead." Pui grew calm upon hearing Lu Zhou's words. Then, it curled its tail up and became dispirited, looking like a dying fish. Just as Lu Zhou was about to make a move, Pui suddenly leaped up and sped away at lightning speed. "It's futile." Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of Pui. Boom! Pui fell immediately. His head was bleeding from the impact. If not for the enhanced peak trial card, Lu Zhou would not have been able to find Pui with his 4 birth chart, let alone take it down. With his heightened senses and unlimited primal chi right now, it would have been strange if Pui managed to escape. Lu Zhou a palm strike followed by another 10 palm strikes. Ding! 1 target killed. Reward: 10,000 merit points. 10,000 merit points were the highest number Lu Zhou had obtained from killing a target so far. Lu Zhou shook his head. It seemed like Pui was acquainted with Ying Zhao. "It's a pity you met me." Lu Zhou looked at the time and found he had a minute left. 1 minute was not enough to rush back to the land of chaos. However, he did not want to waste the 1 minute. In the end, he decided to study the 12 birth charts. He controlled his avatar and studied the birth charts and their abilities. Bang! 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 Pillars of light bombarded the ground. The cultivators in the southern mountain city exchanged a look before they continued to watch the Thousand Realms whirling avatar in the distance. This Thousand Realms whirling expert is so meticulous. He doesn't even spare the corpses of the fierce beasts. That's right. He must be afraid the intelligent beasts are playing dead. We're really blessed to have such a person protecting the Red Lotus domain. We're really lucky. At this time, no one cared if the Thousand Realms whirling avatar was red or golden. Faced with fierce beasts, even if it was black or gray, they would be the benefactors of Southern Mountain City as long as they were willing to help the city. More and more people gathered to watch the Thousand Realms whirling avatar flashed back and forth. The avatar even shot out karmic fire, burning the corpses of the fierce beasts and the forest. They became even more moved the longer they watched. This expert was really meticulous and considerate. Soon after, the Thousand Realms whirling avatar began to shrink rapidly. From 1,050 feet, it swiftly shrank to 450 feet. In a blink of an eye, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Due to a moment of discomfort, the owner of the avatar suddenly fell. However, when he was about to touch the ground, he landed steadily and nimbly. Such precise control, as expected of a Thousand Realms whirling expert. If I can have such precise control, I'm willing to give up 100 years of my life, someone said. It's impossible for you. What the expert did earlier was that he gathered all the primal chi in the surroundings and let it all surge out at the correct timing. Without thousands and thousands of repetitions, it's absolutely impossible for one to have such precise control. All the cultivators nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after Lu Zhou landed, he looked at the devastated battlefield and the charred corpses of the fierce beasts as he cursed inwardly. He had lost track of time earlier. Lu Zhou put away Pu Yi's life heart before he collected all the life hearts he could find on the battlefield. Upon seeing this, more than 1,000 cultivators on the city walls quickly rushed over. When they were 100 meters away, all of them kneeled in the air. Thank you for your life-saving grace, Senior. Lu Zhou glanced at them and waved his hand. Rise to your feet and speak. Senior. Let us do the dirty work and help you collect the life hearts. Please wait for a moment. With that, more than 1,000 cultivators shot out in all directions and began to look for life hearts. There were not many birth chart beasts, so they had to search the corpses one by one. In the past, there was a beast tide in the southern kingdom. At that time, the Black Tower Council annihilated all the fierce beasts and only managed to collect 10 life hearts from birth chart beasts. Fortunately, it was not too difficult to distinguish the birth chart beasts. In less than 15 minutes, the more than 1,000 cultivators concluded their search. Following that, the leader of the group respectfully handed 5 birth chart hearts. In addition to the life hearts he obtained earlier, Lu Zhou managed to obtain 12 life hearts from the beast tide. From this, it was obvious the beast tide this time was much stronger than the beast tide in the southern kingdom in the past. All right, Lu Zhou said as he placed the life hearts into a bag. Over 1,000 pairs of eyes looked at him enviously. 12 of the resources that the Black Tower Council had been monopolizing for years suddenly appeared before their eyes. They would be lying if they said they did not have any ideas. However, who among them dared to ask for them from a Thousand Realms whirling expert? Moreover, the fierce beasts were all killed by the expert. Do you want them? Lu Zhou asked as he looked at the cultivators. No, no, no. The cultivators shook their heads, terrified. How could they answer yes? Lu Zhou replied, forget it if you don't want them. Lu Zhou looked at them and said. The cultivators waved their hands repeatedly, not daring to ask for it. Lu Zhou said indifferently, forget it if you don't want it. Moreover, I have a need for the life hearts as well. You should all take care of yourselves. Everyone. Lu Zhou rose into the air and flew away. The thousands of cultivators in southern Mountain City looked at each other, dumbfounded. When they regained their senses, Lu Zhou had already disappeared into the horizon. Did we just miss out on a chance to obtain life hearts? I think so. After Lu Zhou dealt with the beast tide, he no longer spared it any thought. After all, since the birth of mankind's, there had always been disasters. Whether they were natural or man-made disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, or wars, history had always been filled with blood and years. In the always dark and gloomy southern kingdom, Yu Shangrong held his longevity sword as he looked at Ning Wanqing and said, You better not move. Ning Wanqing naturally had no intention of moving. During his bloody battle with King Chan of Wu and Luo Huan, he had only won by a fluke. He managed to kill Luo Huan, but the injured King Chan of Wu managed to escape. Needless to say, he was injured as well. At that time, he had thought he had successfully obtained Ing Zhao's life heart. Who knew it turned out to be fake? Not only that, but even the person in front of him was a fake 10-leaf cultivator. Ning Wanqing looked down at the palm print on his chest. He had received this when he had gone to the mountain range to look for Lu Zhou. He shook his head when his eyes landed on the sword wounds on his body that were left by Yu Shangrong. He asked with a bitter smile, "Are you really just a 10-leaf cultivator?" Yu Shangrong only smiled faintly and did not respond to Ning Wanqing's question. On the other hand, Xiao Yunhe stood next to the pit and looked at Su Chun, the first elder of the White Tower Council. Su Chun had regained consciousness for quite a while now. At this moment he was looking at the sky in a daze. He could not retaliate at all earlier. In the end, he was only left with 5 birth charts. This was even worse than death. At this time, Xiao Yunhe asked, "Su Chun, do you regret it?" Su Chun let out a shaky breath before he finally said, Xiao Yunhe, why you're really despicable. In your eyes, honest people have become sinister villains. Kind deeds are seen as cunning schemes. When there's shit in your eyes, the world you see is shit as well, Xiao Yunhe said as he shook his head and sighed. You're such a hypocrite. If you're so good, why did you end up like this? Su Chun said with a sneer. It's precisely because I'm good that I ended up like this. I can only blame myself for being too trusting. Sometimes your kindness can be used against you, Xiao Yunhe said. Su Chun spat before he said, Xiao Yunhe, don't talk as if you're so kind and noble. How many members of the White Tower Council had died in your hands? The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council are enemies to begin with. Death and injuries are inevitable. Think about it. How did I treat the White Tower Council when I was the Tower Master, and how Xia Zhenrong treats the White Tower Council after becoming the Tower Master? Xiao Yunhe's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. You already know the answer to that, so why must you lie to yourself? Su Qin fell silent. In the past, when Xiao Yunhe was assumed dead, the White Tower Council had lent the Black Tower Council a helping hand. Everyone hoped the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council would be able to coexist peacefully. However, it was a pity that the situation grew worse after Xia Zhenrong became the Tower Master. Not only did Xia Zhenrong manipulated the entire Red Lotus domain, but he even ignored the agreement between the two councils and did things behind the White Tower Council's back. Alas, no matter what, we're on different sides and we're enemies. Su Chun suddenly clapped his hands. Then, he shot out of the deep pit that was dozens of meters deep. Bang! 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 Xiao Yunhe raised his hands to defend and attack. Energy seals sailed in the air, and the ground shook slightly. After retreating dozens of meters, Xiao Yunhe stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack. Following that, he raised his hand, and a black astrolabe appeared in his hand. Boom! Su Chun stumbled a few steps back before he regained his footing. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and looked to the left and the right. The strongest person present on the scene at this moment should be Xiao Yunhe. However, with his current strength and injuries, he was no match for Xiao Yunhe. He had to think of a way to escape. After thinking for a moment, Su Chun stepped forward and drew a circle with his hand. Then, energy swords appeared in the white circle before they shot out with explosive strength. Xiao Yunhe pushed his astrolabe out, blocking the energy swords. Upon seeing this, Su Chun flew backward as he shouted, Ning Wanqing, what are you standing there for? Su Chun knew the only hope for him to turn the table now was Ning Wanqing. He knew Ning Wanqing still had a trump card after all. Alas, Ning Wanqing was completely lost in his thoughts that he did not hear Su Chun at all. Xiao Yunhe shouted, If I let you escape today, wouldn't I disappoint Brother Lu? Subsequently, Xiao Yunhe withdrew his astrolabe. He raised his hand as his hexagonal weapon appeared in it. His body flashed as he extended his hand. The hexagonal weapon spun rapidly like a vortex as it shot out. No matter what, Xiao Yunhe was once a 12-chart expert. His combat experience was not inferior to Su Chun at all. Chills ran up Su Chen's spine at this moment. He hurriedly turned back and pushed his astrolabe out to defend against the attack. Xiao Yunhe asked, You think you can block my weapon? The wind howled in the air as the hexagonal weapon shot out. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Su Chun. Bang! Su Chen's astrolabe was dented immediately. The impact pushed it back against his chest, causing him to fly back in the air. Alas, the direction Su Chen was sent flying toward was where Yu Shangrong was standing. After he grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood, he suppressed the pain and pounced at Yu Shangrong. "I'll make an example out of you." Buzz! Su Chen's avatar appeared in the air. The 5 birth charts on his white Thousand Realms whirling avatar shone blindingly bright. Not good. Xiao Yunhe's expression changed slightly. He moved at top speed, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong looked up when Su Chen arrived in front of him. The fierce wind lifted his hair, revealing his sharp and handsome features. A faint smile could be seen on his face at this moment. Su Chen's heart trembled for a moment when he saw Yu Shangrong's calmness. He forced himself to calm down as he said in a deep voice, "Die!" Bang! Yu Shangrong held the longevity sword horizontally in front of him, blocking Su Chen's palm strike. Su Chen's expression darkened. "So what if you manage to block it this time? You're still going to die." He used his palm seal and grabbed hold of the tip of Yu Shangrong's sword before he rushed north. Xiao Yunhe, who had finally arrived, brought his hexagonal weapon down from the sky, trying to separate Su Chen from Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong tried to swing his sword but found that he could not move. Su Chen sneered. "You think you can kill me? I'll kill him before you can do so." His goal was to hold Yu Shangrong hostage so he could escape. At this moment, Yu Shangrong shook his head and said, "You must be tired of living." "Huh!" At this moment, Su Chen felt something at his back. He spun around and saw a golden giant bringing down a golden sword with both hands. Bang! The first strike caused Su Chen's chi and blood to surge and his body to go numb. Bang! The second strike made his mind go blank and his internal organs to tremble violently. Bang! The third strike frightened Su Chen so much as he cried out, "Monster!" At this time, the hexagonal weapon landed squarely on Su Chen's chest as well. Yu Shangrong held the longevity sword and attacked. In just a moment, over 100,000 energy swords appeared as 10 golden leaves spun around him. This speed, he's a fake 10-lead cultivator. Su Chen finally understood the words Ning Wanqing had said to him and Shi Yuran earlier after returning from the mountain range. Alas, realization dawned on him too late. As the energy swords shot out, Yu Shangrong moved nimbly and swiftly as he attacked. Meanwhile, Su Chen felt as though his body was falling apart after the hexagonal weapon struck him. It felt like there was nothing he could do at this moment apart from waiting to be slaughtered. The terrifying energy swords from the flood-grade longevity sword landed on Su Chen's body one after another. It easily cut through Su Chen's protective energy as though it was tofu. Yu Shangrong's figure flickered up, down, left, right and back. Every time he flashed, he would swing his sword with all his might. His final strike pierced Su Chen's chest. Su Chen roared in pain and anger as he attacked, trying to force Yu Shangrong to retreat. Yu Shangrong seemed to have expected this. He continued to attack with his longevity sword. At the same time, a golden avatar appeared at Su Chen's back, preventing him from retreating. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe could not help but mutter to himself, "What techniques is this? I've never seen something like this before." At this moment, the longevity sword finally pierced Su Chen's heart before Yu Shangrong quickly pulled it out. With this, Su Chen lost another birth chart. He cried out in pain as he turned to strike with his palm, intending to destroy Yu Shangrong's avatar. Unfortunately, his attack missed, and the golden avatar vanished into thin air. Following that, the golden avatar appeared above Su Chen's head as it brought down the sword it held tightly in its hands. Bang! Su Chen lost another birth chart. His speed, strength, speed, and stamina had decreased greatly. He was shocked. He was actually defeated by a mere 10-leaf cultivator. How was this possible? The golden avatar was clearly 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, not the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar. How was this possible? At this moment, Xianxia's eyes looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets. He recalled what Panzhong said to him when he was in the Evil Sky Pavilion. You can't judge the Evil Sky Pavilion using common sense. When he looked at Yu Shangrong at this moment, he felt the words were true. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a 10-leaf cultivator to defeat a 5-chart thousand realms whirling expert. Even if Su Chun was injured, it should not be possible at all. 10-leaf cultivators would not be able to breach the protective energy of a 1,000 realms whirling expert. However, Yu Shangrong managed to do it. Su Chun was grievously injured by Yu Shangrong. Moreover, he was also injured by Xiao Yunhe, who had 7 birth charts. Boom! Su Chun fell to the ground. At the same time, Yu Shangrong joined his palms together. The energy swords that filled the sky along with 10 golden leaves, which were no different from sharp swords, converged. Following that, they fell like torrential rain. Bang! 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 All of them struck Su Chen's chest. His 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared 3 times before shrinking and entering his body again. This continued until there was no more movement from him. Yu Shangrong sheathed his longevity sword. After he studied Su Chen's corpse for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. He tapped his toes lightly and shot back up into the air as though nothing happened. Xiao Yunhe and Ning Wanqing, Shun Shi and the members of the humble white sect looked at Yu Shangrong with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. The first elder of the White Tower Council died just like that? At this time, Shun Shi said, "Don't make a fuss. This is normal." Normal? You're telling me it's normal for a 10-leaf cultivator to kill a 5-chart expert? Do you think I'm stupid? Wuchao gulped. Su Chun was seriously injured. Moreover, Tower Master Xiao had helped control the situation as well. Shun Shi said. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai rushed over and looked at the corpse on the ground. Yu Shangrong looked at Yu Zhenghai and did not say anything. However, a slightly arrogant smile could be seen on his face. It seemed to say, "What do you think of this move?" Yu Zhenghai asked, "Second junior brother? Do you think you've killed him?" Following that, Yu Zhenghai raised his hand, and a golden flame appeared above his hand. He sent the golden flames toward the corpse. In just a short moment, the golden flames reduced the corpse to ashes. Xiao Yunhe's eyelids twitched. Was this what it meant when people said, "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree"? Like master, like disciple? Each of them was more ruthless than the last. Yu Zhenghai lifted his chin and explained, "Don't mind me. Whenever I think of witchcraft that can resurrect corpses, I feel nauseous." You're right. This can indeed prevent the resurrection of the corpse. Xiao Yunhe nodded to show that he understood. Yu Shangrong said, "Eldest senior brother hates witchcraft cultivators the most." Wu Chao scratched his head awkwardly. He felt as though he was targeted for no reason. Xiao Yunhe said, "Brother Lu has already obtained Ing Zhao's life heart. I don't think there'll be any more problems. Su Chun is dead, and Shi Yuran definitely won't be able to survive as well. It's time to return." Everyone nodded. The members of the humble white sect agreed wholeheartedly. The entire time they were watching the battle, they had been in a state of trepidation. Needless to say, it was not a comfortable feeling. Now that they were told they could leave, they could not help but sigh in relief. Then, Xiao Yunhe turned over and called out, "Ning Wanqing." Just like his expression, Ning Wanqing's injuries did not look optimistic. He said, "Whether you want to kill or torture me, you can do as you please." Xiao Yunhe replied, "That'll have to depend on Brother Lu." Ning Wanqing sighed. If he had known this would happen, there were many things he would not have done earlier. After half an hour, Lu Zhou finally returned. Di Jiang that was hovering nearby flew over as fast as lightning as soon as it saw its master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Everyone bowed and greeted Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeves and said, "No need for formalities. Where's Su Chun?" Based on the commotion Lu Zhou heard earlier when he was nearing, he assumed Su Chun was dead. Xiao Yunhe pointed at a charred spot in the distance. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Well done." Although these words were normal, why did they sound so terrifying? Xiao Yunhe asked, "Brother Lu, where's Shi Yuran?" "Dead." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunhe felt the pent-up anger in his heart was vented. Good. Xianxia asked. Is the beast tied in the southern mountain city very bad? No, Lu Zhou replied as he tossed the bag of life hearts to Yu Zhenghai. Since Yu Zhenghai was his eldest disciple, he was most suitable to distribute the life hearts to his other disciples. Naturally, he kept Ying Zhao and Pu Yi's life hearts. He planned to use them when he returned and reuse them again. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai, who had opened the bag to take a look, exclaimed, 11. The number isn't high and the quality isn't too good, but let's use them for now, Lu Zhou said. The humble white sect. 11 life hearts were considered little. They thought about those who would die just for one, including Ying Zhao and Pu Yi's life hearts and the life hearts that the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council handed over. Lu Zhou had 19 life hearts. They sighed inwardly. This was a case of some dying from drowning and some dying from drought. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe asked, Brother Lu, what should we do with Ning Wanqing? Take him away, Lu Zhou said. Xianxia flew to Ning Wanqing. Judge Ning, please follow me. Ning Wanqing did not resist. Perhaps, I would feel unresigned if I were defeated by King Chen of Wu or Lu Huan. However, I have nothing to say about being defeated by the old senior. You're a sensible person. Why did you come to the land of chaos to fight for Ying Zhao's heart? Lu Zhou shook his head. The Tower Master needs it, Ning Wanqing replied. Tower Master? Lan Shihe, Lu Zhou said. Ning Wanqing said calmly, the winner takes all. I have no complaints. I admit the old senior's cultivation base is profound, but Tower Master Lan isn't weak either. Lu Zhou replied indifferently. Those who oppose me have all died. Ning Wanqing, do you think I can't kill Lan Shihe? This? Ning Wanqing wavered. Before this, he thought Lan Shihe was the most powerful cultivator, the people from the unknown land notwithstanding. However, he was not so sure now. Xianxia, Lu Zhou called out. Your subordinate is here. Open the runic passage to the Imperial City in the Red Lotus domain, Lu Zhou said. This subordinate doesn't know how. Xianxia said with a troubled expression. I know how, Xiao Yunhe said. Lu Zhou had forgotten he had an expert who used to be the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council with him. Although Xiao Yunhe only had 7 birth charts, his experience and knowledge were superior to most. Finally, he said, Thank you. Xiao Yunhe pointed northwest and said, There's a runic passage there. Everyone nodded. Lu Zhou turned and glanced at the people from the humble white sect and said, You should all take care of yourselves. Is that all? The thousands of cultivators from the humble white sect did not know how to react for a moment. Chan Yu and Elder Wu looked at the departing figures of Lu Zhou and the others. They were extremely vexed. Elder Wu said, Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor by the heavens. Sect leader, let's not wallow in regret. Chan Yu nodded before he ordered, Return. Elder Wu said, Sect leader Chen, please return first. I have some matters to attend to. What is it? Chen Yu frowned. Elder Wu sighed and said, Previously, when I brought that senior Lu to meet you, there was a slight conflict. I'm afraid of implicating the humble white sect, so I plan to apologize. Chen Yu nodded and patted Elder Wu's shoulder. Elder Wu, you're really the pillar of the humble white sect. Go. Thank you, sect leader Chen. After the people from the humble white sect left, Elder Wu looked to the left and the right before he rushed toward the dark forest. Half a day later, in a 100,000-foot white tower, Lan Shihe stood near a window, looking at the vast land below. A female attendant hurried over at this moment and said in a low voice, It has been confirmed that First Elder Su is dead. A cool breeze swept past, lifting Lan Shihe's hair. Based on her calm expression, it was difficult to tell what she was thinking at this moment. After a moment of silence, she asked, Ning Wanqing didn't come back? Ning Wanqing is missing. Who took Ying Zhao's life heart? Lan Shihe asked in a soft voice. I've spoken to many sectless cultivators. Although the Black Tower Council, the Dark and Light Alliance, Great Yuan's royal court, and even the humble white sect were there, the person who obtained Ing Zhao's life heart is an old man with the surname Lu. He's from the Golden Lotus Domain's Evil Sky Pavilion, and he has 12 birth charts. The female attendant's voice grew smaller and smaller as she drew closer and closer to the end of her words. 12 birth charts. A hint of surprise finally appeared on Lan Shiha's expressionless face. The female attendant fell to her knees immediately. There are many witnesses. I daren't lie about this matter. All right, you can leave now. Understood. The female attendant left in a respectful manner. Lan Shiha continued looking at the scenery below as she murmured, "Evil Sky Pavilion." Lan Shiha shook her head. She was tired of the world. After Lan Shiha waved her hand, a female attendant walked over and bowed. "Tower Master, your orders? Tell them I need to rest for a while. I don't want to see anyone," Lan Shiha said softly. "What about the Evil Sky Pavilion?" the female attendant asked tentatively. "Tell everyone in the WTC to focus on their duties. I'll consider the matters regarding the Evil Sky Pavilion carefully." Understood. Following that, Lan Shiha leaped out of the 100,000-foot White Tower nimbly. Upon seeing this, the female attendant hastily asked, "Tower Master, where are you going?" "I'm going out to relax." In a dark forest in the southern kingdom. After confirming there was no one around, Elder Wu from the humble white sect dug a life heart out from the ground. He looked to the left and the right again before he revealed a smile on his face. "Who would have thought I'd be so lucky to fish a pearl out of a lake? Who knew I'd be so lucky?" Elder Wu was not young. In the humble white sect, he was the most knowledgeable about fierce beasts and birth chart beasts. There were all kinds of strange things in the world. There were birth chart beasts that had the ordinary appearances of fierce beasts. The life heart in his hand was from a flying beast called Xin. They were usually black and resembled swallows. However, the life heart in his hand was from a scarlet Xin. Perhaps it was still young. When it flew with the goshawks, it was difficult to distinguish it. When it was killed earlier, he had seized the opportunity and picked it up. After Elder Wu kept the life heart and flicked the soil off his robes, he felt incredibly pleased with himself. He stroked his beard and muttered to himself, "I really don't want to stay in the humble white sect any longer. After forming the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, I have to think of a plan." He continued to think for a while when he suddenly thought about Lu Zhou. In his opinion, Lu Zhou must be a newly risen 12-chart expert. Therefore, Lu Zhou must be in urgent need of manpower. He thought, with his ability, Lu Zhou would surely accept him and make him an elder. He nodded. "All right, it's decided then. Before that, I have to find a place to activate my birth chart." Following that, Elder Wu rushed in the southeastern direction and soon arrived at a ruin. He looked around cautiously and found a hidden corner. At this moment, a voice rang from behind him. "Hello." Elder Wu shuddered and instinctively turned around. He saw a young man. "You are." "I'm looking for someone." "How does that answer my question?" Elder Wu asked skeptically. "Why are you looking for someone in the ruins?" The land of chaos was fraught with dangers. Elder Wu was certain there was something wrong with the young man. He instinctively adjusted his robes and mulled over his next actions. The young man straightened his back and said, "I'm looking for my senior brothers. They like to pretend to be cool. Compared to me, they're a little lacking." Elder Wu shook his head. "I don't know anyone who could be your senior brothers." "All right then." The young man looked to the left and the right as he scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Strange. The black talisman was ignited here." Elder Wu was a little annoyed. He pointed west and said, "You can go there and have a look." "Thanks." The young man rushed into the distance. Elder Wu shook his head. "Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't blame me if you encounter fierce beasts." He walked to the hidden corner again and sat down before he brought out his life heart. Perhaps he had been looking forward to obtaining a life heart for so long. He was slightly unwilling to use it. He held it in his hand carefully and admired it. As he continued to admire the life heart, tears began to stream down his face. It hasn't been easy. After a moment, he finally calmed down and manifested his avatar. He was filled with excitement and nervousness when he looked at his lotus seat. He inhaled deeply. He was about to place the life heart on the lotus seat when, woof, the sudden barking of a dog interrupted him, causing him to jump. He turned around in annoyance. When he saw a fierce beast that resembled a dog, he exclaimed in shock, Xianxia, the growth-type fierce beast? Oh, you recognize it? The young man standing on the crumbling wall looked surprised. Elder Wu looked up in shock. Why you? How did you? Oh, my apologies. My dog greeted you first before I could. Are you planning to activate your birth chart? I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please continue. Don't mind me. Elder Wu was in a very bad mood at this moment. When you pee, will you let others watch? In the end, Elder Wu took a deep breath and said, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Following that, he rose to his feet, preparing to leave. Don't be anxious. I have something to say. Speak. The place you pointed out earlier. There's no one there, Mingxirin said. What does that have to do with me? If there's no one there, you can look elsewhere, right? Elder Wu felt speechless. I was just asking for directions. Don't be angry, Mingxirin said when he saw how flustered the other party was. Young man, this is the land of chaos. You're fortunate you ran into me, Elder Wu said before he turned to leave. Mingxirin nodded and said, Thank you for your advice, senior. How should I address you? Elder Wu rested his hands on his back before he said, I'm the first elder of the humble white sect. I'll remember it. We'll meet again in the future. Aren't you looking for someone? What's the point? My second senior brother is so elusive that it's impossible for me to find him. I'm just doing a cursory search and trying my luck with finding a life heart, Mingxirin said with a smile as he looked at Elder Wu's waist. Elder Wu frowned and glanced at Xianxia. Young people are ignorant and fearless. Which sect are you from? If you want a life heart, join the humble white sect. That won't do. My master will beat me to death. Mingxirin quickly shook his head as he continued to look at Elder Wu's waist. Your master. The more Elder Wu looked at Xianxia, the more pleasing Xianxia looked to him. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes before he quickly concealed it. Mingxirin cleared his throat and said, My master is the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion master? Why does it sound so familiar? Elder Wu racked his brains for a moment. He could not remember where he had heard of it before. At present, the rumor of a 12-chart expert from the Golden Lotus domain was spreading like wildfire in the Red Lotus domain, the Black Lotus domain, and the White Lotus domain. However, Elder Wu, who had met the 12-chart expert, did not even realize he had met said person. After a moment, wait a minute, didn't Xianxia mention the Evil Sky Pavilion when he was talking to Wuxia? Elder Wu's heart trembled as he asked, Does your senior brother carry a saber at his waist? Mingxirin nodded. That's right. Why? Is my eldest senior brother so famous? An ominous premonition rose in Elder Wu's heart as he continued to ask, Then, does your second senior brother like to carry a sword in his arms? Mingxirin's eyes lit up. What? My second senior brother is so famous as well. Elder Wu felt the urge to cry. He had offended another big shot again. He even proudly announced his identity, cutting all paths of retreat. Why do you look so pale? I'm not going to steal your life heart. I'm just asking for directions. Is there a need to react like this? Mingxirin asked as he waved his hand at Xianxia. Elder Wu said with an unnatural expression on his face. No, you misunderstand me. Mingxirin nodded. That's good. Then he called out, Doggy, let's go. Woof, woof, woof. Stop barking. That's someone's life heart, not ours. Mingxirin reprimanded Xianxia. Elder Wu. Woof, 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 woof. Xianxia continued to bark relentlessly. Hey, why are you so stubborn? At this moment, Xianxia lowered its head and arched its back. A dog that was about to attack would not bark. Elder Wu trembled as he began to retreat. He discovered Xianxia was actually growing bigger and bigger at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, its size was bigger than that of a horse. Xianxia bared its fangs. Elder Wu's expression was rather unsightly at this moment. This fierce beasts. Why is its growth rate so strange? At this moment, Elder Wu saw a flash of strange energy in Xianxia's eyes. His eyes widened as he stumbled back. He fell to the ground. His entire body trembled violently. Fierce beast from the Great Void? Xianxia took a step forward. Without any hesitation, Elder Wu took the life heart at his waist and tossed it at Xianxia. Xianxia easily caught it in its mouth. Its hair that stood on end earlier lay smoothly on its body now, and it was no longer in the posture of attacking. At this time, Mingxian leaped onto Xianxia's back and ordered sternly, "Doggy, return it to him." Xianxia ignored Mingxian and happily held onto the life heart. Mingxian said awkwardly, "I'm sorry. This mount is Master's, not mine. It's usually quite obedient. I don't know why it's like that today." Elder Wu wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only say, No, it's okay. I suddenly feel this life heart is too much for me. How can I accept it for nothing? Mingxian asked. Elder Wu was moved by these words. He straightened his back and said, "I was blind earlier and might have offended you. If it's possible, can you say a few good words about me in front of your master?" "All right, that's not a big deal. We'll consider the life heart alone for now. I'll return it to you in the future," Mingxian said. No, there's no need to return it." Elder Wu waved his hand. Since the life heart had already been taken by Xianxia, he would just seize this chance. Moreover, if he really agreed to it, he might offend the Evil Sky Pavilion. Therefore, he asked, "Does the Evil Sky Pavilion need extra manpower?" Mingxian smiled. "You want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion? What's your cultivation base?" 10-leaf stage, Elder Wu said awkwardly. "Although my cultivation base is low, I'm highly knowledgeable about fierce beasts. For example, this Xianxia. It's still in its infancy, but its growth rate is astonishing. I can't make the decision on this matter, but I can put in a good word for you. Just find a day and look for my master." Mingxian. Then he looked at the sky and said, "Well, I need to leave now. Thank you for your trouble. See you. Thank you again for the life heart," Mingxian said before he leaped onto Xianxia's back and disappeared into the forest. As soon as Mingxian left, Elder Wu became listless. He sighed and kept pounding the ground. What bad luck is this? How vexing. Mingxian flew around for a while. When he did not see anyone, he flew toward the southern mountain city. "Doggy! Woof! Give it to me." Mingxian stretched his hand out. Xianxia reluctantly spat the life heart out. The life heart was cold to the touch. Mingxian studied it for a moment and nodded. "It's a good life heart. It's close to an intermediate life heart. 1,800 years. Woof! 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 Don't simply bark. Don't be a dog that only relies on its owner power." Meanwhile, in the capital, Li Yunzhang, who had received news of Lu Zhou's arrival personally, led the civil and military officials and experts to welcome him. After Lu Zhou and the others landed, Lu Zhou said, "Old Second, summon Old Seventh." "Yes." Yu Shangrong left to summon Si Wuya. Li Yunzhang walked over and called out, "Grandmaster." When Li Yunzhang was about to bow, Lu Zhou said as he walked with his hands on his back, "No need. You're now the ruler of a country. You have to look like the ruler of a country." The current Li Yunzhang was no longer the rash youth of the past. He looked a little more mature and more stable. With the help of the civil and military officials, Great Tang's political affairs were gradually becoming easier to handle. "Yes, Grandmaster." Lu Zhou walked side by side with Li Yunzhang toward the preservation hall. "Did you fall behind on your cultivation?" "I dare not. I make sure to take at least 4 hours off every day to cultivate," Li Yunzhang said with a smile. "Grandmaster, I'll enter the mystic enlightening realm soon." "All right, Xiao Yunhe and Wu Chao." She reminded the duo in a low voice. Do not judge the evil sky pavilion using common sense. Xiao Yunhe, Wu Chao, and a few subordinates at the Thousand Realms whirling stage nodded. When they arrived in front of the preservation hall, everyone halted in their tracks. Li Yunjing said, "Grandmaster, after you left, I ordered people to reinforce the halls and carve down inscriptions. I did this especially for you." "Very good." Lu Zhou nodded. "Grandmaster, I have a question," Li Yunjing said. "Why waste time? Speak." Lu Zhou said indifferently. "Shanbei Circuit is under the influence of the Seeking Heaven sect. Since I took control, everything has been going rather smoothly. However, I encountered a few difficult problems with the Heaven-seeking sect. You see," Li Yunjing said with an expression that showed he was asking for help. Lu Zhou knew Li Yunjing was rather intelligent. Those who posed problems to him could only be cultivation experts. He looked at the people around him, thinking about who to send to deal with this matter. When Lu Zhou was about to select Xianxia, Xiao Yunhe said, "Wu Chao, you should accompany His Majesty." Wu Chao bowed and said, "Understood." A troubled expression appeared on Li Yunjing's face as he asked, "Grandmaster, what about my senior uncles and the others?" "Wu Chao is enough." Lu Zhou waved his sleeves and walked into the hall with his hands on his back. "I'm tired." Li Yunjing could only say, "Farewell, Grandmaster." Wu Chao smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you mustn't underestimate me. Are you stronger than my senior uncles?" Well," Wu Chao said a little awkwardly. Xiao Yunhe wanted to have a long talk with Lu Zhou, but considering that it was already late, he thought for half a day before he finally left. In the preservation hall, Lu Zhou sat down cross-legged. Finally, he had time to rest peacefully. He opened the system panel. Merit points, 509,510. Remaining lifespan, 652,370 days, 1,787 years, in which 263 years are from reversal cards. Items: Enhanced Deadly Strike card X1, Impeccable card X1, Critical Block card X145. Passive: Golden Taishu Mirror, Appearance Alteration card X2, Synthesis card X3, Disguise card X1, Reversal card X35. Mounts: Wizard, Bayan, Jiliang, Qiongqi, Dang Kong, Resting, Dijiang. Most of the merit points Lu Zhou obtained were from the Beast Tide in Southern Mountain City. There were also the merit points from killing the two first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The harvest was great this time. When he looked at the price of the Myriad Supreme, he saw the price was still a row of question marks. He frowned slightly. What was he supposed to do with so many merit points then? Lucky draws? Soon after, he recalled that Dang Kong was in a resting state and was reminded of his eighth disciple. Unfortunately, he could check on his eighth disciple since he had depleted his supreme mystic power. However, he was not too worried since his eighth disciple was no different from the Emperor in the Yellow Lotus domain. After he closed the system notification, he took out Ying Zhao and Pu Yi's life heart. Ying Zhao, the ability to control, Pu Yi, water ability, flight ability, and sea control. Based on abilities, it seemed like Pu Yi's life heart was more outstanding than Ying Zhao's life heart. Well, both of them are useful anyway. It did not matter which was better. Lu Zhou held Ying Zhao's life heart as he studied the birth chart map carefully. Ying Zhao and Pu Yi were both top-tier life hearts, so they could embed in the Heaven Zone. However, to embed them in the Heaven Zone, he had to have at least 6 birth charts. Otherwise, they could only be embedded in the Earth Zone. Embedding them in the Earth Zone was a slight overkill, but the power of the life heart would be incredibly strong as well once he had enough life hearts. The disadvantage of embedding in the early stage was that it would be a little overkill, but the advantage was that when the standby lattice was sufficient, the life lattice power would be high level, and the same level would be much stronger. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on the besieging master position in the Earth Zone. This was the most suitable position for life hearts with control ability. There was even an example of Ying Zhao's life heart on the map. With the map, He easily found the besieging master position in his birth palace and placed Ing Zhao's life heart there. The sound was different from rudimentary life hearts when he placed it in position. It was more distinct. Following that, Lu Zhou's birth palace began to flash. So far, the process of activating the fifth birth chart was rather smooth. Lu Zhou wondered what kind of ability he would gain after embedding this life heart. While he waited for the process to be completed, Lu Zhou picked up the map and carefully read the description for the besieging master position. Due to the size of the map, there were not too many words. There was only one sentence. The head of the country sits on his throne and guards the destiny of the nation while the ministers rejoice and celebrate. This should describe the ability to control or rule. There were the words head of the country and control. He wondered if the ability was some bastard aura that could control or rule over others. Lu Zhou was not interested in ruling over or controlling humans. However, it was a different story if he could control fierce beasts. At this moment, he recalled the scene where Pu-yi was controlling the fierce beasts during the Beast Tide. Pu-yi should have the control ability as well, even if it was not as strong as Ing Zhao's control ability. With this ability, it would be easier to tame fierce beasts and make them his mounts. Moreover, he has many mounts. Click. Lu Zhou heard the sound that signified his birth chart was ready to be activated. A distinct and angular pattern that flashed brilliantly could now be seen in his birth palace. He quickly took the life heart out before he confirmed his remaining lifespan again. Remaining lifespan: 652,370 days, 1,787 years, in which 263 years are from reversal cards. He would need to give up 1,500 years, leaving him with almost 300 years. If he added the 500 years he would gain after successfully activating the birth chart, he would have nearly 800 years of life. 800 years were acceptable. Following that, he would have to wait for the birth zone to absorb his lifespan. He wondered how much pain it would bring this time. When he activated the fourth birth chart, he could still bear the pain. However, the pain would definitely increase with the fifth birth chart. The difficulty would only increase as time went on. It would not get any easier. Only through suffering can one rise above others. Lu Zhou looked at the vortex above the birth zone in the birth palace. It was churning at increasing speed now. Then, he saw his lifespan dwindling on the system interface. Minus 100 years. Minus 200 years. Minus 300 years. He did not want to waste time, so he began to meditate on the heavenly writing. Meditating on the heavenly writing was different from cultivating. Cultivating required the use of one's avatar, Dantian Sea of Qi, 8 extraordinary meridians, and breathing exercises. However, all these things were not needed when meditating on the heavenly writing. He looked at the latest heavenly writing scroll he obtained. He had only comprehended part of the power of smell previously, and he was not skilled enough yet. However, he needed to recover his supreme mystic power to check on his 8th disciple as well. He did not summon Wizard over since its ability was reserved for emergencies. After activating the purple glazed ceramic, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and entered his meditative state, allowing the scripts from the heavenly writing to appear in his mind. The next morning, Lu Zhou opened his eyes and gauged his supreme mystic power. He had recovered a small part of it. The speed was not too bad. Lu Zhou looked at the vortex that was churning in his birth palace, absorbing his life. After checking the system interface, he found that it had absorbed 1,000 years of his life. There were 500 more years to go. Perhaps he was in his meditative state. He did not feel the pain from activating his birth chart this time. His speculation was confirmed soon after he emerged from his meditative state and the pain began to assault him. He could feel a burning sensation as though his Dantian Sea of Qi was being set ablaze. Overall, the pain was still bearable. Meanwhile, after receiving news of their master's return, Si Wuya informed Mingshi, who had rushed ahead first, about it before he led the others back to the imperial city. When Mingshi, who was still running around in southern Mountain City, heard the news, he shook his head and said, "I knew nothing would happen. Second senior brother might seem stubborn, but in fact, he knows his limit. He won't die so easily." Woof. Woof! Woof! Xianxia that had shrunk back to its original size raised its head to the sky and barked a few times. Mingxirin patted it and said, "Doggy, find a good place where people can't find me. I want to quickly form 1,000 realms whirling avatar." Woof! 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 Following that, a man and a dog rushed toward the mountains near the southern Mutant city. The Imperial City in the Red Lotus domain. Red Lotus capital Imperial City. Xiao Yunhe's interest was piqued when he heard the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion had returned. Currently, he was thoroughly convinced that Lu Zhou was a super big shot and viewed Lu Zhou as a very reliable person to cling to. Needless to say, the super big shot's disciples were extraordinary as well. Therefore, he searched for Xianxia to probe him for information. Xianxia could see through Xiao Yunhe's thoughts. He had once been in the same position after all. He smiled and said, "Tower Master Xiao, you really came to the right person." "What do you mean?" Xiao Yunhe asked in confusion. "Just remember this. The Evil Sky Pavilion can't be judged using common sense." This was what Brother Pan, one of the most senior members of the Evil Sky Pavilion, told me. The Evil Sky Pavilion originally had 4 elders and 10 disciples. Xianxia slowly began his introduction of the Evil Sky Pavilion. After Xianxia finished speaking, Xiao Yun revealed a curious and baffled expression. "There are no 1,000 realms whirling experts? This is probably due to the heaven and earth shackles in the Golden Lotus domain that are worse than the heaven and earth shackles in the Red Lotus domain. Perhaps, as compensation from the heavens, their strength isn't to be underestimated even if they're not 1,000 realms whirling experts. When we were in the land of chaos, you witnessed Mr. Second's strength and swordsmanship for yourself." Recalling the scene where Yu Shangrong slew Su Chan with his sword, Xiao Yunhe nodded. "Indeed, how strange. Tower Master Xiao, do you plan to join the Evil Sky Pavilion?" With Tower Master Xiao's qualifications, if you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Pavilion Master definitely won't mistreat you, Xianxia said. Xiao Yunhe sighed and shook his head. "I still have many things to do. If I join the Evil Sky Pavilion, there'll inevitably be restrictions on the things I'm able to do. It's enough that I got to know Brother Lu. Everyone had their own aspirations." Therefore, Xianxia did not continue to persuade Xiao Yunhe. Moreover, Xiao Yunhe was a prominent figure in the past. He was the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. It was to be expected that Xiao Yunhe carried a lot of burden on his shoulders. In the Preservation Hall, Lu Zhou had not entered the critical period. He saw the years that had been absorbed were almost reaching 1,500 years. 100 days, 200 days, 300 days. At the same time, the birth zone continued to flash. The system interface showed he only had 287 years left. Fortunately, he still had the years from the birth charts, so his appearance would not be affected much. At this time, the burning pain Lu Zhou felt grew stronger. At the same time, it felt as though someone was stabbing his Dantian Sea of Qi with a knife. Nevertheless, there was no change in his expression at all. Click! The besieging master position was completely formed. As soon as it was formed, a ray of light lit up the line that connected all the birth charts. With this, Lu Zhou had successfully activated his 5th birth chart. He manifested his avatar. It seemed like it had grown darker. Moreover, his avatar had grown a crown as well. He recalled the first time he met Lu Li. It seemed like Lu Li's avatar had a crown as well. In other words, one's avatar would probably gain a crown after activating the 5th birth chart. Lu Zhou nodded, satisfied. If it were not for the map, he truly would not know where to embed his life hearts. Following that, he withdrew his avatar. This time, he did not plan to test his newfound strength in the Preservation Hall. Moreover, he did not what his control ability was like. Earlier, he had noticed his birth palace seemed to have increased in size. It was obvious that his limit was not just 5 birth charts. Apart from that, he could clearly feel the primal qi in his Dantian Sea of Qi was several times richer than before. Just 1 birth chart, but there's so much improvement? Lu Zhou muttered to himself. This was just his 5th birth chart. He wondered how much bigger the improvement would be after he activated his 6th birth chart and passed the birth trial. Following that, Lu Zhou put Ing Zhao's heart away. He would return Ing Zhao its life heart. If it did not show up, he would give it to his disciples to use. Then he studied Pu Yi's life heart. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to stabilize his cultivation base before he activated another birth chart. Based on what he had read, the shorter the interval between the activations of birth charts, the higher the chances of failure. Conversely, the longer one waited, the greater the success rate. Apart from that was the pain. Continuously activating birth charts was like operating on unhealed wounds. Therefore, it was not wrong to liken activating birth charts to conducting surgeries. One needed to find the optimal time to conduct a surgery. Subsequently, Lu Zhou checked on Dang Kang's status and found it was still resting. What happened to his 8th disciple? He silently recited the mantra for the power of sight. Lu Zhou saw Zhu Honggong gasping for air as he said, It's already the 4th one. It's useless. I don't feel anything. Old Lu, I don't think I have fate with the 1,000 realms whirling. Impossible. You have the great void energy. That alone is enough for you to activate at least 8 birth charts. Since you managed to survive without your golden lotus, you'll definitely find a way to form the 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Don't be discouraged. With your cultivation base, it won't be a problem for you to deal with low-level birth chart beasts. Rest for now. After that, let Dang Kong lead the way and enter the depths of the forest again. Zhu Honggong shook his head vehemently. I won't go even if you beat me to death. It's better if you change to another request. It's fine if you don't want to go. I'll teach you how to inscribe talismans. Once you master that, I won't care even if you sleep every day. Zhu Honggong felt like crying. Let's go to the depths of the forest. He sighed as he continued to say, I was clearly living like an emperor before this, and yet, I'm tormented by you to this extent. I must have accumulated bad luck from 8 lifetimes to have met you. Then, should I leave? No. I was just joking, Zhu Honggong hurriedly said with a chuckle. Managing the flood sect was not just about strength and cultivation base. Moreover, both of them had also extended their influence to the entire Yellow Lotus domain. For this reason, they had met many people with all kinds of schemes despite their inferior strength. If it were not for the knowledgeable and wise Lu Li helping him, Zhu Honggong knew he would not have been able to deal with those people. Zhu Honggong sighed. There would be temptations in life and at least one of them would be deadly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard in satisfaction after he cut off the power of sight. Is anyone there? A palace maid entered the hall. Senior, your orders? Summon my 7th disciple here. Understood. It did not take too long before Si Wuya along with Xiao Yunhe walked into the hall. Lu Zhou noticed that Si Wuya had brought the ancient goatskin map with him. He said, There's no need for formalities. Is there any change to the map? Si Wuya nodded and placed the map in front of his master before he said, Please have a look, master. Lu Zhou looked at the ancient map. As expected, there were more changes compared to last time. Xiao Yunhe asked curiously, Can I have a look? Lu Zhou just waved his hand, indicating that Xiao Yunhe could have a look. Xiao Yunhe stepped forward. Since he had no context, it was not surprising he was confused by the map. On the ancient goatskin map, initially there were the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain that mirrored each other. The Black Water Mystic Cave was connected to the deep abyss of the Heavenly Moat. The places overlapped in the north and separated once they reached the Endless Ocean. If one took continental drift into consideration, it was indeed in line with the compression of tectonic plates. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised by the new changes on the ancient goatskin map. Apart from the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain, there were now the black, white, and yellow domains even if they were just vague outlines for now. Naturally, the colors of the domains were not shown. The outlines of the 5 domains were roughly similar, but they were all obscured by the vague outlines of the unknown land. Apart from these 5 domains, the other areas were still hidden. This is the Black Lotus domain. Xiao Yunhe pointed at an area. And this should be the White Lotus. Am I right? He was rather surprised by the map. Si Wuya said, That's right. However, the displayed areas on the map are from my guess. Your guess? Lu Zhou asked curiously. My guess is that these territories were originally one body. Now, there are 4 known territories. Only this one isn't too clear. See, Wuxia pointed at a territory not far from the Golden Lotus domain. Lu Zhou said, That's the Yellow Lotus domain. The Yellow Lotus domain? See, Wuxia was shocked. Lu Zhou said without changing his expression. When I traveled the 4 seas in my early years, I went there. Xianxia nodded and said, Brother Lu's cultivation base is profound. It's not surprising you know about this place. I really didn't expect there's another domain there. See, Wuxia looked at Xianxia speechlessly. Xianxia seemed even more familiar with his master than he did. After a while, he said, If it's the Yellow Lotus domain, things will become even more interesting. Master, I plan to stay in the Sky Research Court for a period of time to study this with everyone. I think I have a brilliant idea. Are you confident? Lu Zhou asked. In fact, he wanted to find out the origin of the domains more than anyone else. He was even more curious after looking at the ancient goatskin map. He had a feeling Si Wuxia was going to be the first person to discover the secrets of the heaven and earth shackles. If they managed to discover the secrets, how significant would the contributions be to human cultivators? Si Wuxia smiled without saying a word. He only bowed slightly. Lu Zhou nodded and said, I believe in you, so I'll leave this matter to you. Also, I have fire spirit stones here. Take them and see who needs to upgrade their weapons. You can distribute them as you see fit. Xianxia. What a familiar bag. Understood, Si Wuxia said. Lu Zhou tossed the bag over as he said, Also, I handed quite a lot of life hearts to your eldest senior brother. You can discuss how to use them. Remember to strictly follow the blueprint when activating your birth charts. Yes, master. Si Wuxia put away the sheepskin ancient map and retreated to the side. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect Brother Lu to have such a capable disciple. I'm so envious. Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia and asked, Did you come to see me to say this? No. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I came here today to bid Brother Lu farewell. Farewell. I still have many matters to attend to. It's my honor getting to know Brother Lu in the Southern Kingdom, Xianxia said. Lu Zhou bluntly said, I know you really wanting Zhao's heart, but it's extremely precious. Even if I give it to you, there's no guarantee that it can recover your birth charts. However, I'm not an unreasonable person. If people respect me, I'll definitely return the favor. Manifest your avatar. Xianxia was slightly skeptical. However, he believed Lu Zhou would not scheme against him. Therefore, he manifested his avatar. Buzz. A miniature Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared in front of Xianxia. Upon seeing it, Si Wuxia was shocked. 7 birth charts. No, wait, the birth palace is damaged. He was a Super 12 chart expert. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and walked to the avatar. After studying it for a moment, he said, I'm not sure how much I can help you. Brother Lu, do you have an idea on how to repair it? Xianxia said with a smile. In any case, I'm happy enough that Brother Lu has such intentions. For 2,000 years, I've searched and met brilliant healers, but none of them can heal it. Although they're highly skilled, there was nothing they could do for the damaged birth palace. Later on, I began to research on my own. There were so many leads that led to nowhere. Si Wuxia said from the side, The cultivation world may seem cruel, but it's actually fair. If it's so easy to recover, wouldn't high-level cultivators forever remain in a high position? Since ancient times, the principle has been that the strong prey on the weak. However, the heavens will find a balance as well. This, Senior Xiao, please forgive me if I've misspoken. Xianxia shook his head and said, This child is worth teaching. Brother Lu, I'm really more and more envious of you. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Hold your breath and concentrate. Focus on your dantian. Lu Zhou lifted his hand. A blue lotus appeared above his palm. Xianxia looked at the blue lotus in a daze. When the blue lotus landed on his body, it began to bloom. When the blue lotus appeared, Lu Zhou noticed that it resembled his Thousand Realms whirling avatar's lotus. There were also 5 vague zones that flickered with faint blue light. This meant that his healing skill had increased along with his cultivation base. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, using all the power of the heavenly writing power at once, disperse. With the preservation hall in the center, huge waves of vitality began to converge from all directions. Flowers, trees, and plants in the vicinity of the preservation hall grew at a speed visible to the naked eyes. The energy that surged like the ocean quickly swept across a radius of 1,000 meters of the preservation hall. The experts in the royal palace flew into the sky and enjoyed the vitality energy. Some of the nearby soldiers were healed of their old injuries and glowed with life. All of them immediately prostrated themselves respectfully. Even the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion who were used to such occurrences were surprised by the powerful vitality energy. Back in the preservation hall. Needless to say, Xiao Yunhe was also shocked by such powerful vitality energy that seemed as vast as the ocean. He looked at his birth palace and found that the damaged area showed signs of recovering. Although it was not much, he was so excited that he could barely calm down. For 2,000 years, he had been searching for ways to repair the damage to his birth palace. Finally, with the help of the old man in front of him, he finally saw a ray of hope. Focus, Lu Zhou reminded Xiao Yunhe. Fortunately, Xiao Yun was not an ordinary person. He knew he could not be distracted in this kind of situation. He immediately sat cross-legged and concentrated on absorbing the vitality energy. Lu Zhou stopped and said, "If the same method is used again, the effect will be greatly reduced. Cherish this opportunity." After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he looked away. The rest would have to depend on Xiao Yunhe. The Blue Lotus was now in full bloom. Eunuchs, palace maids, royal guards, cultivators. Everyone had gathered outside of the preservation hall. Similarly, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion also appeared near the preservation hall. Hua Wudao looked at the surroundings of the hall. He looked at the place that had once been barren now teeming with life as he said in awe, "Heavens! The vitality energy came so suddenly. Look at how the plants are flourishing." Zui Yushu said, "This is the first time Elder Brother has come up with such a trick." Pan Lydian drank a little wine and said, "It's not the first or second time the pavilion master has come up with a new trick. Just get used to it." Lung Luo deeply agreed but remained silent. After 2 hours, the vitality energy gradually dissipated. Xiao Yunhe had also absorbed all the vitality energy he could and used it to repair his birth palace. He exhaled to calm down before he looked at his birth palace. 2 distinct zones had been restored, and the lines of his birth charts could vaguely be seen. This meant that he had regained at least 2 birth charts. Lu Zhou and Si Wuya did not know how Xiao Yunhe felt at the moment. However, they could see his eyes were so bright that it seemed as though they were burning with flames. Then, they saw his arms were trembling, and he was also clenching and unclenching his hands. Following that, his eyes returned to normal before he laughed twice. However, his laughter sounded strange. It was as though he was choking back his tears. When they looked at his face, they saw his eyes had reddened. Xiao Yunhe laughed again and again as he said repeatedly, "It worked!" After Xiao Yunhe repeated those words more than 10 times, he finally regained his composure. He suppressed his excitement before he rose to his feet and bowed deeply at Lu Zhou. "I'm sorry I lost my composure. It's understandable. Losing a life matrix is like losing a life. It's normal for you to be happy. However, your 2 birth charts still need time to stabilize. Therefore, your strength at this moment isn't that of a 9-chart cultivator," Lu Zhou said. "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Lu." Xiao Yunhe bowed again. "Brother Lu, please don't hesitate to look for me if you need something from me in the future." Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment before he turned to look at Si Wuya and asked, "What do you say?" Tower Master Xiao is the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. Si Wuya said, "Tower Master Xiao, I have a request. Even if it's 10 requests, it's not a problem. Do you have the talismans for runic passages?" Si Wuya asked. Xiao Yunhe said, This is truly a difficult request. Fortunately, it's me you're talking to. Only a rune master can create a runic passage. However, I can get you some blueprints. Thank you, Wuxia said. Xiao Yunhe turned to look at Lu Zhou and said, Brother Lu, I still have something that I don't know if I should say. Go ahead. Brother Lu's battle with the two first elders of the Black Tower Council and the Black Tower Council is truly breathtaking. After the battle, the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council will no longer dare to look down on Brother Lu and would probably steer clear of you in the future if it were possible. However, I think Brother Lu seems to have forgotten about the first elder's weapons. Weapons? Lu Zhou had indeed forgotten about them. King Chun of Wu had the hollow halberd, and Yi Luyun had his dagger. Then what were Su Chun and Shi Yuren's weapons? Lu Zhou's strength was far superior to theirs, so he did not pay attention at all. He had been unleashing his ultimate moves all the time. Where would he have the time to care about other things? Xiao Yunhe said awkwardly. Of course, it's only natural that Brother Lu doesn't care about those things. After all, Brother Lu has much more precious treasures. I care very much about those things. Someone picked up their weapons? Lu Zhou asked. Generally, cultivators will be extra careful to protect items above the flood grade. When they're defeated, they'll throw them into a hidden corner so their own people would be able to retrieve them. Lu Zhou had been careless. At the same time, he also exposed his lack of experience during the battle between the Thousand Realms whirling experts. It's getting late. I should take my leave. Brother Lu will meet again, Xiao Yunhe said. I'll give you a piece of advice. Do everything within your means. Xiao Yunhe nodded. At this moment, Wu Chao and a few guards entered the hall. As soon as Wu Chao appeared, Lu Zhou noticed that Wu Chao was slightly injured. For someone to be able to injure a Thousand Realms whirling expert like Wu Chao must have encountered a serious problem. Wu Chao kneeled on one knee and said, I have completed His Majesty's mission and expelled the people from the Dark and Light Alliance. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, the Dark and Light Alliance? The people from the Dark and Light appearance appeared in Nanbei Circuit. When I arrived, they were attacking the local cultivators. Fortunately, there was only 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. The others were in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Xiao Yunhe sighed. The Dark and Light Alliance is really ambitious. I'm afraid King Chun of Wu and the matter with Yi Luyun has something to do with this. The Dark and Light Alliance are probably venting their anger on innocent people because of what happened. Lu Zhou said, Aren't the Dark and Light Alliance afraid of being condemned by the people of the world? Some people decided to travel down the dark path and don't care about what the secular world thinks. Roughly 1,500 years ago, something like that happened in the Dark and Light Alliance as well. At that time, a high-ranking member of the Dark and Light Alliance was killed during a mission. As a result, the Dark and Light Alliance sent people to slaughter over 10,000 people just to show their might. At that time, many forces in the Black Lotus domain joined forces to denounce the Dark and Light Alliance. However, the conflict between the forces was too deep, so they only cursed at the Dark and Light Alliance and did not do much. This reminded Lu Zhou of the appeasement policy during the Second World War on Earth. With these people, the more indulgent one was, the more arrogant they would become. After a moment, he said, I'll deal with the Dark and Light Alliance. Xiao Yunhe and Wu Chao cupped their fists together and left the preservation hall. After the duo left, Wuxia asked, Master, Xiao Yunhe is the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council and is talented. Why didn't you ask him to join the Evil Sky Pavilion? He has too many burdens, and the hatred in his heart is too great. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Such a person isn't suitable to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion for the time being, Lu Zhou said. In any case, he's very smart. Therefore, he won't be stupid enough to oppose me. However, with his current cultivation base, he's still no match for the current Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. Wuxia was perplexed. If he were Xiao Yunhe, he would have joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. There's no way he would go and look for Xia Zhengrong. He possesses a hexagonal weapon that's called the Six Edges. It's not weaker than a flood grade weapon, but it's only at the desolate grade now. Among the fire spirit stones I gave you, 6 came from him, Lu Zhou said. Wuya said awkwardly. No wonder he looked so strange when you gave the fire spirit stones to me. It seems like they were meant to upgrade his weapon. Nevertheless, since Lu Zhou managed to recover 2 of Xiao Yunhe's birth charts, Xiao Yunhe was definitely firmly standing on Lu Zhou's side. He would not do anything to jeopardize his relationship with Lu Zhou. After Wuya left, Lu Zhou entered his meditative state again to recover his supreme mystic power. In the Evil Sky Pavilion's Golden Court Mountain in the Golden Lotus Domain, Zhao Yu tossed a life heart to Yi Tianxin and said, 6 junior sister. I don't have a lotus, so you should have this life heart. This is yours. I can't accept it. Take it. You're protecting the Golden Lotus Domain now. It's important to raise your cultivation base. All right. Thank you, 5th senior sister. Yi Tianxin put away the heart of the life matrix. Then, she nimbly leaped onto Cheng Huang's back and said, there seems to be some movement in Liang province again. Cheng Huang and I will go and have a look. All right, be careful. Yi Tianxin rode on Cheng Huang and sped west. Cheng Huang's speed was astonishing. With each leap, it passed through seas of cloud like the wind. After an hour, Cheng Huang landed next to a huge lake before it let out a low groan. What's wrong? Yi Tianxin patted Cheng Huang's back. Cheng Huang shook its head. Is someone there? Cheng Huang nodded. Is there danger? Cheng Huang nodded again. Yi Tianxin thought for a moment and said, are you afraid? Cheng Huang hesitated. It nodded first before it changed its mind and shook its head. Yi Tianxin jumped down gracefully from its back and landed on the clear surface of the snake. Her robes that were as white as snow and her hair which was as white as frost fluttered in the air as she surveyed her surroundings. If she sensed danger, she would leave with Cheng Huang immediately. At this moment, a crisp and gentle voice rang from the shore. What's your name? Yi Tianxin spun around, shocked, as she looked at the source of the voice. Cheng Huang grunted and retreated, clearly hostile. Yi Tianxin trusted Cheng Huang unconditionally. Therefore, she leaped onto its back before she looked at the speaker again. She saw an elegant woman with an extraordinary bearing. Her waist and body were slender, and her facial features were exquisite. Her smile made people feel as though they were bathing in the spring breeze. Most importantly, she had eye-catching hair that was as blue as the sky. At this moment, the elegant woman asked again, what's your name? Yi Tianxin looked at the woman warily as she patted Cheng Huang's back gently. Cheng Huang lowered itself. The elegant woman smiled faintly and said, you don't have to be afraid. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have asked for your name. Then, she shifted her gaze to Cheng Huang. A 10,000-year-old Cheng Huang is indeed a rare mount. Legend has it that those who ride on Cheng Huang can live for 2,000 years. Girl, you're very lucky. Girl. Appearance-wise, the woman did not look any older than Yi Tianxin. Moreover, she did not think the unfamiliar woman was jealous of her beauty that was untainted by smoke or fire. Based on the woman's bearing alone, it could be seen she was someone of high standing. The woman said, I'm older than you. Her voice turned gentle as she asked again, what's your name? To be safe, Yi Tianxin did not answer the question. At this time, her name and her appearance had long spread in the Golden Lotus domain. If this woman did not know her, it only meant that the woman was not from here. In the end, she only said, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. The woman said, Cheng Huang is a rare birth chart beast. If it walks around like this, it'll be easily discovered. It's also smart. It's able to sense danger. Unfortunately, it seems like it can't bear to leave you in danger. Yi Tianxin was stunned. Everyone had a few weaknesses. One of hers was Cheng Huang. She hesitated for a moment before she asked, who are you? My surname is Lan. She raised one of her slender hands and placed it on her shoulder. Yi Tianxin said, you're a foreigner. All the humans in the world are one. What I mean is that you're not from here, Yi Tianxin said. You're right. What are you doing here? Relaxing. Yi Tianxin frowned slightly. It was hard to believe. Just relaxing? Yes. The woman's answer was strangely simple and direct. Are you planning to capture me? Yi Tianxin took the initiative to ask. Lan Shihe smiled and shook her head. You want to catch Cheng Huang? Yi Tianxin asked again. Lan Shihe still shook her head again. Yi Tianxin said, All right then, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. Lan Shihe quietly watched Cheng Huang rise to its feet before making its way to the white-clad woman. Whoosh! 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 In the forest on the other side of the lake, black figures appeared one after another. This is bad. Yi Tianxin frowned and patted Cheng Huang's back. Cheng Huang, let's go. Cheng Huang stomped on the ground with his 4 hooves. Boom! It soared into the sky. Several black figures appeared in the sky as well. One after another, black avatars surrounded Cheng Huang and Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin knew with her current cultivation base it would be impossible for her to escape. She could only rely on Cheng Huang now. She patted Cheng Huang's back again and asked, Are you confident? Cheng Huang let out a cry, seemingly confident. Yi Tianxin nodded and threw the amorous hoops out in all directions. Bang! 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 The amorous hoops collided with the avatars, creating ripples in the sky, before returning to Yi Tianxin. Alas, Yi Tianxin did not manage to breach their defenses at all. The weakest among her opponents had 10 leaves and there were 2,000 or 3,000 realms whirling experts. How could Yi Tianxin possibly win? I didn't expect to meet a birth chart beast here. How lucky! The Alliance's information is not wrong. The Black Tower Council has stopped extending their reaches here for now. The Black Tower Council can't take care of itself now. It doesn't have time to control the Golden Lotus domain. Yi Tianxin ordered, Let's go! Cheng Huang leaped into the air and pounced toward the weakest avatar. The 2,000 realms whirling avatar appeared in the sky immediately. They brought their astrolabes to the front and began to press them down. Yi Tianxin hurriedly used the blue waves technique to defend herself, but it was futile against the astrolabes. Boom! Cheng Huang's huge body made it a big target. The astrolabe landed on its body. It grunted in pain and fell down. Boom! After Cheng Huang landed on its feet, it looked around before it swept its tail out, causing hundreds of towering trees to fall. Girl, Cheng Huang doesn't belong to you. Scram! The 2,000 realms whirling avatar blocked Yi Tianxin's path. How could Yi Tianxin give up on Cheng Huang? She said, If you dare touch it, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. With your strength. No, because I'm a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yi Tianxin said. Evil Sky Pavilion? The two cultivators looked at each other in dismay as their flashing 1,000 realms whirling avatars stood next to them. The higher-ups said not to provoke the Evil Sky Pavilion for the time being. It's indeed difficult, but it's not impossible. What do you mean? The stronger cultivator made a gesture of slitting the neck. The stronger cultivator said, Kill all of them. Following that, dozens of cultivators swamped forward. Clearly, they intended to kill them to silence them and destroy the evidence. Cheng Huang roared. Its hair stood on end. At this moment, that's enough. Lan Shihe's voice was soft, but everyone clearly heard her words. When the cultivators surrounding Cheng Huang turned to look, they saw a graceful woman with exquisite features walking in the air. Her hair was an eye-catching blue. Lan Shihe moved to Yi Tianxin's side with a smile on her face. Who are you? The 1,000 realms whirling cultivator asked with a frown. Lan Shihe's face remained expressionless as she continued to walk on air. She did not answer the cultivator. Fine. Since you're seeking death, you have no one to blame. Cultivators swarmed forward immediately. Lan Shihe ignored them and stood in front of Cheng Huang. As the cultivators lunged at her, she gently raised her hand. A light so dazzling that it could rival the sun, the moon, and the stars appeared in her hand. All of a sudden the air froze and Prima Chi stagnated. It was as though everything was frozen by a mysterious and terrifying energy. You! Dozens of cultivators were horrified, but it was too late. They felt the air rapidly shrink. After a moment, the stillness shattered like glass. Along with that, the cultivators with broken bodies fell into the lake one after another. The originally clear lake was now stained with blood. Yi Tianxin looked at the woman in shock. She had never seen such power before. "You're from the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "Yes." Yi Tianxin grew even warier. "They're from the Dark and Light Alliance?" "The Dark and Light Alliance?" A confused expression appeared on Yi Tianxin's face. Lan Shihe shook her head and smiled faintly as she said, "I saved your life. Aren't you going to thank me?" "Thank you. But who are you?" Yi Tianxin asked, puzzled. "That's not important." Lan Shihe chuckled. "Since we have fate, you can call me sister if you don't mind." Cheng Huang shook its head vehemently as it let out a cry. Yi Tianxin said helplessly, "You saw it too." Lan Shihe was not angry. Instead, she was patient and her tone was gentle as she said, "Cheng Huang, can you help your master form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar? Can you protect your master forever? Do you think you can stay in human cities forever?" Cheng Huang was dumbfounded by the onslaught of questions. Indeed, these were its concerns. In fact, Cheng Huang's intelligence was not inferior to Ying Zhao. When Lan Shihe saw Cheng Huang, she toyed with the idea of taking its life heart, but she had changed her mind now. Cheng Huang, naturally, could not answer the questions despite its intelligence. Lan Shihe said, "Time will prove everything." "What?" Xianxia was confused. She could feel the woman's vast power. It was as though the woman controlled life and death with a single move. Why would such a person want to befriend her? There was no such thing as free lunch in this world. Lan Shihe said curtly, "Fate. Fate." Xianxia grew even more confused. "You like white. I like white. Isn't this reason enough?" Lan Shihe said. "What kind of reason is this?" Before Yi Tianxin could speak, Lan Shihe said again in a tone that brooked no argument, "Every month on the 1st and 15th day, you'll come to the West Lake to look for me." Subsequently, Lan Shihe vanished into thin air, leaving an afterimage behind. Yi Tianxin looked around in a daze, feeling as though she was dreaming. However, the blood swirling in the lake told her she was not dreaming. 2 days later, Lu Zhou emerged from his meditative state. The first thing he did was to manifest his avatar to look at his 5th birth chart. In the birth palace on the lotus seat, all 5 birth charts were lit up. Apart from an increase in his strength, speed, and birth chart power, the 5th birth chart granted him the power to control as well. It's a pity that it won't be easy to collect another 3 life hearts to rise to the peak. Lu Zhou felt a little traumatized from the "thank you for your participation" from the lucky draws. Currently, he had over 500,000 merit points. It's a pity that I can't buy the peak trial card. As such, I can only focus on increasing my strength. Now, he had to wait to see if Ying Zhao was willing to submit to him. Otherwise, he would give it to one of his disciples. Based on ancient records, there were cultivators who gave up 1,500 years of life to save the life heart before using it again. With that, there would be no need to look for another life heart. The disadvantage was they would not gain a new power. Apart from that, the birth chart that was activated following that would be inferior if it was used again by the same person. Therefore, there were rarely people who embedded 2 of the same life hearts. If I plan to save the life heart when activating my 6th birth chart, I'll need 1,500 years of life. I only have 300 years now. Unless he had no intention of letting his disciples reuse Puyi's life heart, he would have enough years to activate his birth chart. I need more reversal cards. Lu Zhou looked at the system interface. He had 35 reversal cards left. Based on his calculation, he needed more than 900 cards to have 1,500 years. It cost 500 merit points per card. What's that? Lu Zhou saw a reminder. Note: this item is recommended for purchase. Purchase. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. After drawing 10 times, he obtained a reversal card. The probability of winning is about the same and the price is the same as buying it. At first, the chance of winning was very high. However, the longer he drew, his chances of obtaining something had dropped. His luck points reached 999 before he even gained anything. Naturally, the system's comment was only a suggestion. However, if he was fortunate with the lucky draws, it would be more worth it than buying it. Of course, the system's suggestion was only for reference. If he was lucky and won the lottery, it might be more cost-effective than buying it. However, the reversal card's price would definitely rise. The reversal cards did not grant one with extra years of life. What it did was that it reversed the time. When he transmigrated, he had 1,000 years of life. Therefore, the limit to the reversal card was only 1,000 years. If he reversed any further, he would not be surprised to return to his mother's womb. 1,000 reversal cards caused 500,000 merit points. Who knew one of the cheapest item cards would cause trouble to him at this moment? In the end, he dismissed the idea of buying the reversal cards. Swoosh! At this moment, there was movement from the talisman. Lu Zhou closed the system interface and brought out the black talismans before igniting it. As soon as Yanjin Luo's image appeared, he scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Brother Lu, you really hid deeply." In the Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain, there's no one who's unaware of SA Golden Lotus Expert who has 12 birth charts. Brother Lu, you're really good at hiding your strength, Yanjin Luo said. I've always been honest and never hide anything, Lu Zhou said with a straight face. Fine, you're a big shot. Everything you say is right. It's pointless to argue with you. Yanjin Luo's attitude that had been respectful grew even more respectful than before as he said, I don't know about the White Tower Council, but the Black Tower Council is in an uproar. The Black Tower Council's annihilation plan has been rejected by Tower Master Xia. There are many forces now that are afraid of Brother Lu. This was also within Lu Zhou's expectations. With 12 life birth charts, it was only natural those people were more restrained than before. What about the Dark and Light Alliance? Lu Zhou asked. This is what I wanted to speak to you about today. Yi Luyun is dead. The Dark and Light Alliance has always been one to seek revenge for the smallest grievances. If they didn't dare to confront you, they'll definitely think of another way to seek revenge. I heard from a friend that the Dark and Light Alliance has sent their men to the Red Lotus domain and the Golden Lotus domain. However, I don't know if it's true or not, Yanjin Luo said. Golden Lotus domain? Lu Zhou frowned. King Chan of Wu of the Great Yuan's royal court was seriously injured. However, they usually follow the rules and aren't that despicable. The White Tower Council has sent an envoy to negotiate with the Black Tower Council. There won't be any conflicts between them in the future, Yanjin Luo said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Yanjin Luo. Yes. Yanjin Luo could feel the sudden change in Lu Zhou. It's no longer suitable for you to stay in the Black Tower Council. I'm going to give you a chance, Lu Zhou said indifferently. How could Yanjin Luo not understand Lu Zhou's words? If he joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, it was tantamount to betraying the Black Tower Council. The consequences would be unimaginable. The former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, Xiao Yunhe, was not given this chance. It's best if you think this over carefully, Lu Zhou said in a low voice. Yanjin Luo was taken aback when he heard Xiao Yunhe's name. How could he not understand the weight of these words? He yearned for freedom and loathed the struggles between humans. He had long been tired of the Black Tower Council. After a while, he said, Ever since the last mission, the Black Tower Council has increased its supervision of the members. It's now difficult to leave the Black Tower Council. You don't have to worry about that. I'll make a trip to the Black Tower Council sooner or later. Since Lu Zhou had said so much, Yanjin Luo said decisively, Brother Lu, you're being so straightforward. If I refuse you, then it means I don't appreciate your kindness. I, Yanjin Luo, am willing to follow your lead. Ding! Obtained a subordinate. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Very good. I'll grant you the position of the left envoy of the Evil Sky Pavilion. From now on, you'll only listen to my orders. Yanjin Luo's heart stirred slightly upon hearing these words. With his cultivation base, he could be considered a relatively senior member of the Black Tower Council. However, he was not even given the position of an elder. How could he not feel moved or excited being given the position of left envoy after joining the Evil Sky Pavilion? Thank you, Pavilion Master. I'll have to trouble you to stay in the Black Tower Council for this period of time, Lu Zhou said. All right. Following that, the projection was cut off. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. The overall strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion had increased a little, but it was still far from enough. The cultivation bases of the Four Elders and the Guardian, Meng Chongdong, had yet to catch up to the others. It would be difficult for them to challenge even the weakest Thousand Realms whirling cultivators in the Black Tower Council and White Tower Council. Men. Instead of the palace maids, Little Yuaner and Conk entered the hall. Little Yuaner imitated the palace maid and said respectfully, Master, what are your orders? Lu Zhou frowned. Little girl, have you been slacking in your cultivation recently? Little Yuaner giggled and ran to Lu Zhou's side. She said, How can I slack in my cultivation? I'm about to sprout the 10th leaf. That's good. Go and summon your second senior brother here, Lu Zhou said. What's the point of summoning second senior brother? Conk and I are capable of handling whatever task you have for him. It's too suffocating for us to stay within the confines of the royal palace every day. Little Yuaner said, aggrieved. Return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Can you do it? Lu Zhou said. I will summon second senior brother immediately, Little Yuaner said without any hesitation. In fact, it was not a bad idea to let Little Yuaner and Conk return to the Golden Lotus domain, but it was too dangerous for them to cross the endless ocean, and they could not control the runic passage. Among Lu Zhou's 10 disciples, only Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were capable of controlling the runic passage. Based on the short fight between Yu Shangrong and Su Chun, it could be seen that Yu Shangrong had the strength of a 2-chart expert, at least even if he looked like a 10-leaf cultivator with 100 tribulations inside avatar. Soon after, Little Yuaner brought Yu Shangrong over. Yu Shangrong bowed. Master, I summoned you here because I want you to bring a few life hearts back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Dark and Light Alliance are out of revenge. We only have Guardian Li Xiaomo who has 3 birth charts. I'm slightly worried. I'm willing to go to the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yu Shangrong said. As expected of second senior brother, Little Yuaner said with a smile. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, Recently, I feel that my cultivation base has had a breakthrough, and I've met with a bottleneck. If I stay in the palace, I might not be able to get past the bottleneck. All of a sudden, Lu Zhou suddenly struck with his hand. A golden palm seal shot toward Yu Shangrong at lightning speed. Yu Shangrong's combat experience was incredibly high. Before his master's palm seal even reached him, he had drawn his sword horizontally and controlled his energy. Bang! Yu Shangrong blocked the golden palm seal and slid back a few meters before he came to a stop steadily. Since you're able to block this move without any harm, it means you've forged a new path on the Lotus-severing path. It's all due to luck, it's not worth mentioning. Yu Shangrong was aware the path of cultivation was still long. Lu Zhou nodded and said, You can take the runic passage to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion this time. You can look for Ning Wanqing for this matter. Ning Wanqing had appeared in the Golden Lotus domain previously, so there must be a runic passage there. Before the Evil Sky Pavilion created their own runic passage, they could only borrow from others. Ning Wanqing is from the White Tower Council. I'm afraid he'll be unwilling, Yu Shangrong said. Ning Wanqing is smart. Just look for him, Lu Zhou said. Understood. Yu Shangrong left the hall after he accepted his mission. Following that, Lu Zhou asked Little Yuaner, Where's your 4th senior brother? Little Yuaner shook her head and said, 4th senior brother has been running around all the time. I don't know either. Don't know. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he mulled over his thoughts. After dismissing Little Yuaner and Conk, he silently recited the incantation for the power of sight from the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou felt strange when he saw the scene that appeared in front of him. There were lush trees intertwined with vines. They blocked his vision, and he could not see anything at all. Lu Zhou was puzzled. What was his 4th disciple doing? After some time had passed, there still no changes. His vision was still obscured by the vines and trees. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he pondered. After he dismissed little Yuan and the conch, he silently recited the heavenly book in his heart. The scene in front of him made Lu Zhou feel a little strange. Lush trees and vines piled up like mountains. They blocked his vision and blocked his surroundings. He couldn't see anything. Soon after, he heard the sound of snoring and barking. Lu Zhou frowned. Is he sleeping while everyone's busy? Bastard! Lu Zhou shook his head and cut off the power. Lu Zhou shook his head. He felt like he had been too lax. He did not discipline Ming-Shi for a day. Ming-Shi had grown audacious. Meanwhile, Ming-Shi suddenly sat up in a daze and muttered to himself groggily. Master? Was it an auditory hallucination? He stretched his limbs as he surveyed his surroundings. He created an opening on the vines and said, Doggy, don't be noisy. I'm going to continue sleeping. Following that, he slumped down and continued to snooze. Meanwhile, the mountain had completely been taken over by the blue wood, vines, and trees. At the same time, a faint vitality energy was converging at the heart of the blue wood. 2 days later, in the preservation hall, Lu Zhou's 5th birth chart had stabilized. With the help of the purple glazed ceramic, he should be able to embed the 6th life heart and activate his 6th birth chart in another month. Pu Yi's life heart. Lu Zhou could not afford to be hasty. It was better to take things slow. After all, he had sufficient resources and means. Generally speaking, at this stage it was very difficult to find suitable life hearts. Rudimentary and intermediate life hearts were useless now. All of a sudden, Lu Zhou smelled the strong metallic stench of blood. Who is sneaking around outside the hall? Lu Zhou frowned. Grand Disciple wishes to meet Grandmaster, Li Yunjing said. Come in. Li Yunjing, along with the 2 guardians of the Evil Sky Pavilion, entered the hall. Apart from that, 2 people were also being carried in on stretchers into the hall. Li Yunjing bowed and said, Master, there's an incident in a city in the northern part of Shanbei Circuit. A group of Black Lotus cultivators has appeared, and they've been killing the innocent indiscriminately. Hundreds of people have died so far. These 2 were lucky to survive and were saved by local cultivators. Meng Changdong kneeled next to the patients and checked their wounds. Pavilion Master, their wounds are consistent. Xianxia said, That's right. There's no doubt this is the work of the Dark and Light Alliance. Do you have any evidence? Lu Zhou asked. It's not the first time the Dark and Light Alliance has done this. I dare say they'll return even fiercer next time. They would kill to silence before destroying the evidence. 1,500 years ago, they relied on this method to gain a foothold. They took advantage of the conflicts between the major forces and were certain they wouldn't be targeted by the major forces. After tasting the sweetness, they became even more rampant. The 2 people were so badly mutilated and could not even speak clearly. Lu Zhou waved his sleeves and Li Yunjing ordered his men to carry the seriously injured people out. He stroked his beard, lost in his thoughts. He was not a saint. However, this matter was caused by him. It was not without benefits for him to use this chance to strike at the Dark and Light Alliance. What's most urgent is to increase the overall strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Grand Master, speak, Lu Zhou said. The Dark and Light Alliance has gone too far this time. Previously, with Wu Chao's help, we managed to force them to retreat. This time, they're even more vicious. Grandmaster, please help me, Li Yunjing said. Li Yunjing was different from Lu Zhou after all. He was the ruler of a country. If anything happened to the Red Lotus domain, the responsibility would fall on him. Lu Zhou did not answer immediately. At this moment, Xianxia moved to Lu Zhou's side and said in a low voice, Pavilion Master, with your strength and status, you can use this opportunity to attack the Dark and Light Alliance. Make them pay for what they had done and squeeze a few benefits from them. Lu Zhou remained silent. Inwardly, he thought, I have the same idea as well. The problem is I really don't have 12 birth charts. Master, please help me. Li Yunjing fell to his knees. Xianxia added, Moreover, this can improve the image of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, I don't have 12 birth charts. After a moment, Lu Zhou asked, who's backing the Dark and Light Alliance? Xianxia replied, Pavilion Master. The leader of the Dark and Light Alliance is Fan Ruoji. He has 11 birth charts. The reason the Dark and Light Alliance could stand on almost even ground with the Black Tower Council and Great Yuan's royal court is due to their high number of members. They had gathered many sectless cultivators. Yi Liyun was one of them. Why didn't Xia Zhengrong seize the chance to take down this 11-chart Fan Ruoji? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Great Yuan's royal court wants to keep the balance. If the Black Tower Council acts against the Dark and Light Alliance, the royal court will join forces with the Dark and Light Alliance against the Black Tower Council. So the three forces are keeping each other in check. Rise. Lu Zhou looked at Li Yunzheng and said, I'll think of a way. You may leave now. Thank you, Master. Li Yunzheng bowed and left respectfully. Then, Lu Zhou said, Guardian Meng, go to the Sky Research Academy and tell my 7th disciple to create the runic passage as soon as possible. Meng Chongdong said, This shouldn't be a problem. Tower Master Xiao sent someone to deliver the blueprint yesterday. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After the runic passage is done, I'll go to the Black Lotus domain. Understood. Meng Chongdong and Xianxia respectfully left the preservation hall after that. When Lu Zhou was alone again, he thought about how to deal with the Dark and Light Alliance. He now had 500,000 merit points, 1 enhanced Deadly Strike card, impeccable cards, and many critical block cards. He was not afraid of the Dark and Light Alliance's Fan Ruoji. Moreover, the Dark and Light Alliance is more afraid of Lu Zhou than the Black Tower Council. However, if he intended to visit, he naturally would have to be more than absolutely certain of his victory. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and bought an ordinary Deadly Strike card. Disguise card. He looked at the disguise card on the system interface and wondered what would happen if he synthesized it. Although it did not have much use, it was effective in intimidating others. Moreover, his current strength was not inferior to a true 12-chart expert. Lu Zhou decisively bought 2 disguise cards. With the one in his possession, he had 3 cards. Following that, he brought out the synthesis card. After stacking the 4 cards together, he muttered under his breath, Synthesize. Ding. Synthesization is a success. Obtained. Enhanced disguise card. Apart from that system notification, there was no other information. What effect would this enhanced disguise card have? 36 birth charts. If that was the case, he would go to the Dark and Light Alliance and seek justice from them. The disguise card could only be used to intimidate. If the 3 forces worked together to attack the evil Sky Pavilion, it would be disastrous. However, since the 3 forces had not resorted to working together, otherwise they would have made a move a long time ago. This was also due to the huge conflict between the 3 forces, and it was difficult for them to come to an agreement. This could be seen during the time in the Southern Kingdom's Land of Chaos. Following that, Lu Zhou decided to try the lucky draws. Who knew he might be able to draw some amazing cards? Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. Luck point +1. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained. Decomposition card X5. Deconstruction card? There was the synthesis card previously, and now there's a deconstruction card. Lu Zhou read the information of the item card. Deconstruction card can be used to deconstruct items. Lu Zhou thought it sounded like nonsense. He decided to give it a try first. There were no item cards he was willing to deconstruct, therefore, he could only choose from his weapons. Weapon, unnamed, unknown. Jade Horsetail Whisk, Heaven Grade. Magistrate Brush, Super Heaven Grade. Purple Glazed Ceramic, Flood Grade. Cold Wind Trident, Basic Desolate Grade. Confinement Seal, Intermediate Flood Grade. Dragon Eagle's Fury, Intermediate Desolate Grade. Flash Hook, Intermediate Desolate Grade. Sea Spirit Pearl, no energy. Unnamed can be deconstructed as well? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Unnamed was his top weapon. It would be a loss to deconstruct it. Well, since the Sea Spirit Soul no longer has energy, Lu Zhou took out the sea spirit pearl. The pearl in his palm was dim and even had some cracks. He could not help but feel regretful. The sea spirit pearl's ability was extraordinary. Absolute Zero could be used at the most unexpected time. He did not expect its energy would deplete. Well, since things had come to this point, there was no point dwelling on it. There was no point in keeping it anyway. Deconstruct. Ding! Deconstruct the sea spirit pearl. Obtained. Obsidian Essence X10. Obsidian Essence. A rare material to upgrade weapons to fusion grade. Each upgrade requires 100 Obsidian Essence. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Finally, he had the material to upgrade items to the fusion grade. He would start with the purple glazed ceramic. Alas, 10 Obsidian Essence was too little. He looked at the other weapons. Indeed, many of them were not much use to him. However, to the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion they were pretty useful. After a while, he decided not to deconstruct them for now. At this moment, Xianxia walked into the hall and bowed. Pavilion Master, an envoy from the Black Tower Council requests an audience with you. He's currently waiting in the political announcement hall. An envoy from the Black Tower Council? Xianxia said with a smile. From the looks of it, he's here to seek peace. Bring them here. Understood. Soon after, Xianxia led several black-clad cultivators from the political announcement hall to the preservation hall. There were more than 10 black-clad cultivators, and they entered the hall respectfully. Zhang Jili greets the old senior. One of the judges of the Black Tower, Zhang Jili, was clearly the envoy sent by the Black Tower Council to meet Lu Zhou. It's you. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. Zhang Jili smiled awkwardly and said, Senior Lu has left an unforgettable impression on him ever since our meeting in the Southern Kingdom. I was shocked and in awe when I heard about Senior Lu's strength during the battle in the Southern Kingdom. Moreover, I heard Senior Lu also displayed his might by dealing with the beast tide in the Southern Mountain City. For that reason, I came to visit you today. At this time, Yu Zhenghai and 4 elders walked into the preservation hall one after another. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, indicating there was no need for them to bow. He looked at Zhang Jili and said, Didn't you come with hidden motives? Did you really come with good intentions? Zhang Jili quickly waved his hand. No. It was all a misunderstanding before. I came this time to resolve the previous misunderstanding and to make friends with Senior Lu as well. Lu Zhou said airily, Can the Black Tower Council really overlook the fact that I killed Wu Guangping, a judge of the Black Tower Council, Shi Yuran, the first elder of the Black Tower Council, and numerous blackguards? Zhang Jili answered without any hesitation. Of course, they were blind for offending Senior Lu. They deserved to be punished. To apologize, I brought something for Senior Lu. Then he waved his hand. The boxes were opened one by one. This scene was reminiscent of the time when Great Tang's royal family sent gifts to Lu Zhou in Cloud Mountain. The boxes contained black talismans, forging materials, various top-tier elixirs, and so on. I hope Senior Lu will accept it. Lu Zhou glanced at the boxes and asked, And then, the Black Tower Council only wants to forge a friendly relationship with Senior Lu. With our alliance, the Black Tower Council is willing to fully support the Evil Sky Pavilion. It doesn't matter if it's in the Golden Lotus domain, Red Lotus domain, or the Black Lotus domain. The Black Tower Council is really sincere, Zhang Jili said. Lu Zhou knew there was no sincerity in this world. The Black Tower Council only wanted to win him over. However, he had to admit their gifts were sincere enough. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Then Xianxia. This is a small matter. Xianxia was wronged in the Black Tower Council. It's our loss now that he has chosen another master. Everyone has their own aspiration. The Black Tower Council has no intention of pursuing this matter, Zhang Jili said. Lu Zhou had to admit Xia Zhengrong seemed very sincere. Not only did Xia Zhengrong overlook the deaths of his first elder and a judge, but he even endured his subordinate being poached. At this moment, Meng Chongdong hurried into the hall. He bowed and said, Pavilion Master, the White Tower Council has sent an envoy here and requests an audience with the Pavilion Master. The White Tower Council? Yu Zhenghai frowned and said, "It's really lively today. Bring them here." "Understood." Meanwhile, Jiang Jili frowned as soon as he heard Meng Chongdong's words. Inwardly, he was cursing the White Tower Council. As soon as Meng Chongdong led more than 10 white-clad cultivators into the hall, Jiang Jili's expression turned unsightly. "It's you, Bai Shuo?" The white-clad cultivator in the lead, Bai Shuo, walked into the hall with a smile on his face. He ignored Jiang Jili and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. The White Tower Council's judge, Bai Shuo, greets Senior Lu. Lu Zhou felt Bai Shuo's name sounded funny. Bai Shuo continued to say, "The White Tower Council has some misunderstanding with Senior Lu previously, so we came to clarify the matters. Nangong Yutian and Su Chun offended Senior Lu first, so they deserve to die. This junior brought some gifts in hopes to appease Senior Lu. Why are their lines almost the same? Was this planned?" Jiang Jili chuckled before he said, "Bai Shuo, you're really shameless? Is the White Tower Council so unoriginal that you have to copy me?" "Copy you," Bai Shuo said indifferently. "Jiang Jilu, this isn't a place where you can behave as you please. I came today to make friends with Senior Lu, and I have no intention to stoop to your level." Jiang Jili turned to Lu Zhou and said, "Senior Lu, I believe you can feel the Black Tower Council's sincerity. I hope you'll consider this carefully." Bai Shuo ignored Jiang Jili. Instead, he ordered his men to open the box. The box contained talismans, pills that were beneficial to cultivators, and a few materials. To show our sincerity, our White Tower Council is also willing to offer 10 fire spirit stones, 1 obsidian essence, and 10 heaven-cleansing flower pills. Bai Shuo's tone grew prouder at the end of his words. He continued to say, "The heaven-cleansing flower pill is unique to the White Tower Council. They can increase the power of a birth chart." At this time, Jiang Jili's expression had turned stiff. The White Tower Council was really ruthless to themselves. Those 3 times were equivalent to 10 ordinary birth chart hearts. Bai Shuo glanced at Jiang Jili smugly before he bowed and said to Lu Zhou, "Please accept these things, Senior Lu." As Bai Shuo spoke, he looked at the boxes that the Black Tower Council brought with a hint of disdain. Everything in the world was about profit. How could the Black Tower Council have the nerve to bring out such trash? Naturally, he did not voice his thoughts out. He only cursed silently in his heart. Indeed, Lu Zhou felt the items that Black Tower Council brought were rather ordinary and did not carry much value. On the other hand, the White Tower Council's gifts were very valuable. They had given him 10 fire spirit stones. If he had 10 desolate grade weapons, that was equivalent to giving him 3 flood grade weapons. Most importantly was the obsidian essence that was even rarer. Hold on. Why am I being swayed by these small things? Jiang Jili was not an idiot. When he saw the items the other party brought, he bowed and said, "Senior Lu, I forgot. Tower Master Xia told me before I left that if Senior Lu needs them, we're willing to provide fire spirit stones and obsidian essences." Bai Shui chimed in, "It's obvious he's not sincere and has ulterior motives. It's obvious he just came up with these items on the spot. If I'm not sincere, are you sincere? Is there anyone who doesn't know the White Tower Council has a lot of obsidian essences? However, you only gave 1. Is this what you call sincere?" Jiang Jilu retorted. Then he bowed and said, "The Black Lotus Domain and the White Lotus Domain face each other from across the sea. Both sides have the same geographical terrain, but the difference in resources is very big. Their side naturally produces obsidian essences. Since time immemorial, there are always the rich and the poor. How can you blame others for being poor?" Bai Shuo retorted. "You only gifted a tiny bit of your wealth. However, despite being poor, I gave everything I could give. Let Senior Lu judge which of us is more sincere." Yu Zhenghai, the guardians, and the 4 elders were dumbfounded. Why did it seem like they were competing for favor? "That's enough," Lu Zhou said. The preservation hall fell silent. Jiang Jili and Bai Shuo stopped arguing and bowed respectfully. After all, this was Lu Zhou's territory. It was indeed beneath the status of a judge to argue like children, in public no less. Lu Zhou stood up. He walked down the stairs with his hands on his back as his eyes swept across the two envoys. I've seen your sincerity. I'll accept the gifts. As for being friends, I'll have to consider it. You can leave first. Bai Shuo was stunned. When he regained his senses, he said, Senior Lu, if it's possible, I'd like to invite you to the White Tower Council as a guest. Also, Ning Wanqing. Zhang Jili interjected. The Black Tower Council also wants to invite Senior Lu as a guest. At that time, Tower Master Xia and the elders will personally receive Senior Lu. I wonder if Tower Master Lan will do the same. Bai Shuo. These words actually aroused Lu Zhou's curiosity. Zhang Jilu, if you have something to say it. Don't beat around the bush. Zhang Jili said, I heard that Lan Shihe, the Tower Master of the White Tower Council, doesn't meet outsiders. She only manages the upper tower. The members of the lower tower had never even seen her before. Even when the Black Tower Council went to visit in the early years, they didn't meet her. Even Tower Master Xia hasn't seen her? Lu Zhou asked. No. Zhang Jili said, Tower Master Lan is high and mighty. How can ordinary people meet her? Even when she goes out, she's hidden in her flying chariot. She can kill enemies with just a wave of her hand. Who would dare to provoke her? Bai Shuo scoffed. Zhang Jili, you're just an outsider. What right do you have to judge the White Tower Council? Senior Lu, it's true that Tower Master Lan doesn't meet outsiders. However, it's not due to arrogance, but it's just that she doesn't like sunlight. Tower Master Lan went to the unknown land and suffered from ice-cold internal injuries. After she recovered, she grew to hate the sunlight. I hope Senior Lu understands. Zhang Jili chuckled and said, Who would believe your words? Aren't guests entertained in the hall? Where's the sunlight in the hall? Bai Shuo was annoyed by being picked on. Even Lu Zhou felt speechless. Zhang Jili was the equivalent of internet trolls on Earth. Regardless, Zhang Jili had a point. Bai Shuo said, vexed, It's not like that. If Senior Lu visits, Tower Master Lan will definitely receive you. Zhang Jili was speechless. At this point, both sides were on equal ground. The decision was in Lu Zhou's hands. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and said, I appreciate your sincerity. Both of you may take your leave. It was clear to Zhang Jili and Bai Shuo that Lu Zhou implied that he would consider the matter and that he would not let Ning Wanqing go. Since Lu Zhou had spoken, how would they dare to stay any longer? Please, Meng Changdong said. Farewell. The duo had just turned around when Lu Zhou said to Zhang Jili, The obsidian essence you mentioned earlier. Zhang Jili nodded and said, Senior Lu, don't worry. In less than 3 days, it will be delivered to your door. After saying that, the two judges of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council left the Preservation Hall with their subordinates. Lu Zhou walked to the box and brought the obsidian essence and the heaven-cleansing flower pill. Unfortunately, there were not many of them. Zhang Jili had said there were many obsidian essences in the White Tower Council. He only had 11 now. It would be difficult to accumulate 100. The Black Tower Council could give him 1 set at most. After a while, he said, Send these things to the Sky Research Court. Understood. After Shi took the boxes away, Yu Zhenghai asked, Master, the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council are trying to pull us to their sides. Are you planning to choose a side? No, Lu Zhou said. Pan Lydian smiled and said, Pavilion Master is wise. Since they're fighting, we'll just wait to reap the benefits. As long as they're in conflict, they'll have to be wary of the evil Sky Pavilion. Zhuiyushu added, The conflict between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council is quite deep. Before this, both sides could keep each other in check. Now that they know that Elder Brother has 12 birth charts, they're worried the balance would be broken. Lu Zhou spoke. But there will always be people who are foolish and blind. Elder Brother is talking about the Dark and Light Alliance? Zhuiyushu asked. Pan Lydian said, Who else could it be? Following that, he bowed and said loudly, This old man is willing to follow the Pavilion Master to the Dark and Light Alliance to seek justice. Hua Wudao chimed in. The Dark and Light Alliance massacred hundreds of innocent people. They're no better than beasts. I'm also willing to follow the Pavilion Master to the Dark and Light Alliance. Just as the remaining 2 elders were about to make a stance, Lu Zhou said, "There'll be 10-leaf cultivators and 1,000 realms whirling cultivators there. Now that the Black Tower Council is no longer monopolizing the birth chart beasts, it's time for all of you to raise your cultivation base." In other words, they would just be a burden if they followed him there. The 4 elders originally wanted to broaden their horizons, but when they were reminded about their cultivation bases, they could only give up. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was deep in his thoughts. The runic passages were the fastest way to travel. It seemed like it was important for him to recruit a rune master. However, due to the rarity of rune masters, their statuses were very high. It would not be easy to recruit one. Although Wuxia was smart and good at studying, he was more suited to other things. It seemed a waste to let him study the runic passage. Soon after, Meng Chongdong returned to the hall. He bowed and said, "Pavilion Master, Mr. 7 is here to report that the runic passage has been completed." Lu Zhou nodded slightly. He had just thought about it, and his wish had been granted. If only the lucky draws were like that, he would have long become the #1 supreme expert in the world. Hua Wudao smiled and said, "I didn't expect Mr. 7 to be skilled in this as well." Lu Zhou shook his head. With Xiao Yunhe's blueprint, it's not difficult. However, it's a bit difficult to be like a rune master and set it up everywhere. A rune master's control over every detail of the formation is incredibly precise. At the same time, they also need a high cultivation base. "I think Elder Zhua has the potential for this," Pan Litian said. In the Golden Lotus domain, Zhua Yushu was the genius of the Confucian school. If she did not leave, she would have become the #1 rune master of the Confucian school. Even the heaven-grade coiling dragon staff in her hand was frightening. Unfortunately, that was in the past. She was well aware of her strength, so she hastily waved her hand and said, "Forget about me. If it weren't for elder brother taking me in, I would have died of old age in the deep mountain. I wouldn't have a chance to experience this world." In fact, the 4 elders shared similar thoughts. They were once powerful figures and their cultivation bases were not that bad now. However, they were still far from being powerful in current times. It was inevitable that it had become a mental stumbling block to them. Lu Zhou said, "Don't be discouraged. The Evil Sky Pavilion still needs the 4 elders. You are all top geniuses after all. What you lack isn't opportunity or resources. What you lack is time." The 4 elders nodded. They had broken through the 8-leaf limit, and their lifespan had also increased. In terms of strength, apart from the 10 disciples, their strength was not too bad. Finally, Hua Wudao said, "I will do my best and form the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar as soon as possible." Since the BTC was no longer monopolizing all the birth chart beasts in the Red Lotus domain, it would be much easier to obtain life hearts. As more and more people sprouted the 10th leaf, birth chart beasts would appear as well. It was only a matter of time for cultivators to grow stronger and stronger. "Brother, who do you plan to bring to the Black Lotus domain?" Zhua Yushu asked. Indeed, Lu Zhou was stumped by this matter as well. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion had to at least form their 1,000 Realms whirling avatars first before they could be of use in a fight. They did not need to reach the level of a judge, but they had to at least be at the level of a blackguard so they would have the ability to go on missions alone. After thinking for a while, Lu Zhou said, "Xin Shi and Yu Zhenghai, aren't you going to bring a few more people to intimidate them?" Zhua Yushu asked. The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council had always done a good job putting on an ostentatious show. It did not make sense for the Evil Sky Pavilion not to do so. However, on second thought, the BTC and the WTC had many experiences with this. For the Evil Sky Pavilion, having too many people might prove to be a hindrance instead. "2 of them is enough," Lu Zhou said. Pan Litian said, "That's right. Since Pavilion Master is there, what's the need for more people? It'd be too pitiful for the others if the Pavilion Master brings other experts as well." "Pavilion Master is wise," Hua Wudao bowed and said. "Tell Si Wuya to make the necessary preparations. I'll leave for the Black Lotus domain in 2 days. Understood. Silence returned to the preservation hall after everyone left. Lu Zhou continued to study the deconstruction card. After checking the system interface, he saw the deconstruction card was sold for 20,000 merit points. He nodded. The price was still acceptable. The materials obtained from the deconstruction were very precious, so the price was reasonable. It seemed like he had to collect more weapons in the future to deconstruct them. Following that, Lu Zhou looked at his lifespan. He had nearly 300 years left. Previously, he tried to use a life heart to recover some years, but it did not work. In other words, before activating the birth chart, life hearts could be used to increase lifespan. However, once a birth chart had been activated, one could only depend on the birth chart. Needless to say, the higher the number of birth charts one activated, the more redundant the low-level life hearts would be. No wonder not many people would reuse life hearts and waste 1,500 years of life. 2 days later, in the Red Lotus Domain's Sky Martial Court, in front of the Sacred Rites Hall, Si Wuya, Huang Yu, Wang Dachui, and the others were all present, looking at their masterpiece with satisfaction. Mr. 7, you're truly a rare genius. I've never met anyone like you before. Possibly the last person whom I thought that way about was Luo Xian. Why don't you become the Dean of the Sky Research Court? I'll raise both hands in agreement. That's right. I'm not one who easily acknowledges a person, but I'm convinced by your abilities. The Sky Research Court needs a dean. No one is more suited for that position than you. Faced with everyone's praise, Si Wuya shook his head and said, I only managed to do this because of the blueprint Tower Master Xiao gave us. It's nothing. Others can probably complete it as well if they have the blueprint. It's nothing to be proud of. In any case, this is just the beginning. Everyone nodded. No matter what, the creation of a runic passage here signified a new era between the gold, red, black, and white domains. Messenger birds and flying chariots would slowly become a thing of the past. At this moment, a voice rang from the direction of the semicircular pool. Senior Lu has arrived. Everyone turned around and looked over. Lu Zhou, Yu Zhenghai, Shen Shi, and 4 soldiers carried 2 stretchers appeared before everyone's eyes. Greetings, Master. Eldest senior brother. Si Wuya bowed. Greetings, Senior Lu, Mr. First. The people of the Sky Research Court bowed. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He asked, Is the runic passage ready? It's ready, but the positioning is not that accurate. The Sky Research Academy has already mastered the basic inscription method and the principles. The Research Heavenly Academy had already mastered the basic carving method and principle. In the Golden Lotus domain, the Big Dipper Academy and the Sky Conduct Academy are also working on the runic passage. I believe it won't be long before everything will be completed, Si Wuya said. Everyone sighed emotionally. Previously, they were studying the Sea Shuttle, the Sky Shuttle, and the Void Carriage. Who knew with the emergence of the runic passage, all those things would be rendered obsolete. Very good. Master, are you only bringing eldest senior brother and guardian Shin with you? Si Wuya asked curiously. Yu Zhenghai stepped forward and patted Si Wuya's shoulder heavily. He said with a smile, Younger brother, are you worried about me? There was no need to worry when their master was present. However, Si Wuya had to admit he disliked his eldest senior brother's unrestrained strength. In the end, he said, that's not what I mean. With elder senior brother's cultivation base, there's no need to worry. As expected of my good junior brother. Yu Zhenghai patted Si Wuya on the shoulder again. Si Wuya felt as though he was going to fall apart. Meanwhile, Shun Shi recalled Yu Shangrong cutting down Su Chun in the Land of Chaos and nodded inwardly. If the second disciple was so terrifying, how could the first disciple be weak? With these thoughts in mind, Shun Shi took the initiative and bowed and said apologetically, I'm sorry for being a burden. That's not what I mean, Si Wuya said awkwardly. However, the more explained, the worse it became. Lu Zhou said, There's no need to explain. Since it's ready, let's go. Then he called out, Wizard. Ever since Lu Zhou left previously, Wuxia had been staying at the mountain at the back of the Sacred Rites Hall. This was a good chance to bring it along. If necessary, it could help him replenish his supreme mystic power. Since they were traveling through the runic passage, there was no need for Dijiang. As though he could read his master's mind, Wuxia's eyes brightened as he asked, "Master, where's Dijiang?" "Dijiang is in the pass. Take care of him when you have time," Lu Zhou said. "Understood." Wuxia could not ask for more. Lu Zhou stood in front of the runic passage and studied the patterns on the ground and the energy stones in the surroundings. Compared to the Black Lotus domain's inscriptions, they were a little more rough and obvious. It would be easily discovered in the wild. After a moment, Lu Zhou confidently walked in. Xianxia, Wuxia, Xianxia, and the 4 cultivators carrying the stretchers followed suit and entered the runic passage. Following that, Xianxia brought out a talisman and smacked it on the ground. With that, the runic passage lit up before a beam of light shot up into the sky. When the light disappeared, Lu Zhou and the others could no longer be seen. Under Xianxia's control, everyone entered the runic passage. Light flashed around them, obscuring their vision. They could only feel the surging and vast power. Lu Zhou sometimes thought that the runic passage perhaps drew its mysterious power from heaven and earth. He wondered if one day in the future, humans could also learn to teleport with their own abilities. Xianxia placed his palm on the ground within the circle of light. In just an instant, even more power surged out. Xianxia asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that the runic inscription is slightly rough and requires stronger primal qi to maintain it." After controlling it for a period of time, Xianxia appeared to be out of breath. Upon seeing this, Xianxia said, "Let me do it." "Ah!" Xianxia stepped forward and slammed his palm on the runic light ring. With that, surging power continued to be transmitted into the runic light ring. An even more dazzling light illuminated the surroundings, and the visibility was not as bad as before. Apart from that, the speed had also increased considerably. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. First, have you controlled a runic passage before?" "No," Xianxia replied honestly. This, why are you more familiar with it than I am?" Xianxia's expression was one of incredulity. Xianxia. The longer Xianxia watched Xianxia, the more confused he became. In the end, Xianxia said, "It all boils down to talent." Xianxia said, "Mr. First's talent is truly astonishing. I admire you." About 15 minutes later, the light finally disappeared. They were in a forest. There were some stone steels in the surroundings as well. The passage on the ground seemed old, but the lines were clear. Xianxia said, "Pavilion Master, we've arrived at the Black Lotus domain." "So this is the Black Lotus domain?" Lu Zhou sighed emotionally. In his imagination, the Black Lotus domain was a barren land with not a blade of grass in sight. It seemed like he had been overthinking it. The vitality energy here was much richer than he had imagined. This should be the southern plains of Great Yuan. That's why the forest is verdant, and the scenery is pleasant. "Pavilion Master, do you want to have a look around?" Xianxia asked. "No need. Let alone the beautiful scenery in the Golden Lotus domain. Just the Lilac Mountain and the Radiant Cloud Forest were beautiful enough. Unless a place was very special, it would be difficult to attract his attention. This place is about 50 kilometers from the headquarters of the Dark and Light Alliance. It's not very far. Pavilion Master, do you want to visit the Black Tower Council first?" Xianxia asked again. "Directly go to the Dark and Light Alliance." Understood. The group flew into the sky above the forest and mountain toward the Dark and Light Alliance's headquarters. On the way, Xianxia said, "Great Yuan is different from Great Tang's 10 circuits. Instead, they have provinces here, from the southernmost Anhai province to the northernmost Anyang province. The Great Circle is different from the Great Tang's 10 paths. They operate under the province system, from the southernmost Anhai province to the northernmost Anyang province. There are 10 provinces in total and many other allied foreign tribes. All of them are under the jurisdiction of Great Yuan's royal court in the capital. Yu Zhenghai asked curiously. The Black Tower Council and the Dark and Light Alliance are so powerful. Why didn't they conquer the provinces? The Black Tower Council, the Dark and Light Alliance, and Great Yuan's royal court balance each other. There have been many battles throughout history, and the three powers would keep each other in check. The Black Tower Council has always only accepted experts even if it's only members of the lower tower, whereas the Dark and Light Alliance is a place where major sects gather. The two had tacitly acknowledged Great Yuan's royal court. 3 strokes in the morning. Xianxia pointed at a towering building in front of them. That's the Dark and Light Alliance's headquarters. It's located in the southern part of the mountain and housed a large number of people. They have members all over the world. On the other hand, the Black Tower Council is located in the land of Shu's Xinjiang. Although their number is small, they're the strongest. As for the royal court, needless to say, they govern the country's affairs. Lu Zhou nodded. Xianxi's introduction was short and powerful. Perhaps, due to the runic passage, Lu Zhou did not know which direction he was traveling. Unlike the endless ocean that took him 5 days and 5 nights to cross on Dizhang's back, the runic passage only took them 15 minutes before they arrived. Xianxia said again, "Pavilion Master, please wait for a moment. I will go speak to them." "Go!" Xianxia dove and flew toward the huge archway that was dozens of feet tall. He hovered in the air as he said, "The Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion has arrived." The 2 guards looked at each other in shock. One of them put down his long halberd and cupped his fists together before he said, "Are you Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "No. My Pavilion Master is nearby." "Brother, it's not that we don't trust you, but you have to show us evidence. If it's really the Pavilion Master, we'll report it immediately." The people from the Dark and Light Alliance were not unfamiliar with Lu Zhou. Yi Luyun's death had spread in the entire alliance. Xianxia extended his hand. An ink-color astrolabe appeared in his palm. It was only a few meters in diameter before it rapidly expanded to hundreds and thousands of times bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it vanished into thin air. The guard was shocked. Just a random errand boy was a 4-chart expert. No matter if it was truly the Evil Sky Pavilion or not, this matter had to be reported. "Please wait a moment." With that, the guard disappeared in a flash. Soon after, dozens of cultivators flew out from the lower part of the building. The leader, a burly man, wielded 2 hammers in his hands. "Xianxia." The leader seemed to recognize Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "As it turns out, it's Master Xia." At this moment, Lu Zhou and Yu Zhenghai flew over slowly. Xianxia bowed and said, "Pavilion Master, this is one of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance, Master Zhibieli." Lu Zhou nodded and stroked his beard as he looked at Zhibieli. Apart from his burly figure, Zhibieli did not look like someone who had gone through countless battles. His silver armor was rather eye-catching. Zhibieli cupped his fists together and said, "I'm Zhibieli. I've long heard of the great reputation of the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Please follow me." Lu Zhou said, "Aren't you afraid that I'm an imposter?" Zhibieli laughed loudly. An imposter wouldn't have the guts to come to the Dark and Light Alliance. Moreover, I'm familiar with Xianxia. Although Zhibieli looked like a typical burly person who was all brawn and no brains, it seemed like that was not the case. Lu Zhou nodded. "Lead the way." Zhibieli said, "Since Senior Lu decided to grace us with his presence, I will personally welcome you." With Zhibieli flying at the lead, everyone flew at a leisurely speed. The internal buildings were built close together. It roughly resembled Sikong Beichen's 9th temple. However, the land the Dark and Light Alliance occupied was much bigger. As they flew, they attracted the attention of the cultivators on the ground. In the headquarters of the Dark and Light Alliance, apart from special cultivators, the enforcers, and high-ranking members, the others were prohibited from flying. Soon after, Zhibiel came to a halt in front of a large hall. Rows and rows of pillars that were dozens of meters tall lined the sides of the hall. The building itself was majestic and magnificent. "Please take a seat," Zhibieli said after leading them into the hall. Lu Zhou, Yu Zhenghai, and the others did not stand on ceremony and took a seat immediately. Only the 2 injured lay on the stretchers. Xianxia immediately ordered his men to prepare the most luxurious banquet. There were even rules to follow in regard to the dishes, the wine, the arrangement of the utensils, the manner in which the servants carried the dishes, and the placement of the dishes. It was all very detailed. When noon arrived, the banquet was almost ready. "I apologize for our lacking hospitality. Please forgive us." Xianxia said, "These are all trivial matters." During this time, the host and the guests only exchanged polite conversations. Lu Zhou rarely responded. It was mostly Xianxia and Xianxia who were talking. Based on their conversation, Lu Zhou learned about the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance. 300 years ago, one of them participated in the Great Void Expedition and died. Yi Luyun was also one of the tigers. Now that he had died, there were only 3 tigers left. The 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance generally had around 8th birth charts. Apart from that, he learned there were tens of thousands of members at the body tempering stage to those in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The higher-ups were mostly in the nascent divinity tribulation realm and the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Their strength could not be underestimated. Finally, Xianxia asked Lu Zhou, "Senior Lu, I wonder what's the purpose of your visit?" Lu Zhou put down his wine cup and said, "Tell Fan Ruoxi to come out and speak to me." Lu Zhou's words shocked everyone into silence. After a long time, Xianxia smiled sheepishly and said, "Senior Lu, I'll be frank with you. The alliance leader had just gone out recently." "Oh, what a coincidence." Xianxia had no delusions of grandeur and was aware of his status. It was indeed difficult for him to talk on equal footing with a 12-chart expert. For this reason, he had gone all out and treated this distinguished guest as luxuriously as possible. "Senior Lu, I don't dare hide anything from you. 5 days ago, the alliance leader received a challenge from a swordsman from beyond the Great Wall. The swordsman was also an expert, so the alliance leader had no choice but to deal with the matter. I hope Senior Lu can forgive me." Xianxia smiled and said, "Alliance leader Fan is an expert with 11 birth charts. Where did that swordsman from beyond the Great Wall get the courage to challenge him? Is he tired of living? After all, the reason Great Yuan was united and formidable was also in part due to Fan Ruoxi's martial strength." Xianxia said, "The swordsman from beyond the Great Wall is Yelu Chunan." "Chunan? Doesn't that mean virgin?" "There's also Fan Ruoxi, which means retard. A retard and a virgin. Your parents are really good at naming that. I wonder if they're transmigrators as well." "Yelu Chunan? Wasn't he defeated before?" Xianxia was puzzled. Before he formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, he liked listening to the elders speak about Thousand Realms whirling experts. Among the stories he liked to listen to was the fight between Fan Ruoxi and Yelu Chunan. At that time, Fan Ruoxi was nowhere as strong as he was now, and he was not yet the alliance leader of the Dark and Light Alliance. At that time, Fan Ruoxi defeated Yelu Chunan. Xianxia explained, "Yelu Chunan had been focusing on his cultivation in recent years, and his swordsmanship has improved a lot. No one knows his true strength now. It's said that he has comprehended the swordsmanship of unity between heaven and earth. Moreover, he has also obtained many rare life hearts beyond the Great Wall. His strength has greatly increased. In the past month itself, he had sent more than 10 challenges." Following that, Xianxia waved his hand. A subordinate brought over the letters of challenges and respectfully placed them in front of Lu Zhou. Indeed, there were more than 10 letters of challenges. Moreover, it was clear the handwriting belonged to the same person. Lu Zhou glanced at the letters briefly and said, "This has nothing to do with me." Xianxia nodded and said, "Indeed, it has nothing to do with Senior Lu. I'm only trying to prove that I'm not lying. Although the Alliance Master isn't here, he gave me full authority in handling the Alliance's affairs." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Xianxia. Regardless if Xianxia was telling the truth or lying, he did not care as long as he obtained justice. Therefore, he raised his hand. The 4 cultivators carried the 2 stretchers in front of everyone. The 2 injured people who were wrapped like dumplings did not move at all. This is... Xianxia was confused. Xianxia explained. Hundreds of common folks and cultivators died in Great Tang's Mountain in the Shanbei Circuit. Don't you think the Dark and Light Alliance owes us an explanation? Xianxia frowned and said, There's such a thing? In fact, Xianxia's attitude and his treatment of the guests were rather commendable. However, with this denial, Yu Zhenghai grew angry. Yu Zhenghai said indignantly, You're not stupid, so it's best for you to speak truthfully. Otherwise, you might die from being slapped in the face. Xianxia sighed and said, There are many members in the alliance. Perhaps someone gave an order for this. Since Senior Lu is certain this was the alliance's doing, then it must be true. I'll definitely severely punish those involved and give Senior Lu a satisfactory explanation. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, No, I don't need an explanation. The explanation should be for the family members of the deceased. Xianxia glanced at the two people on the stretcher. Senior Lu, you must be joking. Do I look like I'm joking? Were you born a cultivator? Your father, your grandfather, and your ancestor, were they born cultivators as well? Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia shook his head in confusion. Lu Zhou said, In my eyes, your life is no different from his life. After saying that, Lu Zhou pressed the table lightly and said, All of you are fragile. Just a palm strike, and you'll die. Silence descended on the hall. The maids standing at the sides lowered their heads, trying to reduce their sense of existence. They did not even dare to refill the wine cup. The food and wine had long grown cold. For some reason, at this time, everyone noticed Xianxia's long robes were somewhat similar to Lu Zhou's robes. It was like robes that Big Shot would wear. Xianxia remained silent. As time passed, he grew more uncomfortable and ill at ease. Common folks could not and would not rely on arrogant cultivators to stand up for them. Many times they died just like ants. Their lives were worthless in the eyes of cultivators. In fact, this was common in the cultivation world and had become a dark joke. Meanwhile, the two injured lying on the stretcher teared up and their bodies trembled slightly upon hearing Lu Zhou's words. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai wanted to give those two injured people a thumbs up. Their performance was very convincing. It was until he saw their tightly clenched fists that his expression grew solemn. He was reminded they were here to seek justice today, not to threaten or blackmail. Xianxia waved his hands hastily and said awkwardly, Everything can be discussed. What kind of explanation do you want? Xianxia, how many people died in Shanbei Circuit? Lu Zhou asked. 352 people. 120 of them were cultivators, and the others were common folks, Xianxia replied. I'll give you two options. First, you can pay with your life. The Dark and Light Alliance will kill as many members as the people who died in Shanbei Circuit. However, I'm not unreasonable. Dead people can't be resurrected. If you can pacify the families of the deceased, I'll let the matter go, Lu Zhou said. Xianxia understood Lu Zhou's intention. What do you think? I'll punish the culprits. Apart from that, for each deceased, I'll compensate their families with 100 gold taels. Without waiting for Lu Zhou's reply, Yu Zhenghai said, I'll give you 10,000 gold taels after I kill 100 of your men. What do you think? Xianxia was truly rendered speechless by Yu Zhenghai's words. In the end, he said, I'll compensate each deceased's family with 1,000 gold taels. In fact, the amount was rather good for common folks. However, Yu Zhenghai said again, Do you think gold is useful to cultivators? Xianxia felt the pressure was going stronger and stronger, and could only say, Each cultivator will be compensated with 1,000 top-grade talismans, 100 top-grade healing pills, and 10 caddies of top-grade medicinal herbs. Senior Lu, this isn't a small amount. If it's any more, the Dark and Light Alliance won't be able to afford it. Lu Zhou looked at the two injured people on the stretcher and said, I don't think both of you are satisfied with this, right? The people on the stretcher shook their heads. Xianxia had almost forgotten the real main character today was Senior Lu. Why would such a big shot suddenly come to the Dark and Light Alliance? It seemed like blood would have to be shed to appease this big shot. He gritted his teeth and said, "We'll add 3 fire spirit stones." 3. Fine. 10. Yu Zhenghai turned to Xianxia and asked, "Are fire spirit stones useful?" Guardian Shen, "What kind of weapons does my master possess?" "They're not very useful. After all, it can only upgrade weapons to the flood grade," Xianxia said. Xianxia felt suffocated. Fire spirit stones aren't precious? Isn't this daylight robbery? What justice are they trying to seek? Xianxia said, "Lord Xia, why don't you choose the first option? There's no need for you to feel so conflicted. Killing 352 of your members will be able to appease the souls of the 352 people who were killed." Sometimes words were enough to cause one to lose one's temper, especially when it came from the mouth of an annoying person. Moreover, these words hit Xianxia's sore spot. In the heat of the moment, he could no longer control his emotions. "Xianxia, you're just a traitor of the BTC. Why are you meddling in this matter?" As soon as Xianxia uttered these words, he immediately regretted them. Xianxia remained silent. As the saying went, one had to look at the owner when beating a dog. Even if he was one of the brilliant 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance, Xianxia did not know how he should smooth things over. After he calmed down, he said, "I'm sorry for the outburst. I didn't mean to disrespect you. The Dark and Light Alliance will give you a portion of obsidian essences. These rare items can be used to upgrade weapons to the fusion grade." This time, Xianxia and Yu Zhenghai no longer spoke up. They waited for Lu Zhou's decision. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou, waiting for him to speak. Lu Zhou stroked his beard while thinking. After a while, he looked at Xianxia and asked, "Are you certain you have authority to make decisions regarding all matters?" "Senior Lu, don't worry. Since I've already made the decision, I'll deliver the compensation immediately," Xianxia said. "Very good," Lu Zhou said indifferently. "Increased all the compensations you mentioned by 10-fold. With this, the matter is settled." 10 times? Xianxia was frightened out of his wits. His fingers trembled slightly. "You can't make the decision for this?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was rather unsightly. "They're nobody. Senior Lu, why are you doing this?" Just that one compensation alone was enough to make Xianxia bleed. 10 times that compensation was equivalent to draining half of his life. "Nobody?" Lu Zhou stopped stroking his beard and stared at Xianxia, who was sitting across from him indifferently. He placed his palm lightly on the table as he said, "In my eyes, you're also a nobody." Swoosh! The wine cup shot out, flying toward Xianxia. Xianxia recovered from his shock and hastily erected an energy barrier to block the wine cup. The wine cup thrummed as it hovered a meter in front of Xianxia. He said helplessly, "Senior, let's discuss this. Why must you do this? Why can't I do this to a nobody? Even if you kill me, they can't be resurrected," Xianxia said. "That's not important. Killing 352 here is to comfort the dead." Buzz. A faint blue energy appeared around the wine cup at this moment. Bang! The wine cup exploded. The wine hovered in the air in the form of droplets. Soon enough, the droplets of wine seemed to turn into energy swords that were as fine as a strand of hair. In just an instant, they arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia shuddered. He tried his best to keep the thin energy swords at bay, but he discovered he could not mobilize his primal chi. At this time, the energy swords were right in front of his face. If they were half an inch closer, they would pierce his eyes. How's this possible? As soon as this thought appeared in Xianxia's mind, he realized how redundant it was. It was naturally a piece of cake for a 12-chart expert to kill someone like him. He held his breath, giving up on resisting. Moreover, when he discovered he no longer had access to primal chi earlier, he knew it was futile to resist anyway. He said, "Fine. 10 times it is." Splash. The energy swords reverted to wine that fell to the floor with a splash. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Human lives are all important. There shouldn't be distinctions based on their statuses. In your opinion, their lives aren't important. However, in their families' eyes, Which one of them isn't important? Naturally, Xianxia understood this logic. He felt incredibly uncomfortable and did not dare to refute. Lu Zhou continued to say, "If this were any other time, let alone 10 times, even if it was 100 times, I might not even agree to the compensation." Xianxia was afraid Lu Zhou would raise the compensation again, so he hurriedly ordered his men, "Hurry up and prepare the compensation." Understood. Upon receiving the order, the two subordinates left in a hurry. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the injured people lying on the stretcher and asked, "Are you satisfied with my actions?" Yes, we are." The two injured men were incredibly moved and excited. Yu Zhenghai said, "If there's anything you're dissatisfied with, don't be afraid to speak up. My master will seek justice for you." The two struggled to cup their fists together at Lu Zhou to show their gratitude. "My master will seek justice for you. If you are not satisfied, you can bring it up." Xianxia said to the two injured men, "Please don't worry. I'll make sure the culprits are severely punished. Apart from that, you should also guarantee that nothing like that will happen again in the future," Lu Zhou added. "Of course." Lu Zhou nodded as he stroked his beard and continued to say, "Now that the first matter has been dealt with, let's move on to the second matter." Xianxia felt suffocated. It was really unbearable. Lu Zhou said, "In the land of chaos in the Red Lotus domain, Yi Luyun, the master assassin of the Dark and Light Alliance, tried to assassinate me. I'm sure you've heard about that." In fact, Xianxia had heard more than that. When that idiot died, news of it spread like a wildfire in the Dark and Light Alliance. In the end, he asked, "Senior Lu, since Yi Luyun is dead, why bother bringing up the dead? So you're saying I should swallow my anger?" Xianxia's expression grew unsightly. "It's over. This is the end. Yi Luyun was quite skilled. I was careless and had to use the Sea Spirit Pearl to protect myself," Lu Zhou said. "Isn't the Sea Spirit Pearl with the BTC?" Xianxia asked as dread filled his body. He had misspoken again. He cursed his loose tongue. "Shun," she said, "the Sea Spirit Pearl has long belonged to the Pavilion Master." Xianxia hardened his heart and said, "The Dark and Light Alliance is willing to compensate Senior Lu by offering another portion of obsidian essences." Lu Zhou raised his head and stared at Xianxia with his deep and ancient eyes that seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of life. He remained silent and continued stroking his beard. "Do you think I'm a beggar who could be easily sent away with a few trinkets?" Xianxia, whose heart had not stopped bleeding since earlier due to the compensation he had to cough up, said, "Senior Lu, the Dark and Light Alliance really doesn't have so many obsidian essences. They're really rare. Even the BTC can't take out more than 10 portions." Lu Zhou maintained his silence and continued to look at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was indescribable at this moment. In the end, he said in a trembling voice, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to make this decision." She smiled and said, "Then why did you brag earlier that you can make all the decisions while the Alliance Master is away? You should have just invited your Alliance Master here in the first place. If it weren't for the Pavilion Master's even temper, do you think you'd still be alive?" She had deliberately said this to pay Xianxia back for his earlier words. Seeing the unsightly expression on Xianxia's face, he felt incredibly comfortable. The ancients were right. It felt really good being able to lean on a tall and strong tree. "Fine," Xianxia said through gritted teeth as he smacked the table. 5 portions of obsidian essences. The Dark and Light Alliance don't have these many obsidian essences, but I'll find a way to collect them. I hope Senior Lu will give me some time." Lu Zhou stroked his beard in satisfaction and added, "Don't forget the 10 portions you promised earlier as well." "Yes." Xianxia clenched his hands tightly as he felt his heart bleed. "Very good." Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and said, "I'll give you 3 days." After saying that, Lu Zhou did not wait for Xianxia's response. He waved his sleeves and walked out with his hands on his back. She ordered the men to carry the stretchers before he followed Lu Zhou. Yu Zhenghai was the last to rise from his seat. He patted Zhebieli's shoulder and said before he left, "To be honest, this is the first time I've seen my master being so kind. You should feel lucky." What could Zhebieli say to that? He could only force an awkward smile on his face. When Lu Zhou and the others exited the main hall, a figure flew toward them swiftly at a low altitude. Soon after, a loud laughter rang in the air. "I heard that Zhebieli, one of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance, is a first-rate swordsman? Can he block one sword strike from me?" Yelu Chunan, as the figure drew closer at lightning speed, everyone could see him holding a sword in his right hand. As he flew, a conical barrier with black energy swirling around it appeared a few meters in front of him. "Shun," she exclaimed, "it's the 7-star sword." Yelu Chunan did not stop flying. He only briefly glanced at Lu Zhou, who was standing in front of the main hall. All of a sudden, a voice rang from the main hall. "It's you. Stop. Do you think I'll stop just because you tell me to? You're dreaming." All of a sudden, Yelu Chunan held his sword and walked toward Lu Zhou. Apart from Xianxia and Yu Zhanghai, who remained calm, everyone held their breaths and watched nervously as Yelu Chunan moved toward Lu Zhou. Swoosh! In just a flash, Yelu Chunan brought his sword down on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou raised his hand that was glowing with a blue light. Soon enough, a mini vortex appeared on his palm, churning rapidly. The tip of the sword touched the mini vortex in Lu Zhou's palm. The sword seemed to freeze. Yelu Chunan looked up at the person in front of him in surprise. At this moment, Zhebieli rushed out of the hall. "Stop! Stop! Brother Yelu! Please stop! I am Zhebieli." Yelu Chunan smiled. "When did such an expert join the Dark and Light Alliance?" Lu Zhou frowned. He could feel the supreme mystic power surging out continuously. What would happen if this stalemate continued? "Impudent!" A thunderous voice rang in the air. Lu Zhou moved his hand and used his hand to smack the 7-star sword aside. The 7-star sword bounced back, catching Yelu Chunan off guard. He did not expect his opponent's strength to suddenly increase several times. Due to the impact, the 7-star sword's hilt landed heavily on his chest, sending him flying back. He flipped 3.5 times in the air before he landed on the ground again. Clank! The 7-star sword fell on the ground at this time. Everything ended with one move. This sword actually managed to withstand the supreme mystic force. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the 7-star sword buzzed before it flew into his hand. Yelu Chunan was still stunned by the palm strike. Zhebieli, one of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance, was stunned as well. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou studied the 7-star sword for a moment before he passed it over to Yu Zhanghai. Then, he looked at Yelu Chunan and said indifferently, "Zhebieli said your cultivation base is almost on par with Fan Ruaji's. However, even with the sword, it seemed like you're far from being on par with him. How big was the gap between their strength?" Yelu Chunan looked at Lu Zhou in a daze and in disbelief. At this point, he realized he had mistaken Lu Zhou for someone else. He felt rather awkward. However, he was rather unresigned that his swordsmanship was criticized as poor. After a moment, Yelu Chunan wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and endured the pain as he forced a smile on his face and asked, "You are?" Zhebieli said sternly, "Yelu Chunan, you bastard. Hurry up and kowtow to Senior Lu to apologize for your mistake." Yelu Chunan. Yelu Chunan was baffled. He just misidentified someone. Did it warrant such a big reaction? He even had to kowtow and apologize? Just as Yelu Chunan was about to lose his temper, Zhebieli said, "This is Senior Lu, the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion." As he spoke, Zhebieli winked at Yelu Chunan at a rate of 10 times per second. Fortunately, Yelu Chunan did not ask Zhebieli if something was wrong with his eye like those retarded supporting actors in the movies. Instead, he understood Zhebieli's meaning immediately. He immediately kneeled on one knee and said, "Senior Lu, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I thought you were Zhebieli. I mistook you for someone else, and that's my fault." Lu Zhou looked at Yelu Chunan and said, "You're lucky you mistook me for someone else. If it were some else, wouldn't they have died because of your mistake? This, Yelu Chunan continued to say, I'm willing to apologize. How are you going to apologize? Lu Zhou asked. Zhebieli quickly said, Senior Lu, it's just a misunderstanding. Although Yelu Chunan was wrong, he doesn't deserve death. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. I'm not unreasonable. However, he should still be punished. I'll confiscate your 7-star sword. Yelu Chunan rose to his feet instinctively as his eyes widened in shock. To a swordsman, a sword was his life. How could he be willing to have his sword taken away? His stance at this moment seemed like he was going to protest. Xianxia stepped forward and glared at Yelu Chunan before he said sternly, What do you want to do? Yelu Chunan's anger vanished immediately. Although he felt aggrieved, he did not dare to protest. Zhebieli moved to Yelu Chunan's side before he turned to Lu Zhou and said, The 7-star sword should be taken away. I'll respectfully send Senior Lu off now. The 7-star sword isn't enough, Lu Zhou said indifferently. Ah! Zhebieli's heart sank again for the umpteenth time today. Lu Zhou said, You said it yourself. Fan Ruaji, the alliance leader of the Dark and Light Alliance, received more than 10 letters of challenge from Yelu Chunan. For that reason, Alliance Master Fan accepted the challenge and isn't in the alliance. However, Yelu Chunan suddenly made an appearance here. How do you explain this? Zhebieli's face was ashen. Xianxia smiled and added, You're bold to deceive Senior Lu. It's best if you invite the Alliance Master here. Needless to say, since Yelu Chunan was here, Fan Ruaji was here as well. Zhebieli said, Senior Lu, please listen to my explanation. The Alliance leader is really not around. I swear. Lu Zhou ignored Zhebieli's plea. You've lost all credibility with me. Zhebieli dragged Yelu Chunan to his feet. Yelu Chunan understood Zhebieli's intention and hurriedly explained, Senior, it's true that the Alliance leader isn't in. Lu Zhou said, Your cultivation is far from that of a sword path expert. What gives you the courage to appear here? Don't be in a hurry to answer. If you continue to lie, even if the Alliance leader is here, I won't spare you. In the end, Zhebieli could only answer honestly, Brother Yelu didn't challenge the Alliance leader. The truth is he had joined the Dark and Light Alliance and became one of the Tigers of the Alliance. However, he's not in the Alliance most of the time and is usually out carrying out missions. He only has 6 birth charts. How would he dare to act presumptuously in front of Senior Lu? As he spoke, he kept glaring at Yelu Chunan for his untimely appearance. Yelu Chunan was not around most of the time, but he picked such a time to appear. How vexing! Yelu Chunan felt incredibly aggrieved. He met with such misfortune as soon as he arrived. Lu Zhou did not say anything. If they were going to lie, they should have made preparations and would not make such a low-level mistake. He asked, So you're here to challenge Zhebieli? Yelu Chunan's gaze shifted from Zhebieli to Lu Zhou. He nodded and said with a sigh, It's a spur-of-the-moment thing. I've only met Zhebieli once. I didn't expect such a misunderstanding to happen. Please be magnanimous and forgive me, Senior Lu. Yu Zhenghai smiled and said, Although your swordsmanship is indeed a little bad, your strength and aura are strong. It's enough to frighten ordinary cultivators out of their wits. However, if you encounter my second senior brother, I'm afraid only death awaits you. Upon hearing these words, Yelu Chuanan's face flushed red from embarrassment. He said, I know I'm lacking. I returned to the Dark and Light Alliance because I heard a large number of flying beasts would appear in the evening on the 15th of every month. Flying beasts! Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at the clear sky. The sky was clear for miles. There was no sign of anything in the western horizon where the sun was about to set. Zhebieli smiled and said, This is also a common occurrence in the Red Lotus domain. Every evening, flying beasts would appear and terrorize human cities. Humans use formations to take them down and will sell their life hearts to those who are interested. These things aren't worth much. Yu Zhenghai nodded when he heard this. This aligned with his experience when he first arrived in the Red Lotus domain. It's getting late. If Senior Lu isn't in a hurry, why don't you stay a night? Zhebieli said. Despite his words, he was actually reminding Lu Zhou to leave. After some time, Lu Zhou said tonelessly, You attempted to assassinate me. However, I'm not an unreasonable person. Give me another 5 portions of obsidian essences, and we'll call it a day. Zhebieli and Yelu Chunan. Zhebieli and Yelu Chunan thought they managed to avoid trouble. Who knew the old fox was waiting for them to jump into the hole he had dug? Zhebieli said, Senior Lu, 15 portions of obsidian essence is already the limit. If you ask for more, I'll have to give away all of the Dark and Light Alliance's assets. This? Zhebieli suddenly stopped speaking. He really wanted to slap his mouth. Why did he say assets? Was this not admitting that he had these things? He raised his hand in a daze and slapped his face. If you think it's unfair, then kill 352 of your members, including Yelu Chunan, Lu Zhou said indifferently. Zhebieli's expression turned unsightly. No, it was beyond unsightly. He struggled and hesitated for a long time. Finally, Xianxia looked at the sky and said, It's getting late, Pavilion Master. Let's see who's more anxious. Lu Zhou said, There's no rush. I'm sure the Dark and Light Alliance won't refuse me if I plan to stay a night. No, will. Zhebieli was incoherent. Then, think about it. Do you want to keep the lives of 352 people or the obsidian essences? Lu Zhou said. Yelu Chunan said in a deep voice, Fine. I agree on behalf of the alliance leader. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. You can make the decision? Of course. Zhebieli said the same thing earlier. Although both of you can make the decision, it seems like your opinions differ. I don't know who to believe. Yelu Chunan said, Men, bring the obsidian essences from the warehouse. Yelu Chunan, Zhebieli said through gritted teeth. Yelu Chunan was fuming as well. When he thought about his lost 7-star sword, he steeled his heart and said, I'll explain this to the alliance leader. Go and get it. Zhebieli stopped protesting. He knew Yelu Chunan's temper was childish. Since Yelu Chunan had lost the 7-star sword, he knew Yelu Chunan was giving away the obsidian essences out of anger. After a while, a few men brought a box over. The box was made from rosewood. Intricate patterns were carved on it, and it emitted a fragrant smell. It was clear that this thing had been carefully guarded. Zhebieli reluctantly handed it over. Lu Zhou took it. Ding! Obtained Obsidian Essence X15. Lu Zhou nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at Zhebieli and said, You seem unwilling? No. You don't think it's fair? It's fair, very fair. Zhebieli lowered his head. Remember to live well. That's the #1 rule in the cultivation world, Lu Zhou said. What Lu Zhou meant was Zhebieli should be thankful enough that he did not kill him. Zhebieli bowed. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a few flying beasts appeared in the air above the Dark and Light Alliance. Everyone looked at the sky. Pavilion Master, it's time for us to leave. As for the other things, your subordinate will collect them tomorrow, Xianxia said. At this time, a voice rang from a sentry tower in the Dark and Light Alliance. Activate the formation. Many members of the Dark and Light Alliance rose into the sky immediately. At this time, Zhebieli quickly said, This junior will open a path for Senior Lu. After all, this is a daily task of the Dark and Light Alliance. Zhebieli maintained his composure and remained respectful. Lu Zhou did not look at Zhebieli. Instead, he soared into the air. The others followed closely behind. Yelu Chunan immediately pulled Zhebieli back. He gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, What's going on? Who is he? Are you blind? If I didn't stop you in time, you would have died long ago. He's that mighty figure from the Golden Lotus domain. Zhebieli scolded, growing even angrier. Yelu Chunan stumbled back. His anger was completely extinguished by the words, the mighty figure from the Golden Lotus domain. Before Yelu Chunan recovered from the shock, Zhebieli had flown up into the sky. When he regained his senses, he hastily followed suit. It was better if he sent that person off as well. After Lu Zhou and the others left, in a tall tower on the easternmost side of the Dark and Light Alliance's estate, the sound of violent coughing rang in the air before someone asked, Has he left? Alliance leader, he has left. However, in order to assuage that person's anger, Lord Zhe was forced to give up 15 obsidian essences. At this moment, Fan Ruaji, the Alliance Master of the Dark and Light Alliance, held onto the railing of the tall tower. He looked like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Bang! Fan Ruaji suddenly slammed his hand against the wall of the tower, leaving a palm print on the wall. Upon seeing this, the subordinate asked, Alliance leader, should we go after them before they go too far? No need. Fan Ruashi withdrew his hand. The palm strike was just to vent the anger in his heart. Make sure that no one knows I'm seriously injured. I believe Zhebieli won't do anything to harm the Dark and Light Alliance. Understood. Also, send that fool Yelu Chunan to the WTC. Let him think of a way to make up for those 15 obsidian essences. Understood. The subordinate left respectfully after receiving his orders. Meanwhile, under Zhebieli and Yelu Chuanan's lead, the flying beasts and the inscriptions from the formation did not affect Lu Zhou and the others. The duo only came to halt at the entrance. Zhebieli asked tentatively, Senior Lu, may I ask where you're going to rest for the night? He wanted to figure out who else had a close relationship with Lu Zhou. It would be a good chance for him to win whoever it was over. Xianxia said, It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Yu Zhenghai said, There's no need to send us off. Just prepare the things accordingly. Guardian Xin will pick them up tomorrow. Yes. Following that, Lu Zhou and the others flew off. Zhebieli and Yelu Chunan finally had time to stew in their regret at this moment. Yelu Chunan said, If only you had informed me of this, I wouldn't have shown up at all. I didn't expect him to come. It was a sudden visit. Zhebieli said, Where's the Alliance leader? The Alliance leader received an important piece of news a month ago and had left the Dark and Light Alliance. When he returned, he was severely injured, Zhebieli said in a grave tone. What was so important to the point he was even injured? Yelu Chunan asked in surprise. Zhebieli said, The Great Void Seed. Upon hearing these 4 words, Yelu Chunan was furious. He cursed loudly, It's the Great Void Seed again. So annoying. I'm so sick of listening to all of you talk about it. Has anyone ever seen the seeds? It's just a myth. I don't believe it at all. I don't believe it either. But why don't you tell this to the Alliance leader? Yelu Chunan wilted immediately. Zhebieli said, Legend has it that 10 great void seeds will appear in the unknown land every 30,000 years. The seeds contain the essence of heaven, the earth, the sun, and the moon. They can help humans to become supreme beings. Let alone the great void seeds. If one were able to obtain just the great void energy, one would be able to activate at least 8 birth charts. More than 300 years ago, the great void seeds appeared. The humans organized the Great Void Expedition. All the forces worked together and sent their men to the unknown land to search for the great void seeds. Unfortunately, they overestimated themselves and the fierce beasts guarding the unknown land. In the end, those people suffered great casualties. Zhebieli shook his head as he said, In any case, from the cultivation world was even further convinced of the existence of the Great Void Seeds. Apparently, some survivors from the Great Void Expedition saw the Great Void Seeds. Yelu Chunan asked, So there are people who have seen it? Well, there's no smoke without fire. In fact, it's said that the Tower Master of the WTC has the Great Void Energy. Zhebieli said. Lan Shiha, Yelu Chunan exclaimed in shock. That's right. Otherwise, why do you think the WTC submits to her completely? Why do you think she doesn't meet outsiders? Zhebieli said. Yelu Chunan was shocked by this revelation. After a while, he said, But her cultivation base is so profound. It should be easy for her to conceal the great void energy. She's an incredibly cautious person, Xianxia replied. Then why does she only have 12 birth charts? Possessing the great void energy only guarantees one to be able to activate at least 8 birth charts. The limit is uncertain. Moreover, do you really think she only has 12 birth charts? No one has ever seen her astrolabe. Yelu Chunan asked curiously. Lan Shihe is so terrifying. Why doesn't she destroy the BTC? A woman's mind is impossible to fathom. Xianxia chuckled and said, This is only the effect of the great void energy. Can you imagine what it's like to possess the great void seeds? Yelu Chunan nodded and exhaled loudly. The entire cultivation world fought over this. Blood flowed and countless lives were lost. All these things proved the value of the great void seeds. Although the Great Void Expedition 300 years ago was considered a failure, it confirmed that the seeds had already entered the human domains. During these 300 years, the conflicts between the forces were not as intense due to the Great Void seeds. Unfortunately, after all these years, no one has been able to find them. It's like looking for a needle at the bottom of the ocean. They are indeed difficult to find. Moreover, no one knows how they look like. In the future, perhaps, 5 charts experts will be able to sense the great void energy if their sense of smell is heightened. However, it'd still be difficult to find them. Yelu Chunan sighed. At this time, Xianxia, who had regained his composure, said, All right, let's think about how to bear the Alliance Master's punishment. I have it worse than you, all right? The 7-star sword is like my life. Following that, the duo flew back into the Dark and Light Alliance's estate. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, Xin Shi Yuzhenghai, and the others headed north and landed outside a human city. Xin Shi said, Pavilion Master, this is the place I mentioned. It's considered a small town. Every time I finish a mission and feel tired, I'll rest here. I know the owner of the Cloudy Sky Inn. Lu Zhou nodded and surveyed his surroundings. The small town was quiet and peaceful, and the environment was simple. It lacked the majestic grandeur of a large sect, but it also lacked the viciousness of a cultivator. Let's stay here, Lu Zhou said. In fact, he could have stayed in the Dark and Light Alliance. However, it would be a bit uncomfortable since he was on opposing sides with the Dark and Light Alliance at this moment. Xin Shi had made all the necessary arrangements at the Cloudy Sky Inn. At this moment, Xin Shi, who was in Lu Zhou's room, bowed and said, Pavilion Master, please rest early. I'll take my leave now. Wait, Master, your orders? Do you know Yan Zhenluo? Lu Zhou asked. Yes, Xin Shi said. He always takes the neutral stance in the BTC and doesn't care much about anything else. He has a good relationship with Lu Li. However, I'm part of the Black Guards, and they're just ordinary members in the upper tower, so I don't know them well. Send a message to Zhang Jili. Tell him that Yan Zhenluo has to stay alive. No one can touch him, Lu Zhou said. The truth was Xin Shi was reluctant to deal with the BTC due to his history with them. However, when he recalled he had the Pavilion Master whom even Xia Zhengrong had to be wary about, he felt much better. Moreover, Zhang Jili was also trying to win the Pavilion Master over. After a moment, Xin Shi asked, Did Yan Zhenluo offend you? Just do as you're told. Understood. Yu Zhenghai had already left to rest, and Xin Shi had left as well. Now that everyone had left, Lu Zhou studied the 7-star sword in front of him as he stroked his beard. The sword's quality was good and could be considered a mid to high flood-grade weapon. If he were to deconstruct it, what would he get? However, it was a flood-grade weapon after all. It seemed like a waste to just deconstruct it. Moreover, he still had a bunch of weapons that were of lower grades such as the Heaven grade and the Desolate grade. I'll keep them for now. When the time was right, he would deconstruct them. All his disciples possessed weapons suited to them now and did not need anything else. Yu Shangrong, who was the most skilled in sword, also possessed the Longevity sword. He had no need for the 7-star sword. Currently, he had 26 obsidian essences. To upgrade the purple glazed ceramic, he needed 100 obsidian essences. As he put away the 7-star sword, he muttered to himself, I can't Jiang Aijian see this. following that, he checked his lifespan on the system interface. Remaining lifespan, 287,225 days, 787 years, in which 263 years are from reversal cards. The 500 years I obtained from activating my 5th birth chart just arrived. Did this mean the 5th birth chart had stabilized and it was now safe to activate his 6th birth chart? However, the path before him was long. It was best for him to save the life heart for now. Out of habit, he indulged in the lucky draws again. As expected, he was thanked many times for his participation. After he gave up, he began to meditate on the heavenly writing. The next day, in the Golden Lotus domain, by the West Lake east of Liang province, Yi Tianxing sat on Chenghuang and scanned her surroundings quietly. She searched for a long time but did not see the elegant woman. "I've been tricked," Yi Tianxing murmured. When she recalled how the elegant woman killed so many experts with just one move, she muttered to herself, "I better report this to Master as soon as possible." As soon as her voice fell, a voice rang from the nearby forest. "You're here." "Ha!" A shadow flashed. Lan Shiha appeared above the lake, seemingly out of thin air. There was a faint smile on her face as she looked at Yi Tianxing, who was riding Chenghuang. Yi Tianxing looked at Lan Shiha warily and asked, "Who are you really?" "Don't worry. I have no ill intentions toward you. Do you think you'll still be alive if I bore ill will?" Lan Shiha said. "Then why did you approach me?" Yi Tian asked skeptically. Lan Shiha looked away and sighed softly. "My instinct tells me that you're different." "I'm different." Yi Tianxing pointed at herself. This was the first time she was praised by a woman. She looked at her white clothes, white shoes, white skin, white hair, and Chenghuang. Indeed, she was quite different. You can't be ordinary if Chenghuang follows you. You must be a fair folk. I heard that the fair folks are one of the races that are bestowed with immortality, Lan Shiha said. Immortality? It's just something I heard, Lan Shiha replied. You still haven't told me why you approached me, Yi Tianxing said. Lan Shiha smiled. She flashed and appeared half a meter away from Yi Tianxing. Surprisingly, this time Chenghuang only took a step back and did not show signs of hostility. Instead, it raised its head and looked at Lan Shiha curiously before letting out a low cry. Lan Shiha asked, "Little sister, do you think I'm beautiful?" Yi Tianxing was unnerved by Lan Shiha's behavior. Yes, indeed, Lan Shiha was very beautiful. Like Yi Tianxing, she seemed untainted by the filth in the world, like a fairy that descended to earth. Lan Shiha sighed softly. Alas, no matter how beautiful I am, I'll eventually grow old. Old? Lan Shiha did not seem like she was at the age where she had to worry about old age. She looked younger than most women. Lan Shiha looked at Yi Tianxing and smiled. I'm dying. I have 5 years to live at most. I've looked for many ways to avoid it, but it's useless. I don't want to die with regrets. Yi Tianxing asked, puzzled. Regrets? If you stand on the peak, you can look down on everyone. You can control their lives and deaths, Lan Shiha said. Yi Tianxing smiled. But you only have 5 years. Even if you give me all your strength, you won't be able to do it. Yi Tianxing assumed Lan Shiha thought she was talented and wanted to accept her as a disciple. She assumed Lan Shiha's regrets had something to do with not being able to pass her powers to another person. Contrary to Yi Tianxing's expectations, Lan Shiha shook her head. I want you to take my place. Lan Shiha flashed again, retreating a few meters. Yi Tianxing. Have you heard of the Great Void? Lan Shiha's voice seemed to ring from the distance. Great Void. Yi Tianxing feigned ignorance. She had spoken to see Wuxia about this a long time ago. She had taken a special medicine to hide the Great Void energy. She had no idea why she had the Great Void energy, but she knew everyone coveted it. Moreover, with Zhao Yu serving as an example, she was even more cautious. I have the Great Void energy. Lan Shiha's expression was gentle and her smile was like the breeze as she said, if you stay with me, you'll receive the nourishment from the Great Void energy. Your strength will increase greatly. After I die, you'll be able to ascend to a high position. Yi Tianxin was surprised. You have the great void energy? There's no need to be so surprised, Lan Shihe said gently. After all, I was one of the masterminds behind the Great Void expedition 300 years ago. I've been to the Great Void. A yearning expression appeared on Lan Shihe's face as she said, I'm also the only one who obtained the Great Void energy. The more Yi Tianxin listened, the more alarmed she became. You? Who are you? Lan Shihe ignored Yi Tianxin's question and continued to say, Do you know I feel conflicted? I want to live forever, but I'm afraid of loneliness. However, since I can't go against heaven's will, I'll just obey it. At this moment, she flicked her jade-like fingers lightly. Buzz! A dazzling astrolabe appeared behind Lan Shihe immediately. The astrolabe looked nothing like anything Yi Tianxin had seen before. She had seen her master and Xianxia's astrolabes before. Whether they were gold or black, the astrolabe was completely different. The 36 triangles shone brilliantly on the astrolabe. At the same time, a scarlet light appeared between her arms, complementing the astrolabe. Whoosh! Lan Shihe's blue hair fluttered in the wind as she withdrew her astrolabe. The whole world returned to normal in the span of a breath. Yi Tianxin did not manage to see how many birth charts Lan Shihe had. Yi Tianxin was in a daze. She could feel the immensity of the power that could not be described with words. Lan Shihe said with a faint smile, Are you willing? Aye. If it were anyone else, they would accept it without hesitation. Lan Shihe also believed that no one in the world could resist this temptation. However, after a short moment, Yi Tianxin said, I'm not willing. A hint of surprise flashed in Lan Shihe's eyes. She could not believe Yi Tianxin refused her good intentions. She said, Little sister, you have to think about this carefully. Many people in this world long for such an opportunity, but they don't have the chance. Thank you for your good intentions. Yi Tianxin shook her head and said, I already have a master. I once swore that I'd never betray the evil sky pavilion again. This is an oath I will keep until I die. You really don't want to? Lan Shihe's eyes shone with complex emotions. I'm sorry. Yi Tianxin shook her head. She dared not forget the oath she had made. Lan Shihe sighed softly. I think you're too hasty with your decision. Think about it again. There's no need for that, Yi Tianxin said without hesitation. My master treated me with great kindness. If I turn my back on him again, won't I be worse than a beast? I know that your cultivation base is profound. I don't know what your motive is. However, even if you kill me, I won't change my mind. You can leave now. After she finished speaking, she looked away. Her expression was one of determination. Then I'll fulfill your wish, Lan Shihe said as she slowly raised her hand. Buzz! A blazing white light appeared in her palm. It seemed to contain the light from the sun, the moon, and the stars. Soon enough, 1,000 realms whirling avatar that towered past the clouds appeared. Its astrolabe spun above Yi Tianxin's head as beams of light shot out in every direction. Yi Tianxin frowned as she looked at the astrolabe in the sky. She tried to move but discovered she had been restrained. Amorous hoops. Whoosh! The amorous hoops shot out in all directions. Bang! 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 She flicked her left hand. The amorous hoops flew into her hands. Cheng Huang! Run! Cheng Huang roared when it realized its master was in danger. Instead of fleeing, it stomped its hooves and leaped toward Lan Shihe. Bang! Lan Shihe's heart was as still as water as she gently waved her hand. Your current strength isn't enough to protect your master. The wave-like energy swept toward Cheng Huang and sent it flying back. Could not even withstand a single strike from Lan Shihe. Lan Shihe's power far exceeded Yi Tianxin's imagination. The light fell like water. Yi Tianxin closed her eyes. When the light shone on her, it felt as though she had been transported to a world of whiteness. She did not feel the pain of death at all. She looked around in a daze. After a moment, she saw her avatar. Her lotus seemed to be nourished by the white energy and soon let out a crisp noise. In less than 15 minutes, she had sprouted her 10th leaf. There was no pain or discomfort. On the contrary, it felt gentle and natural like a spring breeze. Swoosh! The white energy returned to the astrolabe and flowed back like a waterfall. The light disappeared along with the astrolabe and avatar. Everything had returned to normal by the West Lake. Xianxia smiled. Consider this a meeting gift. You... Yi Tianxin was extremely surprised. Xianxia pointed at the distance and said, "You're lucky. The birth chart beast is here. It's a mystic bird that's good at flying. Its life heart is a good life heart for you to activate your first birth chart." Following that, Xianxia raised her fair right hand and pushed it out. An incandescent beam of white light shot out, accurately piercing the mystic bird in the distance. Subsequently, a crystal-clear life heart floated out of the mystic bird's body. With a wave of her hand, the life heart flew into Xianxia's hand from the distance. The birth chart beast was killed with just one move. Xianxia moved to stand in front of Yi Tianxin and said with a faint smile, "Take it, and your weapon as well." Yi Tianxin really wanted to say that she already had one life heart but held her tongue in the end. Xianxia placed the life hearts and the amorous hoops in Yi Tianxin's hand as she said, "You must respect your master very much. This is a rare quality. It seems like I should meet your master and see what kind of person he is." "No!" Yi Tianxin instinctively refused. She was afraid Xianxia would attack her master. She had witnessed Xianxia's power after all. She did not want any harm to come to her master. "Don't worry. I won't kill anyone. Besides, your master isn't weak. Farewell." Xianxia turned around and flashed away, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. At noon, in a small town in the Black Lotus domain, Lu Zhou looked at the sun outside the window when he received a system notification. Ding! Mingshi has met the requirements to complete his apprenticeship. Would you like him to complete his apprenticeship? What was Old Fourth doing before this? Lu Zhou was really surprised by the notification. Previously, when he checked in on Mingshi was sleeping soundly. How did Mingshi suddenly form a 1,000 realms whirling avatar? Lu Zhou immediately recited the mantra for the heavenly writing power. Similar to before, lush greeneries obscured his vision. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Again, the thunderous sound of Mingshi snoring rang in Lu Zhou's ears. If Yu Zhenghai saw this, he would be incredibly vexed. When did his fourth disciple sprout the 10th leaf? When did he kill a birth chart beast? Woof, 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 woof. Xianxia's barking jolted Mingshi from his sleep. He sat up in a daze. Who is it? Who dares to disturb my sleep? All of a sudden, the lush greeneries and the blue wood disappeared. Lu Zhou finally had a good look at the surroundings. As it turned out, Mingshi was in a jungle. Xianxia was lying at the side. Mingshi miniature avatar was in front of it. It kept barking at the avatar, and its spittle landed on the avatar. Hey, 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 damn dog. Why are you so close? Woof, woof, woof. Didn't I tell you to keep watch? Wait, is this the 1,000 realms whirling avatar? Woof, the 1,000 realms whirling avatar is so ugly. Why isn't it as cool as Master's? Mingshi looked at his newly formed 1,000 realms whirling avatar with an expression of dissatisfaction. Doggy, keep watching. I want to activate my second birth chart. Lu Zhou. Sure enough, Mingshi really took out a life heart from the pocket near his chest. Where did his fourth disciple get so many life hearts? Moreover, that life heart was close to an intermediate life heart. Previously, he only had 9 leaves. How difficult was it for a 9-leaf cultivator to obtain a life heart, let alone one that was almost at the intermediate grade? It was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. At this time, Mingshi placed the second life heart in his birthplace. Following that, he yawned before he said, I'm going to continue to sleep. Alert me if there's anything. Woof, woof, woof. Mingshi stroked Xianxia's head and said, Okay. I'll feed you 10 delicious beasts later. Damn it, don't come so close. You're so dirty. Soon after, Mingshi was sound asleep. Green vines and trees grew crazily in the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye, obscuring Lu Zhou's vision again. Lu Zhou withdrew the heavenly writing power. He stroked his beard and muttered to himself, "I've underestimated you. The Bluewood Heart technique is so miraculous." Under normal circumstances, it was not advisable to activate birth charts too close to one another unless one was very confident. Mingshi had sprouted the 10th leaf, activated his birth chart, formed his Thousand Realms whirling avatar, and was activating his second birth chart. Most importantly, he seemed to be having a good time and was not in pain at all. This was a rarity. Ah! It's really vexing to make comparisons. Complete the apprenticeship. Ding! Your disciple, Mingshi, has successfully completed his apprenticeship. Ding! You're rewarded with a random card. When you use this card, a rare item will be randomly awarded to you. Ding! After Mingshi completed his apprenticeship, he can now establish a sect and accept disciples. Maximum number of disciples, 3. Ding! You will no longer receive points for teaching Mingshi. Ding! You must confirm this with Mingshi in person. Currently, this only takes effect in the system. The notifications were similar to the ones he received when Yu Zhenghai completed his apprenticeship. Similar to Yu Zhenghai, it would be up to Mingshi if he wanted to stay or leave. Currently, the merit points he was rewarded from cultivation had become limited. Moreover, his disciples' cultivation no longer needed much of his supervision as well. Lu Zhou took out the random card he just received. "Will you give me a peak trial card?" He had experienced the power of the enhanced peak trial card. It would be great if he could gather 3 peak trial cards again. He would hold onto them until he had 12 birth charts. Right now, he was still far from it. His disciples had the great void seeds, so they would advance by leaps and bounds even if their cultivation might seem slow now. Use. Ding! Obtained the Supreme Mystic card. You will have unlimited Supreme Mystic power for 30 seconds when you use this card. It doesn't conflict with the original Supreme Mystic power. It's not a peak trial card. He looked at the golden Supreme Mystic card that looked like a miniature poker card. Not bad. But the time is too short. Nevertheless, he did not think there was anyone who could withstand his explosive power for 30 seconds. After he put away the Supreme Mystic card, he activated the purple glazed ceramic. After an hour, Lu Zhou heard a series of hurried footsteps. Thud, 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 thud. It was clear whoever it was coming to find him. Although the person was trying to be quiet, he could escape Lu Zhou's heightened senses. Lu Zhou turned and looked out of the door. Through the paper window, another figure appeared in front of the door. He raised his right arm and blocked the other party. "Who dares to break into my master's room?" The person who stopped the other party turned out to be Yu Zhenghai. I just need to hide for a while. Hurry up, please." The person sounded anxious. "You're a cultivator? Please. Just let me hide for a while." Bang, 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 bang. The two of them exchanged blows at the door. After exchanging a few blows without using much energy, Yu Zhenghai easily gained the upper hand. The person's voice trembled. He seemed shocked as he said, "You're from the Golden Lotus domain?" Yu Zhenghai ignored him. Just as Yu Zhenghai was about to throw him out, Lu Zhou said, "Let him in." Understood. Creak. Yu Zhenghai entered the room with an effeminate young man dressed in a simple robe. The young man's body was slender, and his skin was fair. The young man sat down across from Lu Zhou and poured a cup of water for himself as he said, we're the same." Lu Zhou studied the young man. A vague idea appeared in his mind. "We're the same." After drinking the cup of water, the young man said, "I'm from the Golden Lotus domain as well." Yu Zhenghai said skeptically, "You're from the Golden Lotus domain? Show me your avatar then." "I'm not lying to you. I'm really from the Golden Lotus domain," the young man said as he raised his hand and manifested his avatar. He was not weak. He had just formed his Thousand Realms whirling avatar. How could someone with such a cultivation base be hunted? Even in the Black Lotus domain, only the Black Tower Council and Great Yuan's royal court had many thousand realms whirling experts. Most people in this small town were common folks and low-level cultivators. Moreover, Lu Zhou had noticed something strange about his avatar. Although it was golden, there was a hint of black. As though he could read Lu Zhou's mind, the young man said, "I'll tell you a secret. When you stay in a place for more than 10 years, drinking the local water and eating the local food, over time you'll become like the local. It's the same for avatars." Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. He looked at the young man and asked, "You're saying avatars can change colors?" "Yes, the premise is that you have to stay in place long enough and integrate with the locals. The lower your cultivation base, the easier it is for the color to change. However, it's impossible for you since you've formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar." The young man said with a smile, "What? Are you surprised? Do you find it unbelievable?" The young man continued to say, "I'm about to turn black. But, I was still discovered by someone. That's why I'm being chased. Fortunately, I met my family members here. Let me hide here for a while I wait for them to leave." "Who's your family?" "You're a random person," Yu Zhenghai said disapprovingly. This young man reminded Lu Zhou of some people on Earth. After rising above their station, they tried to wash away their embarrassing past, afraid of bearing the label of a country bumpkin. The young drank another cup of water again. "I have no choice. I can save you, but you have to answer my questions honestly." "No problem," the young man said without any hesitation. "How did you come here?" Lu Zhou asked. "I was unlucky," the young man said. "When I was young, I went into a forest and saw a ring of light. I didn't understand it at that time, and my curiosity was piqued. As soon as I walked into the ring of light, I was transported here." "What's your name?" Lu Zhou asked. "Zhao San," the young man replied. Lu Zhou said, "I'll give you another chance." "Zhao San. My name is really Zhao San. I hate liars the most." Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Throw him out." Yu Zhenghai said, "Understood." Just as Yu Zhenghai was about to make a move, the young man waved his hand and lowered his head as he said in an aggrieved tone, My name is Zhao Hongfu." Lu Zhou said, "You're a girl. Why are you pretending to be a man?" Yu Zhenghai. Zhao Hongfu said sheepishly, "Old sir, you saw through my disguise." Lu Zhou ignored her and waited for her answer. Zhao Hongfu said, "It's very dangerous for girls outside. It's more convenient to pretend to be a man. I'm doing this to avoid those pursuers." "Why are you being hunted?" "They discovered I'm from the Golden Lotus domain. This is the truth." "I'm not lying this time, senior," Zhao Hongfu said. Zhao Hongfu was telling the truth this time. After all, people from the Golden Lotus domain could not hide from Lu Zhou's eye of truth. Zhao Hongfu suddenly recalled Yu Zhenghai's golden energy and asked, "What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of being killed?" Yu Zhenghai said disapprovingly, "Who dares to make a move against my master?" Zhao Hongfu shook her head and said, "That's not right. The cultivation bases of the people in the Golden Lotus realm aren't that high." "You've been away for too long," Yu Zhenghai said. Zhao Hongfu did not think much and asked, "Are you going back?" "Yes, but not now," Lu Zhou said. Zhao Hongfu hastily said, "I can help you as long as you help me get through this disaster." As soon as she finished speaking, figures flashed past outside the inn. There were also a few figures hovering in the sky. The sounds of footsteps rang in the air. Yu Zhenghai frowned and asked, "Who are you really? Why are so many people chasing you?" Zhao Hongfu made a shushing noise. She looked to the left and the right before she hid behind the curtains. Bang! 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 "Open the door. It's a routine check." Lu Zhou signaled Yu Zhenghai to open the door. Yu Zhenghai opened the door and a few armored guards appeared at the door. Among the armored guards, a handsome man holding a feather fan dressed in a white robe stood out like a sore thumb. The man looked at Yu Zhenghai and Lu Zhou indifferently and waved his hand. "Search. You want to search my master's room?" Yu Zhenghai extended his hand. A powerful golden vitality energy burst out immediately. Bang! 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 Apart from the white-clad man, everyone was sent flying back and crashing into the railings and falling down the stairs. The white-clad man exclaimed in surprise, "Golden energy?" Yu Zhenghai was not one who liked twists and turns. He was a direct person. Without wasting words, he attacked. "Get lost." The white-clad man frowned as he stood outside the room. He cupped his fists together and said, "I'm Yang Yuchen from the royal court. I hope you won't stop me from doing my job." Yu Zhenghai asked, "Do you not understand human language?" Yang Yuchen frowned and asked, "Sir, are you really going to stop us?" Lu Zhou asked, "Who are you looking for?" When Yang Yuchen saw the old man sitting in the room, he felt perhaps the old man would be easier to talk to. Therefore, he cupped his fists together and said, "Old man, we don't mean to offend you. You're from the Golden Lotus domain and you're a guest. Please forgive us for our earlier transgression. We're looking to catch a criminal of the royal court." "Why do you want to catch her?" Lu Zhou asked curiously. "This person has been hiding in the palace for many years and is privy to many secrets and information," Yang Yuchen replied. "Secrets and information?" Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Forgive me, but I can't divulge them. This isn't a place for you to search. You should look elsewhere," Lu Zhou said. "This?" Yang Yuchen searched the room with his eyes. Unfortunately, the room was too big, and there were too many places Zhao Hongfu could hide. Although he tried to sense her aura, he found nothing. "Old sir, I'm just following orders. I'm sorry." Bang! Yu Zhenghai's palm landed on Yang Yuchen's shoulder. Yang Yuchen stepped on the ground and steadily withstood Yu Zhenghai's palm strike. Then he waved his feathered fan. Countless energy seals shot out and flew into the room. The great dark heaven palm. Boom! Yang Yuchen immediately felt the pressure increase. All his energy seals were swept out by the huge palm seal. Not only that, but he was sent flying back. Similar to his subordinates, he fell off the railings and tumbled down the stairs. Yang Yuchen widened his eyes and looked at Yu Zhenghai, who was standing calmly on the top of the stairs, and asked, "Who are you people?" Whoosh! 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 All the armored guards drew their sabers. Dozens of cultivators in the sky descended and rushed over as well. Yu Zhenghai clasped his hands on his back and said, "Before I start to kill, it's best that all of you leave." At the same time, the jasper saber hanging from his waist began to buzz. Yang Yuchen let out a long sigh. He could tell the person in front of him was not simple. "Sir, do you really intend to oppose the royal court?" Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Buzz! The jasper saber suddenly flew out, and countless energy sabers appeared in the air. Following that, the energy sabers formed a windmill and spun downward. The dark heaven starlight. Each of the energy sabers perfectly avoided damaging the building as it flew toward the cultivators. The armored raised their sabers instantly to defend themselves. Bang! 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 The armored guard sabers were only ordinary sabers. How could they be a match for the jasper saber? In just an instant, their sabers were cleaved into two by the jasper saber. The guards, scared out of their wits, crouched down and covered their heads with their hands. Bang! Yang Yuchen stomped on the ground and pushed his hand out. A black astrolabe appeared in his hand and deflected the dark heaven starlight. Bang! 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 The energy sabers from the dark heaven starlight shot out in all directions and stabbed into the walls. Creak! 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 At this time, the inn was on the verge of collapse. Yu Zhenghai looked at Yang Yuchen in surprise. 2 birth charts. Yang Yuchen waved his feathered fan again before he crossed his arms. One after another talismans flew out and formed a circle. Waved his feather fan and crossed his arms. One after another, talisman seals formed a circle. The black 8 trigram seal appeared in the air soon after. It emitted a mysterious energy. At the same time, Yang Yuchen shouted, "All together now!" In the sky, dozens of cultivators launched energy seals. Circles of light appeared in front of them before they flew toward Yang Yuchen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The circles began to increase in size. The energy was also much stronger than before. Yu Zhenghai was surprised. You even know how to work together. Yang Yuchen said, You'll see in a while. When the surrounding black light circles converged, Yang Yuchen suddenly pushed forward. The black light circles shockingly shot out black pillars of light toward Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai frowned slightly. It seemed like his opponent was not weak. He raised both his hands and used the great dark heaven palm to block the attacks. Boom! Something's wrong. Yu Zhenghai discovered the middle of the pillar contained birth chart power. What a cunning method! Moreover, the pillars of light seemed stronger than the power of 2 birth charts. Under the circle of lights, the energy seals seemed to be boosted as well. Yu Zhenghai immediately retreated. When Yu Zhenghai was about to retreat into the room, a thunderous voice rang in his ears. Break! The voice sounded as though all living beings spoke at the same time. It resounded in the sky, breaking the black circles of light immediately. The sound technique greatly affected the cultivators in the sky. Even Yu Zhenghai wore an ugly expression on his face as he tried to withstand his master's sound technique. His ears were ringing, and he felt dizzy. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. Many cultivators also spat out blood as they fell from the sky one after another. They were like flies that had their wings plucked off. Boom! 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 The cultivators landed heavily around and in the inn. Just one sound technique ended everything. Yu Zhenghai inhaled deeply. The ringing in his ears gradually faded away, and silence returned to the surroundings. Even an expert like him was in unbearable pain just from the residual effects of his master's sound technique. After Yang Yuchen and the others landed, they looked at Yu Zhenghai, who was on the first floor, in shock. A few cultivators clutched their chests and grimaced in pain. Yu Zhenghai immediately adjusted his posture. He was the eldest disciple, so he could not look too miserable. He reminded himself to stay calm and pretended he was not affected at all. He looked down at Yang Yuchen and said, Since I'm not going to kill you, why aren't you leaving? At this moment, Zhao Hongfu jumped out and looked at the people below with a surprised expression. Wow, old senior, you're really amazing. If I knew you were so amazing, I wouldn't have hidden you. Zhao Hongfu. Yang Yuchen was planning to leave. However, how could he leave now that the person he was hunting had appeared? Zhao Hongfu was stunned for a moment. Then she said, What? Yang Yuchen. These people and I share the same hometown. Do you understand? Yang Yuchen gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain. That sound technique far exceeded his strength. If he were to attack directly, he knew he would not have a chance of winning at all. In the end, he suppressed his anger and asked, Do you think you can escape? Whether I can escape or not, I'll think about it later. Zhao Hongfu raised one foot and placed it on the railing, looking like a thug. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai felt speechless. Was this person really a female? Yang Yuchen said, You learned all the runes in the Runes Academy and destroyed the library in the academy. The highest and most secret rune books of the royal court were hidden there. You have to return to the royal palace with me to write down everything you've learned. Only then you might be able to survive. A weathered voice rang from the room as soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking. Runes? Zhao Hongfu turned around and raised her right hand, making a swearing gesture. I only have this little hobby. I swear I didn't intentionally burn down the library. I was just careless. Careless? You're the most talented student in the Runes Academy. You're the one of first among the younger generations to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. With all that, you're saying you can't even extinguish the fire. Yang Yuchen said indignantly. Zhao Hongfu laughed as she pointed at Yang Yuchen and said, Yang Yuchen, don't forget that you're also from the Golden Lotus domain. It's just that you've successfully integrated with the people of the Black Lotus domain. You're not qualified to lecture me. Yang Yuchen said, Nonsense. Everyone has their own choices. How many have given you chances to integrate with the people here? You don't know how precious the chances are. If it weren't for the Academy protecting you, do you think you'd be able to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar? Zhao Hongfu scoffed. I can't be bothered to explain myself to you. Now that my fellow countrymen are here, I'll follow you back if you can defeat them. Who is your fellow countryman? Yu Zhenghai was speechless. This was his first time seeing a girl who acted like a thug. Zhao Yu was sensible and polite. Yi Tianxin was quiet and persistent. Even the Evil Sky Pavilion's little ancestor, the mischievous Ci Yuaner, had never acted like a hooligan. At this moment, Lu Zhou walked out with his hands on his back. He swept his gaze across everyone before it finally rested on Yang Yuchen. You were from the Golden Lotus domain? Yang Yuchen wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, straightened his robes, and rose to his feet before he said, Old Senior, I apologize for offending you earlier. I hope you'll forgive me. He coughed twice before he continued to say, Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm Yang Yuchen from Great Yuan's royal court. This is a fact. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, There's no need to emphasize it. The more one cared about something, the more one would emphasize it. Then, Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Hongfu and asked, How can you prove he's from the Golden Lotus domain? Take me for example. Like I said earlier, as long as I stay here and integrate with the locals, my avatar will change its color. It'd probably take another 10 years for my avatar to turn completely black. He integrated early, but I don't wish to do that and they kept forcing me, Zhao Hongfu said. Yang Yuchen said, Currently, you're neither black nor gold. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Zhao Hongfu said, I've already formed my Thousand Realms whirling avatar. It's impossible for it to turn black now. However, I can still return to the Golden Lotus domain. Yang Yuchen. Lu Zhou asked curiously, Do you like the Golden Lotus domain so much? Zhao Hongfu placed her foot back on the ground and said seriously, I'm only here because I accidentally entered a runic passage. I miss my parents and my hometown. The reason I've been studying runes is so that I can go home. Since you have mastered the runes, why didn't you go back earlier? Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Hongfu sighed. We're like prisoners. There are always people watching us. How can I find a chance to escape? Moreover, the runic passage needs to have a corresponding one in the Golden Lotus domain. Then, she lowered her voice and whispered to Lu Zhou. They used to kidnap people with high innate talent and brought them back here to turn them black. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. This was a big problem. He thought the Black Tower Council was only monopolizing the birth chart beasts. As it turned out, there were forces in the Black Lotus domain that coveted the people from the Golden Lotus domain as well. How ruthless. Then why did you run from the capital to here? After all, the world was so vast and there were many places Zhao Hongfu could run to. Zhao Hongfu said, Someone told me to run this way. I had no choice. I have a special mark on my body that couldn't be removed for the time being. That person told me that the Dark and Light Alliance has people who could help me, so I came. Yu Zhenghai turned to stare at Zhao Hongfu intently. This matter was getting interesting. Lu Zhou asked, Who? Zhao Hongfu shook her head, indicating she did not know. This matter was too strange. First, the person seemed to know Lu Zhou was in need of a rune master. Second, the person knew Lu Zhou had visited the Dark and Light Alliance. Lastly, the person was aware of the matters in the Royal Court's Runes Academy. Who was that person? Could not be those from the Black Tower Council or the White Tower Council. Since they were trying to pull him to their sides, if they had done this, they would surely make their deeds known to him. That person didn't say anything else to you? Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Hongfu thought about it before she suddenly realized something. No. And why am I answering all your questions? She instinctively took a few steps back. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, I'm the only one who can save you. I don't believe you, Zhao Hongfu said. Don't be ungrateful. Moreover, Fan Ruaji isn't worthy to be compared to me, Lu Zhou said. Yang Yuchen was stunned. He hastily said, Old Senior, no matter what, you can't take this person away. With this, Zhao Hongfu moved one step closer to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked down at Yang Yuchen. He said, "Do you think you can stop me?" Yang Yuchen's expression turned unsightly. He could not even block a single sound technique from the old man. How could he fight the old man? Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Listen carefully. I'll be taking this girl away. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me." Yang Yuchen and the others naturally did not dare to protest regardless of how unwilling they were. There was nothing they could do at this moment. "Lord Yang, someone from the royal court is here." Under the blazing sun, a huge black flying chariot could be seen flying over from the northern horizon. Although the flying chariot was big, its speed was astonishing. From afar, it looked like a mountain was flying toward them. It was a rather majestic sight. "It's really someone from the royal court." Zhao Hongfu grabbed Lu Zhou's arm. Lu Zhou was calm. He had the supreme mystic card after all. No matter who came, he was confident he could defeat them within 30 seconds. He looked at the anxious Zhao Hongfu and said, "If you don't want to return with them, answer my questions." Zhao Hongfu nodded. "Who told you to come here?" Lu Zhou asked. "I really don't know, but the person is from the capital." "You know how to draw runes?" Zhao Hongfu nodded. However, her tone was not very confident as she said, "I think so. I haven't had a chance to try drawing them on my own." Lu Zhou looked at her again with the eye of truth. Name Zhao Hongfu. Identity, Great Yan's citizen. Realm, Mystic Realm. There was no doubt Zhao Hongfu was from the Golden Lotus domain. At this time, Yang Yuchen looked at the sky and said, "It's the reinforcement from the royal court. Zhao Hongfu, you better come with me. Old senior, you're from the Golden Lotus domain, so it's best if you mind your own business. If this were in the past, you'd instantly be viewed as an enemy." Lu Zhou looked at the flying chariot in the sky as it came to a stop. Following that, a voice rang from above. "Don't be rude to the old senior." Yang Yuchen frowned. 3 people flew out of the flying chariot. 1 person flew in the lead, and the other 2 seemed to be palace maids. Coincidentally, the person in the lead was King Chun of Wu, who was holding his hollow halberd. At this time, all the people from the royal court bowed in unison. "Greetings, King Chun of Wu." King Chun of Wu did not pay attention to them. He drew level with Lu Zhou before he cupped his fists together and said respectfully, "Greetings, old senior." The people from the royal court, including Yang Yuchen, were dumbfounded. Zhao Hongfu looked at Lu Zhou in shock. "No way. I ran the entire day. Don't tell me in the end I ran into the hands of the big boss." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at King Chun of Wu. "You recognize me? How can I forget old senior after our meeting in the land of chaos?" King Chun of Wu said. Lu Zhou said faintly, "I have the people from the Dark and Light Alliance entertaining me. It must be hard on you to come to see me even though you're injured." King Chun of Wu. King Chun of Wu felt he really asked for trouble by coming here this time. He was a person who cared about his pride and dignity as well. In the land of chaos, he was injured and Luo Huan died because of Ning Wanqing. However, although Ning Wanqing managed to come out on top in the fight between 3 of them, Ning Wanqing was injured as well. In fact, King Chun of Wu had nothing to do with this matter today. However, as soon as he received news that the men from the Runes Academy had encountered someone from the Golden Lotus domain, he rushed over immediately. He had a sneaking suspicion it was the old man he met in the land of chaos. Zhao Hongfu was completely clueless when she listened to the conversation. However, Yang Yuchen vaguely understood what was going on. With a thud, he fell to his knees immediately. "Please spare my life, old senior." Lu Zhou looked at Yang Yuchen indifferently. Then, he looked at King Chun of Wu and asked, "King Chun, what do you think I should do?" King Chun of Wu said, "I know the old senior's cultivation base is profound. Zhao Hongfu is a student of the Runes Academy who had committed a sin. They were only carrying out their duties to arrest her. They didn't mean to offend you. Are you saying that I deliberately made things difficult for you?" "Of course not," King Chun of Wu said. "I'm willing to apologize for what happened today. If possible, I'd like to invite you to the capital for a chat." "No need. I don't have that much free time," Lu Zhou said as he stroked his beard. King Chun of Wu thought about it for a moment before he said, "That's fine." Then he called out, "Yang Yuchen, your order, my lord? Hurry and kowtow to Senior Lu and apologize for your mistake." Understood. Yang Yuchen and the other cultivators fell to their knees one after another. It was a spectacular scene. Lu Zhou said, "There's no need to kowtow. No, it's what they should do. It's a small matter after all," King Chun of Wu said. "No." Lu Zhou's tone hardened as he said, "If it were someone else in my shoes today, they would have died. Do you still think it's a small matter?" King Chun of Wu. Yang Yuchen's face paled immediately. King Chun of Wu said angrily, "Yang Yuchen, who gave you the right to attack with the intention to kill when carrying out your duties? This lowly one is guilty. This lowly one is guilty." Yang Yuchen kowtowed and admitted his mistake. King Chun of Wu bowed to Lu Zhou and said, "Old senior, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter." "How do you plan to do that?" Lu Zhou asked. "Heavily punish Yang Yuchen. Is that all? If that's not enough, I'll kill him to assuage the old senior's anger," King Chun of Wu said decisively as his eyes shone with killing intent. Despite his words, it was clear his killing intent was targeted at Zhao Hongfu. Zhao Hongfu shuddered. She was even more determined about not returning to the Runes Academy. There was no doubt she would lose her life if she returned. "I'm afraid killing him isn't enough," Lu Zhou said in a dark voice. King Chun of Wu frowned. "Killing him isn't enough? What do you propose, old senior?" "The Runes Academy kidnapped many from the Golden Lotus domain. Yang Yuchen is also from the Golden Lotus domain. In your great Yuan, how are human traffickers punished?" Lu Zhou asked. King Chun of Wu had only vaguely heard of this matter and was not involved in it. Moreover, kidnapping children from other places was a sensitive matter, and therefore ill. I'm not too sure about the specifics. However, those who commit robbery, theft, forging of treasure notes, rape, arson, and other capital crimes will be handed over to the Department of Punishment. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This matter concerns the Golden Lotus domain. Kidnapping a child is no different from committing murder. The murderer will have to pay with his life. Which one of you wants to die first? King Chun of Wu said, "These are just allegations. You can't believe them." As soon as King Chun of Wu finished speaking, Lu Zhou took out the golden Taishu mirror. A golden beam of light shot out of the mirror immediately. Under the illumination of the golden Taishu mirror, Yang Yuchen and several cultivators' avatars appeared. The avatars were brilliant and dazzling. Lu Zhou had confidently brought the golden Taishu mirror out because he had the eye of truth and had confirmed his conjecture. With the golden Taishu mirror, their past could not be hidden. Yang Yuchen's eyes widened in shock. His body trembled, and he fell to the ground limply. He looked at the golden avatar in disbelief as he muttered over and over again, "Impossible, impossible, impossible." Reality was cruel. Yang Yuchen had always despised cultivators from the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain. He thought they were weaklings, like weaklings not worthy of sympathy. He did not expect he was from the Golden Lotus domain. How ironic was this? This object is called the Golden Taishu Mirror. It can distinguish between the weak and strong. Most importantly, it can reveal the truth, Lu Zhou said. Following that, he aimed the Golden Taishu Mirror at King Chun of Wu. King Chun of Wu was shocked and instinctively hid behind one of the palace maids. Unexpectedly, the golden beam of light did not affect the palace maid. It shone through her at King Chun of Wu as though she was transparent. Soon enough, a 5,000 realms whirling avatar appeared. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised by this result. During the battle in the Land of Chaos, King Chun of Wu had lost 3 birth charts. To deal with King Chun of Wu now, he did not even need to use the supreme mystic power. He stroked his beard and said, "King Chun, you were an 8-chart expert. Now that you've lost 3 birth charts, you still dare to run around? Is the royal court short of staff?" King Chun of Wu was, naturally, embarrassed. He could only say, I have made a fool of myself. Despite my position, I'm unaware of the affairs in the royal court. I didn't expect the royal court to do such a thing. Forget it. I have nothing to say if you kill them. Moreover, these people had already seen that he had lost 3 birth charts. If Lu Zhou killed all these people, it could be considered as silencing the witnesses, and he could still maintain his prestige as King Chun of Wu. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I have 2 conditions. I won't kill anyone. I'm not a demon after all. First, I'll be taking Zhao Hongfu away. Second, I want 5 obsidian essences. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchen relaxed. On the contrary, King Chun of Wu thought to himself it would be better if Lu Zhou killed these people. Before anyone could speak, Lu Zhou added, Think about it and choose wisely. Yang Yuchen was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Meanwhile, the other cultivators shook their heads and sighed. They were unwilling to believe the truth before their eyes. After a long while, King Chun of Wu finally said, I heard Old Senior killed the first elders of the Black Tower Council and White Tower Council. Is it true? At that time, he was injured during his chaotic battle with Ning Wanqing, so he did not see Lu Zhou killing the first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. He had always been skeptical of that rumor. It seemed somewhat unbelievable that there was a Golden Lotus cultivator with 12 birth charts. He decided that he would agree to Lu Zhou's request only if Lu Zhou showed him his astrolabe. This was also the order from the higher-ups. Lu Zhou asked, Do you doubt my words? I don't dare. King Chun of Wu said, 10 obsidian essences. Deliver it here in 3 days. Otherwise, only death awaits all of you. King Chun of Wu no longer dared to speak unnecessarily. He hastily said, All right, we'll deliver 10 obsidian essences in 3 days. Let's go. Following that, King Chun of Wu flew to his flying chariot. At this moment, Yang Yuchen and the others who were on the ground cried out one after another. My lord, please don't leave me behind. King Chun of Wu was already furious to begin with. He did not even deign to look at them and leaped into the flying chariot as he said, Scram! With that, the flying chariot flew away from the small village. Yang Yuchen wanted to cry, but he had no tears. At this moment, Yu Zhanghai said, Even if the heavens allow you to live with your sins, how can you live with your sins? If it weren't for the fact you're from the Golden Lotus domain, I would have killed you. Yang Yuchen and the cultivators struggled to their feet and ran out of the village. However, they were all troubled. Where could they go now? Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Hongfu and smiled in a gentle and amicable manner. Don't be afraid. Zhao Hongfu shrank back. I'm very afraid. Where do you think you can go? Lu Zhou asked. The Black Lotus domain will not tolerate your existence. You'll only be safe with me. If you don't believe me, go out and manifest your avatar. This has always been the way since ancient times. How could Zhao Hongfu not understand Lu Zhou's words? When she was in the Runes Academy, she was often discriminated against. She had been so angry at that time. Lu Zhou tried his best to be gentle as he said, As long as you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, I definitely won't mistreat you. Really? I've never lied. Zhao Hongfu said, I burned down the largest library in the Runes Academy. They'll do everything they can to catch me and make me write down everything I memorized. They won't stop chasing after me. Aren't you afraid? Lu Zhou said indifferently, The person who sent you to me understands me. If he wanted to harm you, he wouldn't have sent you to me. I don't think much of the Runes Academy at all. Zhao Hongfu seemed to believe most of Lu Zhou's words, but her expression was still skeptical. When Lu Zhou saw Zhao Hongfu was still hesitating, he thought it was time to bring out the big guns. For the sake of recruiting a talented person, it was worth it. He crushed the disguise card that appeared in his hand. A 1,050-foot golden avatar that towered past the clouds appeared immediately. 12 distinct patterns shone dazzlingly among the 36 triangles on the birth palace. The astrolabe was dozens of meters in diameter and was as bright as a moon. Yang Yuchen and the others who were near the entrance of the small village felt the shift in energy and turned out. The sight that greeted their eyes stunned them to their cores. Meanwhile, King Chun of Wu, who had flown a distance away, was furious. His anger did not abate at all. He smashed the tables and chairs in the flying chariots into pieces. However, when King Chun of Wu saw a golden avatar that was 1,050 feet tall in the distance, he felt as though he had been splashed with a pail of ice water. His flames of fury were instantly extinguished. He staggered back and slumped onto a chair as he muttered to himself, Is this a slap to my face from the old senior? Forget it. I can't afford to offend such a person. The flying chariot flew to the north, creaking as it flew. Perhaps the person who manned the helm was shocked by the avatar. The flying chariot shook violently. Idiot! Be steady! King Chun of Wu gulped as he looked at the astrolabe. He recalled when Lu Zhou shone the golden Taishu mirror on him and was frightened again. If Lu Zhou had attacked at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With these thoughts in mind, his palms grew sweaty, and his legs began to tremble. At this time, a cultivator moved next to King Chun of Wu and said in a low voice, 10 obsidian essences are too much. Why don't we proceed according to the original plan and lure him into the trap? King Chun of Wu raised his head and glanced at that cultivator. I did have such thoughts before, but now, no, I have to seek an audience with His Majesty the Black Emperor. Now isn't the time for us to care about the obsidian essences. The cultivator nodded and said, Our spies in the Dark and Light Alliance reported that the old senior extorted 10 obsidian essences from them as well. Moreover, the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council are trying to rope him to their sides, so they had offered up 15 obsidian essences to him. Based on this, it can be seen that he lacks these things. King Chun of Wu said, The obsidian essences are rare items used to upgrade weapons to the fusion grade. Who doesn't need them? I want them as well. In the small village, the commoners and low-level cultivators walked out one after another. All of them looked at the towering Thousand Realms whirling avatar in awe. Lu Zhou looked at the effect of the disguise card in satisfaction. Zhao Hongfu was stunned. The golden lotus was shrouded with golden karmic flames that shone dazzlingly. Ding! Worshipped by 350 people. Reward, 350 merit points. At this moment, many people were kneeling on the ground and kowtowing reverently. After 10 seconds, the avatar vanished into thin air, and everything returned to normal. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he looked at Zhao Hongfu and said, As long as you have enough power, you can erase injustice and earn the respect of others. Zhao Hongfu nodded like a chick pecking on grains of rice. With such an avatar, who would dare to talk about whether it was gold or black? Discrimination had always existed since time immemorial. However, the weak did not have the right to discriminate. You're so powerful, Zhao Hongfu said. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and said, I'll give you one last chance. If you are still unwilling, you can leave. After that, your life and death have nothing to do with me. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he looked away. Yu Zhenghai said, There are many who wish to join the Evil Sky Pavilion but don't have the chance. I don't think you're suited to join the Evil Sky Pavilion seeing as you're hesitating. My master is merciful, but you don't know how to appreciate it. I suggest you leave now. Be careful you don't get hacked to death after you leave. Most humans had a very bad habit. When they were asked to stay, they would be unwilling. However, when they were asked to leave, they would change their minds. No. I'm willing. I didn't say I'm unwilling. Zhao Hongfu immediately fell to her knees. Old senior, I beg you to take me in. Lu Zhou nodded and said to Yu Zhenghai, Tell her about the Evil Sky Pavilion's rules. Understood. Following that, Yu Zhenghai solemnly explained the rules to Zhao Hongfu. After listening to him, Zhao Hongfu said, I can abide by all the rules, but there is one thing. Before she could finish, Yu Zhenghai frowned and asked, You're trying to negotiate with the Evil Sky Pavilion? I don't mean that. The reason why I don't want to turn black is so I could return to the Golden Lotus domain one day to find my family, Zhao Hongfu said pleadingly. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Hongfu and said, I sympathize with you, so I'll make an exception for you. Zhao Hongfu was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Yu Zhenghai said. After you enter the Evil Sky Pavilion, you'll refer to my master as the Pavilion Master. Yes, 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 Zhao Hongfu said 3 times in a row with a smile on her face. Pavilion Master. Ding. Recruited a subordinate. Reward. 1,000 merit points. Get up. When Lu Zhou received the notification, he saw her loyalty was at 40%. It was neither high nor low. It was reasonable. It was much higher than Leng Luo when Leng Luo first joined the Evil Sky Pavilion back then. Follow me. Lu Zhou turned around and walked inside. The crowd outside the inn gradually dispersed. The inn owner hurriedly ordered people to clean up the place. At the same time, he ordered his men to prepare good wine and dishes. With such a prominent figure staying in his inn, he was naturally delighted. In the room, Lu Zhou asked, "Are you a student of the Runes Academy?" Zhao Hongfu nodded. "Yes, I've been learning runes since I was young. However, I'm the only one who learns runes. Most of them focus on cultivations and go out for missions. Sometimes they even have to kill people." "You're the only one learning runes?" "What I mean is I'm the only one learning runes among that group of people. I don't know why it's like this either. The instructor said I'm smart and talented." "Well, I am indeed smart," Zhao Hongfu said. She had been learning runes for so many years, but she did not have anyone to compare herself to. Without others to compare herself to, she really did not know how skilled she was. "Yang Yuqin said that you burned down their library. What's going on?" "They wanted me to turn into a Black Lotus cultivator. However, I refused to do it. They knew it'd be too late once I form my Thousand Realms whirling avatar, so they were planning to force. Therefore, I set fire to the library and escaped," Zhao Hongfu replied. "Since they value you so much, you shouldn't have been able to escape so easily. It seems like that person is helping me in the dark." "Who is that person?" Lu Zhou asked. He did not know many people in the Black Lotus domain. There was no reason for someone to be so kind as to send a rune master to him. "I only know his surname is Lu. I really don't know anything else." "Lu." Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. The first person he thought of was Lu Li. "Well, that's what it said in the letter," Zhao Hongfu said. Lu Zhou nodded. "You may take your leave and rest. Don't run around unnecessarily." "All right." Zhao Hongfu stood up and walked out of the room. When she saw Yu Zhenghai standing outside the room, she nudged him with her elbow and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" Yu Zhenghai looked at her from the corners of his eyes and asked, "Are you really a girl?" "No, I'm a man," Zhao Hongfu replied confidently with a straight face. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "You have no manners." Zhao Hongfu cleared her throat and said seriously, "Senior, please take care of me in the future. That's more like it. After you arrive at Evil Sky Pavilion, someone will show you the ropes. Go rest," Yu Zhenghai said before he left. "Got it." At this moment, Xianxia flew into the inn. His expression was not too good. Zhao Hongfu shrank back. "No way. Are you here to catch me as well?" Xianxia staggered forward before he fell to the ground. He supported himself with a hand as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Hongfu sized Xianxia up for a moment before she asked cautiously, Who are you? Are you okay?" Creak. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai rushed out of his room into the hallway. He asked with a frown, "Guardian Shen, you're injured?" Xianxia endured the pain and said, I'm fine." Zhao Hongfu exclaimed in surprise, "Guardian Shen? You're from the Evil Sky Pavilion as well." "He's Xianxia, one of the guardians of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He went out on a mission yesterday," Yu Zhenghai said. Without saying another word, Zhao Hongfu took a brush out and quickly drew various symbols on the ground. Her brush strokes were like dragons and snakes. After she was done, she clapped her jade-like hands. The symbols lit up with black and golden light, forming a circular formation. Yu Zhenghai asked, slightly surprised, "You know this as well?" "This is the Buddhist's bright mirror. It's used for healing. This is within the capabilities of a rune master." "Rune master?" Xianxia raised his head and looked at Zhao Hongfu in surprise. Mr. First, this is Zhao Hongfu, the first runemaster of the Evil Sky Pavilion. She stood up and said to Zhao Hongfu, "So we're fellow members." At this moment, Lu Zhou opened his room door. What happened? She kneeled on one knee and said, "I failed my mission. I couldn't bring Yan Zhenluo out." "Zhang Jili didn't help you?" "Zhang Jili is just a judge. The internal strife in the Black Tower Council is too serious. There are members who didn't want to be allied with the Evil Sky Pavilion." She explained. "After I sent a message to Zhang Jili, he agreed to bring Yan Zhenluo out. When I went to the agreed location to wait, Yan Zhenluo was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Duan Shihua's men were there. I wasn't a match for them and was injured as a result. However, they're afraid of the pavilion master, so they didn't dare to kill me. That's the only reason I survived." Lu Zhou shook his head slightly. "They're deliberately trying to sow discord between me and the Black Tower Council." She nodded. "That's true. The Black Tower Council is extremely divided now. It's almost impossible for them to reach an agreement. Some are so malicious that they would rather destroy the Black Tower Council than let others achieve their goals. Please punish me for my incompetence, Pavilion Master. This isn't your fault. Rise to your feet," Lu Zhou said. She was moved. Ever since Lu Zhou killed the first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council in the Southern Kingdom, the nickname Old Demon Lu had spread far and wide. The instigator of this matter was rather bold. With the Buddhist's bright mirror, Shi's injuries were mostly healed. Lu Zhou asked, "Who's Duan Shihua?" Duan Shihua is the second-in-command in the Council of Elders and a representative of the radical faction. Just like Wu Guangping, he supports the Annihilation Plan. In front of the Tower Master, he usually restrains himself. Prior to this, the Black Tower Council monopolized the birth chart beasts in the Red Lotus domain, greatly benefiting the Black Tower Council. With the large supply of birth chart hearts, the Black Tower Council's strength is far greater than other forces. For that reason, the radical faction did not have any objections. However, now that the Black Tower Council no longer has a monopoly over the Red Lotus domain, the First Elder is dead, and they also have to give up 5 obsidian essences, the radical faction naturally can no longer sit still. She said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "All right, return to your room and recuperate. I'll personally meet Xia Zhenrong." She said, "Pavilion Master, speak." The Black Tower Council has many experts. Moreover, they have 3,600 Dao formations to defend the tower. We can't underestimate them. All right, I know my limits. Go rest. Understood. Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Zhao Hongfu. You can also heal? Zhao Hongfu said, a formation master might not know runes, but a rune master definitely knows formations. Lu Zhou looked at the brush in her hand and asked, you used the brush to inscribe the formation? The brush forms the characters, and the characters form seals. Zhao Hongfu replied with a smile. Lu Zhou noticed the brush was just ordinary. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry to give her a better brush. He planned to observe her for a period of time. Old first. Your orders, master? Arrange for her to communicate with Old Seventh about the runic passage. We should have our own runic passage between the Black Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain. Understood. Swoosh. As soon as Lu Zhou returned to his room, a hidden weapon flew in from the window toward him. Lu Zhou's reaction was lightning fast, and he easily caught the weapon with 2 fingers. When he took a closer look, he discovered it was actually a piece of paper. The paper read, "Remember not to go to the Black Tower Council." With just a flick of his fingers, he turned the paper to dust. He inhaled slightly and caught the lingering energy in the air. Following that, he flew out of the window and looked down at the entire village. After a moment, he flew out of the village. At the same time, he used the speed he gained from Dijiang and followed the scent. After a while, he saw a figure flying at the end of a small road. He transmitted his voice. "If you run, I'll kill you with an arrow." He raised his hand. Unnamed in the form of a bow appeared in his hand immediately. The figure stopped dead in his tracks upon hearing Lu Zhou's words. He looked up at Lu Zhou nervously and pleaded, I'm just a messenger. I have nothing to do with this. Please spare my life, senior. Who ordered you to do this? I only know that he's in the capital. I don't know anything else. Senior, if he wants to conceal his identity, how's it possible for me to know who he is? The messenger had a point. The other party's method was not ordinary. A mere messenger like him would not know anything important. After Lu Zhou put unnamed away, he said, "When you return, tell him I'll find him." I'm afraid that's impossible. He didn't leave me with a way to contact him after he instructed me on what to do. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, deep in his thoughts. The man asked tentatively, Can I go now?" Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. The man left at once. Lu Zhou muttered to himself, perplexed. His surname is Lu. Could it be Lu Li? Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the power of sight from the heavenly writing. His eyes shone with the supreme mystic power immediately. He saw Zhu Honggong sitting cross-legged with a pained expression. Lu Li, who was standing nearby, said, "This is only the fourth life heart. It's far from enough. The last one will be the life heart of the Sea Beast King. If that's still not enough, you can borrow Dang Kang's life heart. It seems attached to you, so I don't think it'll refuse you." Where did Dang Kang go? Lu Li searched his surroundings but could not find Dang Kang at all. At this time, Zhu Honggong cried out miserably, "I've absorbed so many life hearts and energy. Can you let me rest? Old Lu, you're going to torture me to death." Lu Li said, "You have it rather easy. Many people who formed their thousand realms whirling avatars lost half their lives. Hang in there. You can do it. I don't believe you. You're an evil man." Zhu Honggong really felt like crying. "You're even more ruthless than my master. Luckily, I didn't accept you as my master." Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing power. His eighth disciple and Lu Li spent most of their time and energies trying to form his eighth disciple's thousand realms whirling avatar. If it were not for his disciple's lack of lotus, his eighth disciple would have already become a thousand realms whirling cultivator. Lu Li is still in the yellow lotus domain, so he can't be the one who sent that letter. Who is it then? Lu Zhou brought a black talisman and tried to contact Yan Zhenlua. Unfortunately, even after the talisman burned to ashes, Yan Zhenlua did not appear. There was no doubt Yan Zhenlua was probably heavily guarded now. Who knew if he was being tortured as well? No matter what, it seemed like he had to go to the Black Tower Council. However, the mysterious person warned him not to go. Lu Zhou looked into the distance and murmured, "The Black Tower Council is strong?" At this moment, a voice rang from a towering tree. "You're very strong, but you're not strong enough." Lu Zhou was not too surprised. After all, he had used the disguise card to manifest a 12 charts avatar. It was only normal for mysterious experts to come and have a look. Lu Zhou turned to face the tree and asked, "Who are you?" The voice that sounded like the clear water of a lake said, "Why don't we make a bet?" Lu Zhou shook his head. "I don't make bets with people of unknown origins." "Oh, I think it'll interest you though." Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the power of smell. The smell of a cold fragrance and a faintly familiar energy wafted into his nose. The energy smelled somewhat similar to his disciples' auras. His heart stirred slightly as realization dawned on him. Great void energy? After Lu Zhou cut off the power of smell, he said calmly, "Speak. I'll make a bet with you. I bet you can't win against Xia Jingrong." "If I win, I want Yi Tianxin," the person said bluntly. Lu Zhou grew even more suspicious when he heard these words. Did this person steal Yi Tianxin's great void energy? He stroked his beard and continued to look at the towering tree as he fell deep into his thoughts. After a while, he said, "What reason do I have to bet with you? A gambler would gamble until he lost everything." After he finished speaking, Lu Zhou turned around, intending to leave. At this time, the person said in a speed that was neither fast nor slow, "If you win, I'll give you 60 obsidian essences." Lu Zhou stopped moving. In a fair gamble, one would definitely lose one's capital at some point if one gambled for too long a time. not to mention there were few truly fair gambles in the world. However, Lu Zhou was really in need of obsidian essences at this time. It seemed like the owner of the voice was aware of this as well. He turned to face the towering tree and said, "Since you want to bet with me, you should at least come out and meet me. I don't like sunlight." The voice was like water. An answer appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. "Lan Shihe, the Tower Master of the White Tower Council? Not only are you not weak, but you're not stupid as well." After a brief pause, Lan Shihe asked again, "Are you willing to bet with me?" The wind blew as Lu Zhou replied, "Yi Tianxin is my disciple. Do you think I'd used her for a bet?" Lan Shihe said, "There's no need to think too much. The bet is just a form of amusement. I know you've been looking for obsidian essences everywhere. They're incredibly rare, but I have some in the White Tower Council. If it makes you feel better, I can give you the obsidian essences directly in exchange for Yi Tianxin. There's no need to bet. Since you're her master, I thought it's best to ask for your permission." Lu Zhou was not in a rush to give an answer. Instead, he asked curiously, "What do you want from Yi Tianxin?" Based on the power of smell, Lan Shihe already possessed the great void energy. Then what was her purpose for wanting Yi Tianxin? Perhaps Lan Shihe knew about the great void seed and was no longer satisfied with just the great void energy? "I admire her a lot. She has all the qualities of a talent," Lan Shihe replied. Lu Zhou could not figure out her purpose. He said, "You didn't answer my question." "Don't worry. I harbor no malicious intent toward her," Lan Shihe said faintly. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I will judge whether you harbor malicious intent or not. Since she's my disciple, I naturally have to figure out your purpose." Lan Shihe replied patiently and seriously, "If I harbor malicious intent, is there a need for me to come to you?" Lu Zhou nodded. With Lan Shihe's cultivation, she could easily take Yi Tianxin away. With this, he reminded himself to be careful of wicked people such as those from the Black Tower Council who tried to sow discord. On the surface, they did not dare to attack him, but it did not mean they would not dare to act in the dark. Finally, he said faintly, 80 obsidian essences." Silence descended on the forest. Even the White Tower Council had to carefully consider giving away 80 obsidian essences. Even Lan Shihe would hesitate. After a short silence, Lan Shihe said, "Greed is one of humans' characteristics. Yi Tianxin is worth this price. I agree to give you 80 obsidian essences then." Lu Zhou wanted 80 obsidian essences because he already had 26 in his possessions, of which 10 were still with King Chan of Wu. It would be difficult for him to come across a chance to obtain 100 obsidian essences. Lan Shihe said, "The bet has been set. I'll see you in 5 days." "Hold on," Lu Zhou called out. "I don't like people going back on their words the most," Lan Shihe said. Lu Zhou said, "I'll give you a piece of advice. Please speak. From my many years of experience, those who are certain of winning a gamble usually don't end up very well. Some even ended up losing their families," Lu Zhou said. Lan Shihe laughed. Her laughter was melodious and pleasant to the ears like that of a forest elf. After a moment, she said, "Didn't you fall into the trap?" After that, there were no more replies from Lan Shihe. Lu Zhou sensed a faint primal qi fluctuation. His interest was piqued. He flashed forward and arrived under the towering tree. All that was left on a tree trunk was a faint lingering primal qi. He silently chanted the mantra for the power of smell. Then he followed the energy and moved toward the mountains. After unleashing the grand technique a few times, he still could not catch up to Lan Shihe. In the end, he landed on the top of a mountain and surveyed the land before him. He stood unmoving like a statue as he looked around. The scent had abruptly disappeared at this place. Lu Zhou was puzzled. What method did Lan Shihe use to conceal her scent and avoid the power of the heavenly writing power? Following that, he recited the incantation for the power of hearing. He expanded his hearing range to cover a radius of 10 miles. Except for the sounds from the birds, beasts, waterfalls, and rivers in the forest, he did not hear Lan Shihe at all. He frowned slightly. Did she disappear into thin air? Either Lan Shiha was very cautious and hid her scent, or she really disappeared into thin air. After a brief moment, Lu Zhou flew up into the sky with the vast land beneath his feet. There was no trace left of him except for some faint lingering scent from him. He did not continue to search for Lan Shiha and returned to the small village instead. In the inn in the small village. When Lu Zhou returned, Yu Zhenghai, Shen Shi, and Zhao Hongfu were waiting for him respectfully. Zhao Hongfu said, "To create a runic passage, we must carve the inscription in the destination. Right now, we can only open a passage to the Red Lotus domain. We'll have to get someone to carve the inscriptions in the Golden Lotus domain before we can open a passage there." Yu Zhenghai said, "I'm afraid that's impossible. No one in the Golden Lotus domain can carve the inscriptions for a runic passage. Only you can do it." "No one knows how to do it?" Zhao Hongfu asked in confusion. "That's right. Currently, you're the only runemaster in the Red Lotus domain and the Golden Lotus domain," Yu Zhenghai said. Just me." Zhao Hongfu sounded slightly unconfident. She spent most of her time in the Runes Academy. It was only natural the people she interacted with were proficient in runes. Whether it was a teacher or a student, they all knew runes. How could she be used to being the only runemaster in two domains? "Be more confident. Everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion has their own strengths," she said with a smile. "All right, I guess I'm rather rare in both domains. If that's the case, I can only cross the endless ocean and fly back to the Golden Lotus domain," Zhao Hongfu said. "That's not necessary." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "We can borrow the runic passage from the Black Tower Council first." Zhao Hongfu, Shen Shi and Yu Zhenghai nodded. "You may all take your leave." "Understood." After the trio left, Lu Zhou used the power of sight to observe Yi Tianxin. After seeing she was safe and sound, focused on her cultivation, he directed the power to observe Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong had already returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion and was safe as well. Following that, he cut off the power of sight and activated the purple glazed ceramic to cultivate. Meanwhile, in a secluded place in the land of Shu's Shenzheng where the Black Tower Council was located. "Lord Duan, we've injured Shen Shi. We've also placed spies masquerading as common folks in the small village. Based on old Demon Lu's temper, he should be coming to the Black Tower Council to look for trouble soon." Duan Shihua asked, "Are you so certain old Demon Lu will come?" The person hesitated for a moment before he said slightly confidently, "It's highly likely he'll come. Our people had investigated him. When he was in the Red Lotus domain, he never failed to seek revenge from those who offended him. He's narrow-minded and has a bad temper. There are many people in the Red Lotus domain who called him Old Demon Lu as well. His reputation in the Red Lotus domain is even more exaggerated compared to the Golden Lotus domain. The people in the Golden Lotus domain call him Old Demon Ji instead. However, in recent times, his reputation has improved tremendously. It's rather strange. The contrast between the past and the present is too huge." "Strange?" Duan Shihua asked, puzzled. The subordinate then proceeded to describe the huge change in the Golden Lotus domain's Old Demon Ji. Indeed, there were many changes. Even if Lu Zhou seemed to be on the side of justice now, in Duan Shihua's eyes, it did not mean Lu Zhou was not still a wicked person. For example, Lu Zhou occupied the divine capital and put his disciple in charge. No matter from which angle he looked at it, it seemed like Lu Zhou was only trying to maintain his power and control. "There's a problem?" The more Duan Shihua thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. "My lord, what do you mean?" "The Golden Lotus domain's shackle is 8 leaves. How did he form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar and activate 12 birth charts in just a few years?" "This is impossible," Duan Shihua said. "Indeed," Duan Shihue continued to say, "therefore, it's likely that old Demon Lu has always had at least 10 or 12 birth charts. He was hiding his strength in the Golden Lotus domain to fool the weak. Now that he's tired of playing with the weaklings, he has come for the strong." "You're wise, my lord. It's not enough to only injure Shen Shi. You have to be more ruthless. If old Demon Lu doesn't come tomorrow, go to the Golden Lotus domain to look for his disciples. It's easy to dodge an open knife, but it's impossible to guard against a hidden knife all the time no matter how powerful he is. I won't fight him head-on, Duan Shihua said. Understood. The next morning, the sun shining through the morning mist signified the arrival of a new day. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and gauged his supreme mystic power. He was rather satisfied with it. The effect of the purple glazed ceramic is very good. I wonder how amazing it would be once it's upgraded to the fusion grade? Lu Zhou could not wait to upgrade his purple glazed ceramic, but he knew he could be anxious. He still needed quite a lot of obsidian essence. As long as he won his bet with Lan Shihe and obtained 80 obsidian essences, he would have enough. Master, the royal court has sent 10 obsidian essences. Come in. Yu Zhenghai pushed the door open and entered before he respectfully presented the obsidian essences. Lu Zhou nodded. Very good. King Chen of Wu kept his word. How could he dare to go back on his words? Yu Zhenghai said with a smile. Where is Xianxia? He went to the Dark and Light Alliance to get the rest of the things. There should be no problem, Yu Zhenghai replied. Understood. Lu Zhou said. Also, Zhao Hongfu has just formed the Thousand Realms Whirling Avatar. Her combat experience is very weak. Keep an eye on her. Understood, Yu Zhenghai said before he left. Another day passed. Lu Zhou continued staying in the small village, showing no signs of leaving. The Dark and Light Alliance gave the promised items to Xianxia. Everything went without a hitch. At the Evil Sky Pavilion in the Golden Lotus Domain. It was nighttime. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Second senior brother, you just returned to Evil Sky Pavilion. Why are you here alone? Zhao Yu came to the back of the mountain and found Yu Shangrong standing at the back of the mountain, overlooking the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Yu Shangrong faced the moonlight and said with a faint smile on his face, I'm just a little sad about the passing of spring and autumn. Zhao Yue also sighed and stood next to him. I agree. Fifth junior sister. I remember you severed your lotus as well, right? Yu Shangrong asked. It's all because I was moved by fourth senior brother's 9 leaves. In fact, it doesn't bother me that much if my cultivation improves or not. Therefore, second senior brother, you should keep the life hearts for yourself. Zhao Yu replied with a smile. Yu Shangrong shook his head and said, including the life hearts I'd absorbed in the Black Lotus domain. I've already absorbed 7. If I use them again, I'm afraid it would be a waste. Although both of us have no birth palaces, we can still obtain the power of the life hearts. You just need to strictly follow my instructions. Zhao Yue nodded and said, I'll give it a try. Whoosh! At this moment, a violent surge of energy appeared in the distant mountain range. Yu Shangrong and Zhao Yu turned to look in unison. Soon enough, a person appeared outside of the Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier. It was none other than the new guardian, Li Xiaoma. Li Xiaoma said, Mr. Second, Miss Fifth, I'll go and have a look. It's likely a birth chart beast. Be careful, Yu Shangrong said. About 15 minutes later, the top of a mountain slid to the side. Lights from energy seals bloomed in the sky. Soon enough, an eye-catching black astrolabe appeared in the sky. Zhao Yu said anxiously, It seems serious. Fifth junior sister, I'm going to take a look, Yu Shangrong said. But, you only have 10 leaves. Yu Shangrong turned to look at her and smiled faintly. With a tap of his foot, he shot up into the sky and flew toward the battle. Yu Shangrong maintained a low altitude. When he was almost nearing the battle, he saw the Thousand Realms Whirling Avatar illuminated by the bright moon. Boom! A black astrolabe blocked the beam of black light. Guardian Li, Yu Shangrong called out. Mr. Second, run! Bang! 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 Energy seals collided as Li Xiaoma withdrew his avatar and flew to Yu Shangrong's side. He grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He said with great difficulty, The opponent is very strong. He has 5 birth charts. Yu Shangrong flashed and moved to stand in front of Li Xiaoma. He looked ahead and said indifferently, Tell me your name. I won't kill someone without knowing their names. Li Xiaoma. How could a 10-leaf cultivator be so pretentious? This would have been Li Xiaoma's thought if he had not been warned by Xin and Pan Zhong. A voice rang in the darkness. I'm only here to kill old Demon Lu's disciple. Mind your own business, Li Xiaoma. Li Xiaoma was taken aback. You know my name. The cultivator in the dark knew he had misspoken and immediately said, Get lost. Li Xiaoma said, Mr. Second, don't bother with him. Then, he said to the cultivator, If you have the guts, come to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion already has a runic passage. The pavilion master can come whenever he wants. Do you dare? Yu Shangrong and Li Xiaoma could vaguely see the black shadow retreating slightly. This meant that Li Xiaoma's bluff had worked. Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently. A mere 5-chart cultivator isn't worthy of my master making a move. Yu Shangrong rushed over. The cultivator said clearly, You thought I'd fall for your trick? Old Demon Lu is now in the Black Lotus domain. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to return to protect you. Swoosh! Yu Shangrong unsheathed the longevity sword. He held his sword and advanced in the air. The cultivator did not attack. Instead, it suddenly turned around and ran. Mr. Second, don't chase after him, Li Xiaoma cried out. Nevertheless, Yu Shangrong did not heed Li Xiaoma's advice. His gaze was locked on the black figure, not letting external factors affect him. The two opponents were incredibly fast. They shot past mountains, cities, and rivers. Yu Shangrong could absorb life hearts, but he did not have the power of the birth charts. Every time he drew close to his opponent would use the power of the birth charts to widen the distance between them. It was clear his opponent possessed the power of a speed-type birth chart. The bright moon hung in the sky, shining down on the heavenly moat's mountain range. Buzz! The black figure finally came to a stop above the heavenly moat. He turned around to look at Yu Shangrong, who was chasing him in shock. Is this still the 100 Tribulations insight speed? Seeing that his opponent had stopped moving, Yu Shangrong came to a stop 30 meters away. Why aren't you running? I've arrived at my destination, the black figure said. I know that you deliberately lured me to the heavenly moat. Well, I have to say this place is a good burial ground for you, Yu Shangrong said. The black figure. Weirdo. The master is strange. The disciple is strange as well. The black figure said, I don't know where you get your confidence from. Today, I'll show you the difference between the 100 Tribulations insight and the 1,000 Realms whirling. The black figure controlled the black astrolabe. The astrolabe was the biggest difference between 100 Tribulations insight avatar and 1,000 Realms whirling avatar. The birth chart disc on the astrolabe shone brilliantly like the afterglow of the moon. The beam of light from the birth chart power shot toward Yu Shangrong. Swoosh! Yu Shangrong flashed and advanced. He cast Return and Enter 3 Soul, dodging the beam of light and manifesting energy swords. His expression remained calm as he brandished the longevity sword gracefully. The longevity sword moved like the wind in Yu Shangrong's hands. The black figure suddenly felt that his opponent was not as simple as he had imagined. The fact that his opponent managed to catch up to him was more than enough to show his opponent was not as simple as a 10-leaf cultivator. He had already been cautious, but he still could not help but feel shocked when he saw the energy swords and Yu Shangrong's speed. Thrust, slash, raise, block, strike. The moves were completed in 1 second. The black figure had no choice but to hold the astrolabe the other way around to defend himself. Bang, 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 bang. Every time the sword fell on the astrolabe like a violent storm, a thunderous noise would ring in the air. The best defense was to attack. This was the philosophy that Yu Shangrong had always adhered to since he cultivated the sword path. The residual energy from the sword attacks hit the mountain, causing rocks to tumble down. How's he so fast? The black figure grew even more surprised. Stab, point, slash, advance, attack. Yu Shangrong's speed increased again. This was his first time facing 1,000 Realms whirling expert alone, so he was serious and cautious when attacking with his sword techniques. The speed of Yu Shangrong was so fast that it caused his sword to hum. The black figure was forced to retreat once again. He rushed toward the north of the moat. Golden sworn energies descended on the moat immediately. The light was as dazzling as the sun. When the cultivators in the Golden Lotus Domain's Liang province sensed the surge of energies, they rose up into the sky to have a look. The snow that fell all year round did not melt as the golden light continued to shine. Slash, strike, swipe, stab, strike. The speed of Yu Shangrong's sword could no longer be seen with the naked eye. The black cultivator could only rely on his instincts and experience to dodge. The longer he defended himself, the more frightened he grew. Bang! 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 Creak! The black astrolabe began to dent. To be able to dent an astrolabe showed that Yu Shangrong's offensive strength was incredibly strong. The astrolabe continued to creak. The black figure was shocked to his core. He flashed backward rapidly and said through gritted teeth, "I don't believe you can keep up with me." The black figure flashed 3 times in a row before he came to a halt. Bang! 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 It was out of the black figure's expectations that Yu Shangrong would also flash 3 times in a row, maintaining the same speed as him. Moreover, the speed of Yu Shangrong's sword was even faster than before. Guiyuan's sword technique. Energy swords appeared in all directions. Hundreds of thousands of energy swords that looked like golden spikes hovered in the air. Upon seeing this, the black figure finally could not hold back anymore. He shouted, "What an old-fashioned fighting method. You don't understand the 1,000 realms whirling at all. It's useless if you only have speed and strength." Boom! With the black figure in the center, the 1,000 realms whirling avatar rose into the sky. Its vast and earth-shattering power sent Yu Shangrong flying. A slightly shocked expression appeared on Yu Shangrong's face. He stopped brandishing his sword and placed it horizontally in front of his body. He flipped several times in the sky before he stabilized his footing. The energy swords he had manifested in the sky were all destroyed by the 1,000 realms whirling avatar. The snow continued to fall down the heavenly moat. Now that the black figure managed to break free from the suppression of Yu Shangrong's sword technique, he charged over. "It's my turn." One after another, fist energies shot out. Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently. "If this is the extent of your power, I'm afraid it's insufficient." Bang! After the energy fist hit Yu Shangrong's sword, both opponents were immediately pushed thousands of meters back. The longevity sword thrummed, the sound reverberating in the heavenly moat. The 1,000 realms whirling avatar stood behind the black figure like a demon. It emitted a dim light that boosted its strength and defenses. Despite the numbness in his arm, Yu Shangrong said indifferently, "I've already said it's not enough." At this moment, a golden 100 tribulations insight avatar suddenly appeared behind the 1,000 realms whirling avatar, releasing tens of thousands of energy swords. Each energy sword was thousands of meters long as it shot toward the 1,000 realms whirling avatar's body. Boom! 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 The black figure was shocked. What's this? The black figure had never seen an avatar that had mobility before. With golden leaves, the powerful energy swords, and the moving avatar, the black figure's statue-like avatar was nothing but a huge target. Regardless of how tough it was still uncomfortable having to endure the onslaught of attacks. The astrolabe creaked, and its power was like the mystic river in the void. The black figure cried out wretchedly under the attacks of the energy swords. His hair was unkempt, and his eyes were bloodshot. He endured the pain from the attacks his avatar suffered as he channeled the birth chart power to his fist. Boom! The power of his fists was like a meteorite, leaving ripples in the sky. A thunderous noise rang in the air immediately, echoing in the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, the cultivators who were watching the battle did not dare to move closer despite being curious after they felt the violent and vast energies. Who is fighting in the heavenly moat? It's so powerful. Look at the golden light. It has to be some expert from the Golden Lotus domain. It's been a long time since we've seen such strength. Is it really 100 tribulations insight avatar? Almost no one believed that 100 tribulations insight avatar could release such terrifying energy swords. Since the other opponent was a Black Lotus cultivator, under the night sky, it was difficult to see his black avatar clearly. Only if they drew close enough would they be able to see the Black Lotus. Bang! The longevity sword trembled and bounced back, hitting Yu Shangrong's chest. He let out a muffled groan and fell toward the heavenly moat. Since his golden avatar was too far away from him, it disappeared into thin air. Upon seeing this, the black figure laughed maniacally. No matter how strong you are, you can't make up for the difference between the 100 tribulations insight and the 1,000 realms whirling. The black figure flew back to the center of his avatar, and his astrolabe returned to its position as well. At this moment, the Black Lotus began to spin. The 36 triangles on the birth palace shone at the same time. With this, energy fists began to light up again. Yu Shangrong, who was still falling, frowned slightly. Was it really impossible for 100 tribulations insight avatar to defeat the 1,000 realms whirling avatar? His surging blood chi annoyed him. The once mighty sword devil was at disadvantage just because of a difference in realms. At this time, the black figure looked down at the bottomless abyss and said, "That's the entrance to the Black Water Mystic Cave? It seems like that'll be where you die. You don't have a birth chart. How are you going to defend against my fatal fist?" Swoosh! The black figure swooped down, his two energy fists shooting toward Yu Shangrong, who was now standing near the heavenly moat. The two fists shot down like bullets, leaving black energy in its wake. Yu Shangrong's expression was solemn as he muttered to himself, "You can't even defeat a 5-chart cultivator?" Yu Shangrong stood unmoving as he looked at the sky with a determined expression on his face. Avatar. Yu Shangrong merged with his golden 100 tribulations insight avatar. Upon seeing this, the black figure sneered, "Great. I'll send you and your avatar to your graves." Yu Shangrong lifted his hands to the sky. His avatar mirrored his actions. At the same time, 10 golden leaves as bright as the sun flew to the top, revolving around his hands. Let's see if the 100 tribulation insight avatar can defeat the 1,000 realms whirling avatar. The black figure said disdainfully as his fists landed. A horizontal wave of energy rippled out violently when the two forces collided, cleaving a mountain into two. Boom! The golden avatar with 10 leaves blocked the two fists. The two opponents fell into the abyss. Yu Shangrong was rather familiar with the abyss. The first time he had descended into the abyss was to save Yu Zhenghai. Now it was to save himself. Die! The black figure's fists kept pressing the golden avatar down into the abyss. Yu Shangrong kept falling and falling. Under the suppression of the 1,000 realms whirling cultivator, Yu Shangrong and his opponent fell for a long time in the dark abyss like meteors. The stalemate in strength made both of them unable to let their guard down in the slightest. They did not stop struggling and attacking. "You actually blocked my heavenly Luo fists?" Shocked flashed in the black figure's eyes. His 1,000 realms whirling avatar was behind him, pushing down on Yu Shangrong, who was holding up the sky with his hands. Yu Shangrong said, "You have no other moves left. Isn't it the same for you?" No, Yu Shangrong's eyes flashed confidently. As they continued to fall, they began to feel a suction force from below. At this moment, Yu Shangrong suddenly broke away from the suppression of the heavenly Luo fists. Trying to escape? It's futile. The black figure and the 1,000 realms whirling avatar dove. The heavenly Luo fists seemed to grow in intensity as he followed closely behind Yu Shangrong. At this time, Yu Shangrong withdrew his avatar and accelerated the speed of his fall. The sound of wind howling rang in his ears, and he could not see anything below. He did not know how long the fall lasted. When the suction force was at its strongest, he suddenly came to a stop and looked up. Then, he raised the longevity sword with both hands. "This sword is at the flood grade and has completely bonded with me. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." With that, Yu Shangrong raised his longevity sword and aimed it at the black figure that was diving down at top speed. His expression was calm, as though daring the black cultivator to clash with him head-on. The diving force was too great. If they collided, both of them will likely suffer heavy injuries. The black figure stared at Yu Shangrong resentfully. Just as he was about to hit the sword, he turned his body to the side. The difference of a millimeter was like thousands of miles. This side fell from Yu Shangrong's side. The brave will win when they meet on a narrow path. You're not worthy? Yu Shangrong seized the chance when the black figure fell to the side and swung his sword with all his might. Bang! An energy sword shot out and hit the body of the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Bang! A wave of energy rippled out immediately. The black figure grunted. However, it was only at this moment that he discovered the violent suction force from below him. He hastily turned around and manifested his astrolabe and birth chart power. Bang! 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 Both opponents brought each other down. Swoosh! A fierce wind began to stir and suddenly, the space opened up. Both parties were brought down by the power of the other party. Under the light of the golden avatar, the two opponents could see the surging black water below them. We're already in the black water mystic cave. The black figure was shocked. Yu Shangrong advanced and brandished his sword. The two opponents once again engaged in a fierce battle. Energy seals collided in the sky. One side was clearly more dominant than the other. Yu Shangrong's performance had long subverted the black figure's understanding of cultivation. It was impossible for a 10-leaf cultivator to even endure a blow from a Thousand Realms whirling expert. How did his opponent do it? Calm disturbance. Yu Shangrong's move calmed the violent wind immediately, and he turned the black water into his swords. The water surged toward the Thousand Realms whirling avatar like a tsunami. The Black Lotus cultivator spun around and quickly withdrew his avatar. His astrolabe appeared in his hand to block the attacks from all directions, sending the energy swords flying. Return and enter 3 souls. Yu Shangrong seemed like he did not know exhaustion as he continued to advance and attack. The black figure had almost used up all his birth chart power at this point. He could also feel it was getting more and more difficult to deal with Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong's moves were deadly and precise. Fine, let's see who's stronger. The black figure finally decided to give up on defending. He no longer retreated and rushed out to meet Yu Shangrong. Bang! The longevity sword stabbed at the black figure's protective energy, and at the same time, black fists arrived in front of Yu Shangrong. Boom! The longevity sword breached his opponent's protective energy. At the same time, the black figure spun around and swung his fists with all his might at Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong's longevity sword managed to injure the black figure's body. However, he was also injured by his opponent. Splash! The two opponents' visions disappeared immediately when they fell into the black water. The black figure knew he could not continue like this. If he lost his way in the water, only death awaited him. Even if he was a mighty Thousand Realms whirling cultivator, the lack of vision and loss of direction could still be deadly. Boom! Yu Shangrong created a monstrous wave and emerged from the surface of the water. At the same time, the Black Lotus cultivar flew out from the water as well. The two opponents faced each other from afar. The Black Lotus cultivator panted heavily and said through gritted teeth, "You're injured." Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently. "It's not a big deal to me. Aren't you afraid that the black water is poisonous?" "You!" At this point, Yu Shangrong was no longer anxious. He said, "Tell me, who sent you to kill me? You want to know? Why don't you go to hell and ask the king of hell?" The black figure said coldly. Yu Shangrong shook his head. "Even now, you still think that you can kill me?" "Of course," the Black Lotus cultivator said. "The most important thing for a cultivator is confidence." Yu Shangrong agreed with the black figure's words. "I admire your confidence. Unfortunately, it's misplaced. You're not a 10-leaf cultivator." The Black Lotus cultivator finally gave voice to his suspicion. "I am," Yu Shangrong replied honestly. "If I were a Thousand Realms whirling cultivator, you'd have died long ago." The Black Lotus cultivator's eyes widened as he gulped. He knew Yu Shangrong was telling the truth. Avatars were among the few things that were difficult to conceal and disguise. His opponent's avatar was truly 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. He found it difficult to accept. How could 100 Tribulations Insight cultivator fight with him, a Thousand Realms whirling cultivator? "What's your name?" Yu Shangrong asked before he said, I don't kill those without a name. Su Heng, the black figure replied. I don't kill those without a name either. What's your name? Yu Shangrong replied. Yu Shangrong. Su Heng chuckled and nodded. So it's really you. Good. Very good. Since you know me, you still dare to be arrogant? Yu Shangrong did not bother to conceal the derision in his tone. There aren't many people I admire. Apart from Tower Master Xia, Tower Master Lan, and the Black Emperor, there isn't a fourth person until now, Su Heng said. Yu Shangrong smiled and said, It's an honor. Su Heng exhaled deeply before he raised his right hand. His Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared again. It's time to end this. Indeed, Yu Shangrong's longevity sword hovered in front of him. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy swords appeared one after another in the air. There were nearly 300,000 energy swords in the air. Yu Shangrong did not hold back at all. Similarly, Su Heng gave it his all as well. All the birth chart power from the Thousand Realms whirling stage was concentrated in his fists. The two opponents charged at each other from 1,000 meters away. One was like an avalanche while the other was like a tsunami. Just as the two opponents were about to collide, splash! The black water surged high up into the sky, separating the two opponents. Faced with the towering wave, the two opponents were like the size of a fly. Both of them wore shocked expressions on their faces. At this time, a low groan rang in the air before the black water parted, and an indescribably huge sea beast shot up above them. Everything was frozen in an instant. As the sea beast flew up, the droplets of water easily repelled the energy swords. Under the light from the remaining energy swords, Yu Shangrong and Su Heng saw the sea beast's underbelly. It was black, and one of its scales that reflected golden light was several meters long. They could not see the beast's full appearance at all. When the energy swords and Thousand Realms whirling avatar vanished, darkness descended again. Both of them were frozen in the black water. A radius of 10 miles around the sea beast was completely frozen. When several small sea beasts that were lucky enough to escape being frozen saw the two humans encased in ice, they rushed over immediately. Bang! 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 No matter how hard they tried, they failed to break the ice. Boom! 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 Many other sea beasts joined in. The two opponents were just like ice sculptures, unable to move. In the end, the small sea beasts gave up, resentfully returning to the water. At this moment, it was as silent as a graveyard. The ice was 10,000 feet deep, and the freezing wind blew for tens of thousands of miles. There was no light and no sound. In this frozen world, the coldness would seep into one's bones and marrow. Even cultivators like Yu Shangrong and Su Heng were unable to endure the endless cold. With his body temperature, Su Heng managed to melt a hairline crack on the ice, but as soon as the water droplets fell, they were frozen into ice again. He released his energy to protect himself. If this situation continued, he would be crushed into mincemeat by the ice. He found he could mobilize very slight primal chi and could still use voice transmission. Most of the primal chi had been blocked by the ice that encased him. It was as though he had been cut off from the outside world. However, he was a Thousand Realms whirling cultivator. He could survive for a long time on his internal breath. At this time, Su Heng sent a voice transmission to Yu Shangrong. You won't live for long. Similar to Su Heng, Yu Shangrong was completely encased in ice. He had lost all mobility. He could not even smile. He had tried to break the extremely thick layer of ice but failed. In order to do so, he needed enough primal chi. It was unfortunate he was cut off from most of the primal chi in the block of ice. Yu Shangrong replied through voice transmission, You should feel lucky. If the sea beast didn't freeze us, you would have died under my sword. Su Heng replied, You're still so stubborn in this situation. The ability to freeze is very rare. If I'm not mistaken, that sea beast earlier is a beast king. The Black Water Mystic Cave has been a dangerous place since ancient times. There are all kinds of fierce beasts in here. Once you encounter a fierce beast strong enough to break through the ice, you're doomed to be food in its stomach. he continued to say. Thousand realms whirling cultivators aren't afraid of being frozen. It won't be long before I break the ice. As for you, you won't be able to break the ice. You can stay encased in the block of ice and… How did you do that? Buzz. A weak golden sword energy hovered in front of the duo. Buzz. Su Hong did not finish his words. He was dumbstruck. In the endless darkness, there was no doubt the light gave them hope. How did you do this? Su Hong kept asking. Yu Shangrong ignored Su Hong. Instead, he continued to try and mobilize the primal chi in his surroundings. Su Hong asked again, how did you manage this? This was the experience and insight Yu Shangrong had gained from the swordless path. Without relying on objects, he learned to turn everything into swords with his primal chi and was learning to turn nothing to swords as well. Swoosh! The energy sword disappeared, and darkness returned again. It was impossible to manifest a stronger energy sword under these circumstances, let alone break the ice. Yu Shangrong ignored Su Hong. He closed his eyes, resisted the bone-chilling cold, and began to cultivate. Only by cultivating could he live longer. Soon enough, a faint warmth radiated from his Dantian's sea of qi to resist the cold. At this time, Su Hong sent another voice transmission. It seems like I've overestimated you. You won't be able to live if you continue like this. Yu Shangrong continued to ignore Su Hong. Following that, Su Hong also closed his eyes and began to mobilize the remaining primal qi he had left in his Dantian sea of qi to cultivate. In a small village north of the Dark and Light Alliance in the Black Lotus domain, Xianxia bowed and called out, Pavilion Master, the BTC has sent people to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Li Xiaoma fought with the other party for a while and got injured. However, Mr. Second arrived in time and fought with the other party above the heavenly moat before they fell into the abyss. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Do you know who's the culprit? It must be Duan Shihua's men. When I went to get Yan Zhenlua, I saw Su Hong. Li Xiaoma fought with him before, and from his description, I'm sure it's Su Hong. Xianxia said. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and silently chanted the mantra for the power of sight. Lu Zhou only saw darkness. The surroundings were quiet as well. Where's this? The Black Water Mystic Cave. Since he could use the power of sight on Yu Shangrong, it meant that Yu Shangrong was not dead. Based on his understanding of his second disciple, he knew although his second disciple seemed stubborn and arrogant, in fact, his second disciple knew his limits and could make very accurate judgments in the shortest time. This kind of innate talent had helped his second disciple to walk out of the Melilot graveyard and pass through tens of thousands of miles of dangerous land when his cultivation base was damaged. He knew his second disciple did not live until today because of luck. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, Tell me about Duan Shihua. Xianxia nodded and said, Duan Shihua has been in the BTC for at least 3,000 years now. When he first joined the BTC, he only had 3 birth charts. From being a blackguard, he climbed his way up until he became the second elder of the BTC. He currently has no less than 8 birth charts. Now that Shi Yuran, the first elder, is dead, Duan Shihua has become the leader of the other elders. Lu Zhou asked, What are the stances of the conservative and the liberal factions? Needless to say, they don't get along at all. The Tower Master is more of a conservative. He prefers to keep to the captive plan. However, with the loss of the BTC's monopoly of the Red Lotus domain and the recent controversy with the WTC, many people have switched to supporting the radical faction. It really depends on the Tower Master's attitude, but the Tower Master rarely makes his stance clear, Xianxia explained. Who else in the BTC is a match for Duan Shihua? Lu Zhou asked. The third elder and 2 judges, with Zhang Jili being one of them. Zhang Jili has always been very diplomatic. Although he's weaker than Duan Shihua, his ability to survive isn't to be underestimated. The Tower Master also thinks highly of him, Xianxia said. Are there no outstanding people among the ordinary members in the upper tower of the BTC who can break the balance? Lu Zhou asked. No. If there's an outstanding talent, they would be immediately recruited by the high-ranking officials. Yan Jinlua, whom you want me to bring out of the BTC, is one of those who take a neutral stance. However, being neutral isn't exactly good. On the contrary, it made him the target of everyone's bullying, Xianxia said. There was a reason why people would look for support or congregate in groups. Without support, one would definitely be bullied. Although Duan Shihua from the radical faction, he never confronts his opponents head-on. He prefers to scheme and sow discord. In other words, he's a two-faced person, Xianxia said indignantly. Xia Zhengrong actually kept someone like that in the BTC? Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia sighed. There are advantages and disadvantages to that. Duan Shihua is highly capable. As long as he doesn't threaten the Tower Master's position, the Tower Master will turn a blind eye to the things he does. Lu Zhou nodded. With Xianxia's description, he had a vague understanding of Duan Shihua. In that case, I'll kick him out of the BTC. 5 days passed in just a blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Lu Zhou would check in on Yu Shangrong and observe his condition. However, it was all dark. Lu Zhou finally stopped cultivating in the morning. He leaned against the window to look at the rising sun. At this moment, Xianxia rushed over and fell to one knee before he said, "Pavilion Master, a red flying chariot has been spotted in the northeast." Upon hearing the commotion, Yu Zhenghai and Zhao Hongfu rushed over. "Master! Pavilion Master!" Xianxia continued to say, "If I'm not mistaken, that red flying chariot belongs to the WTC's Lan Shiha. Since she dares to ride on that ostentatious flying chariot, I'm afraid she came prepared." Zhao Hongfu said, "The WTC's Lan Shiha. I think I've heard of this name before. It seems like she's quite powerful." "It's more than that. Up until now, no one has defeated her," Xianxia said. Lu Zhou said, "This Lan Shiha truly does have some abilities." Xianxia was speechless. His meaning was to leave and avoid the WTC. Let the WTC and the BTC fight while the Evil Sky Pavilion reaped the benefits. Xianxia was about to speak up when a blue-clad woman flew over and said, "My master invites Senior Lu onto the flying chariot." Xianxia and Yu Zhenghai. The duo was dumbfounded while Zhao Hongfu looked around blankly. The duo wondered when Lu Zhou got acquainted with Lan Shiha. Lu Zhou answered as he flicked his sleeves. "Lead the way." Wizard flew from the backyard to Lu Zhou and brought Lu Zhou away. Yu Zhenghai, Xianxia, and Zhao Hongfu watched, dumbstruck. It took a while for them to regain their senses. Xianxia said, Mr. First, Pavilion Master, isn't Pavilion Master too reckless? Is he planning to fight head-on?" Yu Zhenghai said, "Why are you worried? I remember you were there when Wu Guangping died. Do you still not understand my master?" I think I do," Xianxia said. Following that, a list of names appeared in his mind. The Black Tower Council's judge, Wu Guangping, dead. The White Tower Council's judge, Ning Wanqing, imprisoned. The White Tower Council's judge, Nangong Yutian, dead. The White Tower Council's first elder, Su Chun, dead. The Black Tower Council's first elder, Shi Yuran, dead. The Dark and Light Alliance's master assassin, Yi Luyun, dead. One of the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance, Yelu Chunan, defeated with one move. Xianxia shuddered. He slapped his thigh and said in self-reproach, "How could I forget Brother Pan's words?" The trio followed Lu Zhou and drew level with the red flying chariot. A graceful young woman could be seen manning the helm of the flying chariot. The blue-clad woman bowed and said, "Senior Lu, this way please." Lu Zhou and Wizard flew onto the huge red flying chariot. Xianxia. "Is it right that they're so courteous? What's going on?" Xianxia's imagination and the reality were vastly different, and it took him a long time to recover from his shock. Yu Zhenghai and Zhao Hongfu were about to follow into the flying chariot when the blue-clad woman raised a hand and said, "I'm sorry. The White Tower Council only welcomes Senior Lu." Lu Zhou, who had landed on the deck, turned around and asked, "Lan Shiha, is this how you treat your guests?" A voice as calm as water rang from within. "Let them all come up." "Understood." The blue-clad woman lowered her hand, no longer barring their way. The Black Lotus Domain's endless mountain range, the small village shrouded in mist, the verdant forest, and the rapid river were all in sight from the flying chariot. They made for an incredibly beautiful sight. The trio from the Evil Sky Pavilion walked to the side and enjoyed the scenery. At this time, some maids brought a few chairs out onto the deck. Lu Zhou did not stand on ceremony and took a seat immediately. The red flying chariot flew southwest at a neither fast nor slow speed. At this moment, Lan Shihe said, "I hate the sunlight. You know that. Yu Zhenghai and Xin Shi. You know that." There were too many meanings behind those words. It was too much for the duo to wrap their minds around. Lu Zhou said, "Let's not beat around the bush. Did you bring the agreed-upon stakes?" The blue-clad woman detached a purple cloth bag from her waist and opened it in front of everyone. Obsidian essences appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The obsidian essences were shaped like long and narrow leaves. It emitted a dark light. It looked vaguely like a small boat. Although it was not big, its value was immeasurable. It was acknowledged as a rare material in the cultivation world and was necessary to upgrade items and weapons. So many obsidian essences? Xin Shi gulped. Zhao Hongfu said, "Obsidian essences. A rare material used to upgrade weapons. If the quality is good, it will set the foundation for the permanent grade." Permanent grade? Yu Zhenghai turned to look at Zhao Hongfu, puzzled. "It's something I made up. I don't think there's any permanent grade item in existence so far," Zhao Hongfu said. Lan Shihe said, "Not bad, young lady. You're quite knowledgeable." Zhao Hongfu laughed and said, "Of course. I'm the most outstanding student in the Runes Academy." At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his hand and interjected, "Very good. I hope you won't go back on your words." Lan Shihe said, "Although the obsidian essences are precious, it's not worth me going back on my words." Lu Zhou looked into the distance. A cool breeze blew past. "Are you so sure I can't win against Xia Zhengrong?" "Because Xia Zhengrong isn't one who admits defeat," Lan Shihe said. "So even if he loses, he won't admit defeat? If I say too much now, I'm afraid you'll regret our bet," Lan Shihe said in her voice that was as calm as water. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and moved to the side of the deck. He looked at the mountains and forests as he asked, "I killed Su Chan and captured Ning Wanqing. Aren't you angry? It's the punishment they deserve." Lu Zhou continued to ask, "Do you agree to the captivity plan? The weak are prey to the strong. Even if there is no White Tower Council, there'll be the Black Tower Council or even the Red Tower Council." The Black Tower Council monopolized the Red Lotus Domain. Where does the White Tower Council monopolize? Lu Zhou asked bluntly. Lan Shihe did not reply for a long time. It was obvious she did not want to answer this question. This was within Lu Zhou's expectation. He asked another question. "Who will win between you and Xia Zhengrong?" Lan Shihe did not hesitate at all as she said, "Me." "So confident?" "This is the confidence a cultivator should have." "Then why didn't you kill Xia Zhengrong? Wouldn't the White Tower Council rule over everything then?" Lu Zhou asked. "Keeping them around makes things more interesting," Lan Shihe said. Upon hearing this, Xin Shi and Yu Zhenghai really wanted to retort that Lan Shihe was too pretentious and too confident for her own good. However, it was to be expected. She was the Tower Master of the White Tower Council after all. As the Tower Master, her strength must be extraordinary. At this moment, Lan Shihe asked, "I'm very curious. How did you break the heaven and earth shackles in the Golden Lotus Domain?" "The limit was only 8 leaves. By severing the lotus," Lu Zhou replied. It was not completely false. Lan Shihe fell silent for a moment before she said, "It's unexpected that you can think of this method." Following that, she swiftly changed the topic. "Have you been to the unknown land?" This time, it was Lu Zhou's turn to remain silent. He was not in a rush to answer her. Instead, he was pondering her purpose in asking this question. It was impossible for him to activate 12 birth charts in such a short time. It was not surprising that Lan Shihe suspected that he had gone to the unknown land. If he said he had not been there, she probably would not believe him. Therefore, he replied, I have. No wonder. Lan Shihe was not surprised by his answer. Have you been there before? Lu Zhou asked in return. Xianxia held his breath. The conversation between the big bosses was truly direct, exciting, and informative. Lan Shihe did not deny it. I've been there. You've obtained the Great Void Energy, Lu Zhou said. So have you. Although Lan Shihe did not sense the Great Void Energy on Lu Zhou, she was certain he had the Great Void Energy since he was able to activate 12 birth charts in such a short time. Lu Zhou did not correct Lan Shihe. Lan Shihe continued to say, many people participated in the Great Void Expedition back then. However, there was no participant from the Golden Lotus domain. Lu Zhou. What a cunning woman. She deliberately set a trap. Lu Zhou replied unhurriedly. Who said one must participate in the Great Void Expedition in order to go to the unknown land? Lu Zhou gave himself full marks for his reply. Lan Shihe could not find any flaws in his reply. She changed the topic again and said, perhaps I've underestimated you. After all, you've obtained Witzard's approval. It's just Witzard. It's not worth mentioning, Lu Zhou replied. At this moment, the blue-clad woman walked over and bowed. Master Senior Lu will be arriving in the land of Shu in 15 minutes. Lan Shihe said, all right. Inside the red flying chariot, Lan Shihe turned and looked at the three people standing at the side. It was just a quick glance, so she did not have a good look at their appearances. However, she could sense Yu Zhenghai, Xianxia, and Zhao Hongfu's locations. She nodded slightly and asked, are they your subordinates? Without waiting for Lu Zhou's introduction, Xianxia said very politely, this is the Pavilion Master's eldest disciple. I'm a guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion, and this is the new Rune Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lan Shihe said softly, the guardian has 4 birth charts. Xianxia felt he was being despised. However, he could not take offense. After all, Lan Shihe had the strength to look down on him. With 4 birth charts, no matter if it was the Black Tower Council or the White Tower Council, he definitely was far from being qualified to be a guardian. Lu Zhou said, ability doesn't depend on strength and cultivation base alone. Guardian Xin has made many contributions to the Evil Sky Pavilion and is one of my capable subordinates. Xianxi's loyalty instantly soared by 20%. Lu Zhou had only spoken the truth. He did not expect Xianxia to be moved. During Xianxi's time in the Black Tower Council, no one had ever acknowledged him. Otherwise, he would not have saved his life and left the Black Tower Council. In his opinion, the Black Tower Council that treated people from the lower tower like tools were not worthy of him sacrificing his life for them. Sometimes all one needed to win someone over was to acknowledge their efforts. Lan Shihe said, you have a point. Your Rune Master seems very young. Zhao Hongfu laughed. She looked no different from a man now as she said, being young is an advantage. The people from the Runes Academy all said that I'm highly talented. I believe them. Lan Shihe said, I heard that the Runes Academy found a group of children to learn runes hundreds of years ago. However, most of them perished or were disqualified. Only one person managed to learn the runes. You're the person, right? Zhao Hongfu smiled awkwardly. Can we not talk about this? Lan Shihe smiled gently. You're indeed very talented, but you integrated too late. It's very surprising that the great Yuan's royal court didn't kill you. They dare? I have the Pavilion Master's support now. If they try to kill me, the Pavilion Master will kill them, Zhao Hongfu said ingratiatingly as she snuck a glance at Lu Zhou. Lan Shihe stopped talking. At this time, the blue-clad woman bowed and said, we're now in the land of Shu. 50 miles southwest will be the territory of the Black Tower Council. All right, Lan Shihe said. Xianxia knew Lu Zhou had never been to the Black Tower Council, so he took the initiative and said, the Black Tower Council covers an area of 10,000 hectares and is in the shape of a heptagram. There are 36,000 Dao inscriptions inside and outside of it. There are 7 main towers that control 7 different grand formations respectively. Grand formations? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. He had personally witnessed the power of a few grand formations. For example, Great Yan's 10 absolute formation and the grand formations in the Red Lotus domain. Since the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council could easily use the 8 Desolate and 6 Harmony flags, how could the formations in their nests be weak? Lu Zhou wondered if Lan Shihe had lured him into a trap. He shook his head. Even if Lan Shihe did not make a bet with him, he would still come to the Black Tower Council. Soon enough, the red flying chariot flew into the Black Tower Council's territory. One could immediately see 7 towers that pierced through the clouds. They were so tall that the tops could not be seen. Clouds swirled around the middle of the towers. All the buildings on the ground were arranged in the shape of a heptagram as well. Finally, the red flying chariot came to a stop near the Dubhe Tower. At the same time, several people flew over at a low altitude before coming to a stop 100 meters away from the flying chariot. The blue-clad woman took the initiative to say in a clear voice, "Please inform Tower Master Xia that my master wants to see him." The few black-clad cultivators did not waste time and flew back into a black tower. Soon after, an old man flew over. He hovered in the air and said, "Lu Si pays respect to Tower Master Lan. Please follow me, Tower Master Lan." Lan Shihe said, "I'm here because of a certain matter. There's no need for me to go in." The old man looked puzzled. "Tower Master Lan, it's rare that you visit us. If we don't give you the right treatment, I'm afraid Tower Master Xia will blame us." Lan Shihe said, "I came here because of something important." Upon hearing this, Lu Si did not dare to delay any longer. He said before disappearing without a trace, "Tower Master Lan, please wait a moment." Lu Zhou looked down at Black Tower Council's land and said, "Even you don't dare to enter. What's so special about the tower?" "I'm not afraid. I just don't think it's necessary," Lan Shihe replied. "I'll believe you for now." Lu Zhou put his hands on his back and said, "If he doesn't show up, who wins the bet?" "Since he avoided the fight, it'll be counted as you winning the fight," Lan Shihe replied. "At least you're a fair person," Lu Zhou said. At this moment, Yu Zhanghai said, "Master, the Black Tower Council's internal strife is bad, and so are their conflicts outside. I'm afraid he won't show up." "He'll show up," Lan Shihe calmly said. "You're so confident?" said Lu Zhou. The blue-clad woman said with a smile, "There's no one my master can't meet. The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council have been fighting for so many years. But the only person Xia Zhengrong doesn't dare to provoke is my master." As soon as the blue-clad woman's voice fell, 3 people appeared above the Dubhe Tower. They did not leave. Instead, they transmitted their voices from afar. A deep voice rang in the air. "As it turns out, it's Tower Master Lan who decided to grace us with her presence," Lan Shihe said bluntly without beating around the bush. "I'm here today because I have a favor to ask of you. Tower Master Lan, please speak." "I made a bet with the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I bet that you can beat him," Lan Shihe said. The tall shadow hovering in the distance was none other than Xia Zhengrong, the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. The Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion? At this moment, Lu Zhou flew out of the red flying chariot. He looked at the shadow and said, "It's me." Xia Zhengrong's voice was calm as he replied, "You're far more impressive than the rumors said." Lu Zhou said bluntly, "You heard what Lan Shihe said. I must win the bet." The blue-clad woman felt a little uncomfortable that Lu Zhou used Lan Shihe's full name. However, since her master did not say anything, she could not say anything about it. Xia Zhengrong ignored Lu Zhou and looked at the red flying chariot. "Is that why Tower Master Lan came?" If Lan Shihe did not come, Xia Zhengrong would not have come out even if the sky collapsed. He did not expect Lan Shihe had come because of a bet. Moreover, what did the bet have to do with him? Why was he dragged into the bet? Lan Shihe said, "If Tower Master Xia can win against Pavilion Master Lu, the White Tower Council will only focus on the White Lotus domain for the next 1,000 years. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. Regardless of whether Xia Zhengrong won or lost, Lan Shihe would have to pay a huge price either way. Did Lan Shihe like Yi Tianxin so much? Xia Zhengrong was tempted by Lan Shihe's offer. The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council's conflict was getting old. 1,000 years of peace was a huge concession on her part as well. At the same time, he wondered what was at stake for Lan Shihe to make such an offer. In the end, he raised his voice slightly and said, "All right." The Black Tower Council did not look like it had many people. However, the 7 main towers, the heptagram formation, the land of Shu with Dao inscriptions everywhere showed that the Black Tower Council was not simple at all. However, Lu Zhou had many trump cards in his possession. If he did not care about saving, it would be even easier for him to take down Xia Zhengrong. The only thing that concerned him was how much he could save and finding the most cost-saving method to achieve the best results. Lu Zhou said, "Xia Zhengrong, I have a piece of advice for you. Please speak, Pavilion Master Lu. If you fight me, you'll lose without a doubt. If you directly choose to admit defeat, it'll save you a lot of pain," Lu Zhou said. Xia Zhengrong raised his head and shifted his gaze from Lu Zhou to the red flying chariot. Then, as though he had long made up his mind, he said without any hesitation, "I admit defeat. Lan Shihe, Shen Shi Yu Zhenghai, and everyone in the red flying chariot." Xia Zhengrong's decision surprised everyone. The most surprised person was Lan Shihe, who had been fighting Xia Zhengrong for many years. As the saying went, the one who knows oneself best is one's enemy. She was well aware of his temper and character. She had been sure he would step forward and fight Lu Zhou. Similarly, Xia Zhengrong knew Lan Shihe very well. He knew Lan Shihe was not one to go back on her words, and yet, he still chose to admit defeat. Meanwhile, Shen Shi, who was witnessing the scene between the 3 big bosses, was indescribably excited. He had to clench his hands tightly to calm down. At this moment, Lan Shihe, who was still sitting in the red flying chariot, finally frowned, marring her usually expressionless face. After thinking about it for a moment, she thought Xia Zhengrong's decision was reasonable. The conflict between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council ran deep after all. The Black Tower Council could not wait to see the White Tower Council fall. Sooner or later, they would fight to death for their respective interests. There was no need to offend the powerful Evil Sky Pavilion just for a promise. Lu Zhou hovered in the air and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good." He turned around and looked at the red flying chariot before he said, "Lan Shihe, this bet ends here. The winner has been decided." The blue-clad woman was unresigned. She bowed at the red flying chariot and said, "Tower Master Xia. Xia Zhengrong is doing this on purpose." Lan Shihe's expression eased. Her face returned to its expressionless state as she said, "Give that thing to Pavilion Master Lu." Understood. Even if the blue-clad woman was unresigned, she could only obey the order. She took the purple cloth bag that contained the 80 obsidian essences out. Yu Zhenghai said, "You can just pass the bag to me." After taking the bag, Yu Zhenghai carefully counted the obsidian essences before he put it away. Then he looked ahead happily. Xia Zhengrong naturally saw the exchange, but he did not know what was in the bag. However, this had nothing to do with him, so he said, "If you don't mind, you can come in for a visit." Lan Shihe said, "No, let's return." Understood. Xia Zhengrong cupped his fists together and said, "Then I won't send you off. Tower Master Xia, have a safe journey." Then, he cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, "Farewell, Pavilion Master Lu." From the beginning to the end, Xia Zhengrong did not leave the heptagram formation and stayed near the Black Tower. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Wait, Pavilion Master, what is it?" "I came here for 2 reasons, Lu Zhou said. "Please speak, Pavilion Master Lu," Xia Zhengrong said. At this moment, the red flying chariot that had turned around suddenly came to a halt. Lan Shihe was curious and decided to watch the show. Lu Zhou said, "First, your man injured my man. Second, the Black Tower Council sent people to knock my disciple down to the abyss that leads to the Blackwater Mystic Cave. We still don't know if my disciple is dead or alive." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhengrong frowned. "Is this true?" "You know now it's true," Lu Zhou said. Xia Zhengrong asked in a deep voice. Who's so bold as to attack Pavilion Master Lu's people? Shen Shi, who was standing in the distance, hurriedly replied. Who else could it be? Of course, it's Duan Shihua. Xia Zhengrong fell silent for a moment before he said, Pavilion Master. In the land of chaos, many forces fought for Yingzhou. The Black Tower Council lost its first elder, Yu Shiran, and many blackguards? Why don't we call it even? Before Lu Zhou could say anything, Yu Zhenghai said indignantly, What a joke! Can the lives of those lowlives compare to my second junior brother's life? Xia Zhengrong's voice turned solemn as he said, Pavilion Master, I'm trying my best not to make an enemy out of you. Why are you being so aggressive? I'm not forcing you, but Duan Shihua, who is trying to sow discord. If you kill Duan Shihua in front of me, I will let bygones be bygones, Lu Zhou said. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. Meanwhile, Lan Shiha silently watched from the red flying chariot. She even waved her hand to part the curtains wider. She looked at Lu Zhou hovering in the air before she shifted her gaze to Xia Zhengrong and the two figures who were hovering in front of the Dubhe Tower. Xia Zhengrong said, If you can spare others, then spare them. Why do you have to kill all of them? At this moment, Lan Shiha, who was sitting in the red flying chariot, finally broke her silence. Tower Master Xia, it's not a wise move for you to protect the villain. Xia Zhengrong fell silent for a moment. Then, he said to the figure on the left, Summon Duan Shihua here. Understood. The black figure flew into the Black Tower. In less than 10 minutes, the figure returned. He bowed and said, Elder Duan isn't feeling well. He's resting in the Migres Tower. He gave this to me. Then he handed a note to Xia Zhengrong. After reading the note, Xia Zhengrong silently closed his hand around it. When he opened it again, the note was already reduced to ashes. Following that, he said, Pavilion Master Lu, I'm sorry. Elder Duan isn't feeling well. How about this? The Black Tower Council is willing to give you another 10 obsidian essences. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, It seems like you're determined to protect him? Xia Zhengrong said, I have no choice. Lu Zhou said indifferently, Well, if you insist on doing it the hard way. Swoosh! Lu Zhou flew up in the sky. Upon seeing this, Lan Shiha's eyes flashed in surprise. At the same time, Xia Zhengrong flew up to the sky and arrived at the top of the Black Tower. He manifested his astrolabe and said, Pavilion Master Lu, please return. Lu Zhou glanced at Xia Zhengrong. Xia Zhengrong was still in the range of the heptagram that covered the 7 main towers. The black astrolabe was as big as the sky, blocking Lu Zhou's path. He did not retreat. He turned around and said, Lan Shiha, do you think I'll be able to kill Duan Shihua? Lan Shiha did not answer. Lu Zhou raised his right hand as he advanced. Blue light shone from his hand as the scripts for abandoned wisdom appeared. Lan Shiha murmured, It's blue! Boom! Lu Zhou flashed forward and smacked his palm against the black astrolabe. The sky seemed to shake, and the Tao inscriptions on the Black Tower rippled. Creak! The astrolabe was slightly dented. Xia Zhengrong put away the astrolabe. He looked up in surprise as he asked, Pavilion Master Lu, why must you insist on this matter? As soon as the black astrolabe was withdrawn, the residual energy from Lu Zhou's palm strike hit the air. At this moment, Lan Shiha reminded, Pavilion Master Lu, it's best not to go in. Lu Zhou glanced at the formation with densely packed Tao inscriptions. It was like a layer of glass, separating the inside from the outside. Even Lan Shiha was wary of the Tao inscription formation. Nevertheless, he followed the Tao inscriptions and flew toward the Migres Tower. Xia Zhengrong followed suit and flew to the Migres Tower as well before he looked up at the sky. Lu Zhou looked around before he chanted the incantation for the power of hearing. He heard the sounds of discussions from all directions, shocked voices, and a disdainful voice. Don't panic. He can't break the Tao inscriptions. Even Lan Shiha is wary of the Tao inscriptions. Moreover, Tower Master Xia is there. Old Demon Lu isn't weak. It's best to be cautious. This Lan Shihe is too despicable. She's trying to sow discord. Tower Master Xia didn't fall for her trick, but old demon Lu did. Then, Lu Zhou heard a low voice from another corner of the Migres tower. You want to kill me, Duan Shihua? You're too naive. I'm afraid you can't even pass Xia Zhengrong's test. After a moment, the same person said, take advantage of the fact he's causing a commotion here and kill his disciples and subordinates. Understood. Lu Zhou cut off the power of hearing and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He said, Xia Zhengrong, I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you really intend to protect Duan Shihua with your life? If you can spare someone, you should spare them, Xia Zhengrong said. Pavilion Master Lu, please don't fall for Lan Shihe's trap. Swoosh, a figure charged into the Migres tower. Lu Zhou's golden palm seal landed on the Dao inscription, but it only caused a ripple.